the spirit of reconciliation, PAX acknowledges the traditional custodians of country throughout Australia and their connections to land, sea and community. We pay our respect to their elders past and present, as it is their knowledge and experience that holds the key to the success of future generations. We extend that respect to all Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples today.
So, why can't I come with you?
I've told you already, Cape Cuckoo isn't safe for
Henry
you.
Moss and the Wormhole Conspiracy is a coming-of-age adventure set in a goofy galaxy of oddball characters, ridiculous conundrums and cosmic evil. Wander, ponder and laugh your way through a heartfelt exploration of independence, family and growing up. Teen Earthling Henry Moss helps his mother Seren operate Moss Family Supplies, an interstellar delivery business servicing the outer worlds. Henry longs to break free of his domestic duties to seek his fortune and fame amongst the far stars. Together, the Mosses uncover a cosmic conspiracy overseen by the sinister Benedict Wormhole. This sets the Mosses on an interplanetary journey of compassion, exploration and self-discovery, together fulfilling a secret legacy founded a generation ago.
I've really tried to capture that classic point-and-click adventure experience that so many people love, but bring to it a modern twist. Multiple solutions to problems, a dynamic soundtrack, unique mechanics, and with the family audience in mind the whole way through. It's a story about coming of age and a family relationship, and a modern family at that. This is a game that will really appeal to people that grew up with these games, and if they've got kids of their own, then can hopefully share that joy with them too.
Hi, I'm Joel from Generosity. Generosity is a charity marathon that happens biannually. We call it a guerrilla charity marathon because we pop up, we run from a physical space for 48 hours to 96 hours, and then we pack it all down and we disappear with 100% of all money raised going directly to the charity that we're supporting. With a variety of streamers, content creators, YouTubers, musicians, dancers, it's got everything. A typical Generosity is a physical event that we take over a location, and for 48 hours plus, we have all these content creators, streamers, musicians, dancers coming through the door and doing different segments in this little studio that we build. This Generosity is going to be a little bit different because it's all virtual, it's all online, but it's going to be really good. It is. We're still going to be just as silly. Everyone's just going to do the exact same thing that they've always done. They might not be able to do it in some sweaty little room that we've managed to take over. They can do it from the luxury of their home. They're able to use all of the different antics and gimmicks that they have with their own streaming setups and still raise money for charity and have a lot of fun. It's an entire event of people giving up their time, giving up their skill set, giving up all of their wild ideas that they have to raise money for a good cause. This Generosity, we are raising money for Cure Cancer, which is the same charity that we raised money for last year at PAX 2019. Cure Cancer is an amazing charity. They've been around for 53 years. They've funded over 500 research grants, all with this very meticulous, very focused method where they want to take the money that they raise and spend it the best possible way that they can spend it to essentially cure cancer. They're very good at what they do, and it's why we want to keep supporting them as a charity. If you would like to donate to Cure Cancer, you can head over to generosity.com.au. We've got a donation widget there. It's really simple to use. It's an amazing way to make your donation. If you don't want to donate to Cure Cancer, donate to Cure Cancer. It's a really good charity. What are you doing watching this video and just sitting there being like, I hate cancer? So donate to Cure Cancer. Cure Cancer. Cure Cancer.
Hi, I'm KA, Community Manager at Milky Tea, an indie game development studio based in Liverpool, UK. I'm here to introduce you to our most recent game, Hyper Brawl Tournament. The universe's greatest heroes have been summoned to compete in a showdown for the ages to find the next protector of the universe. Smash, brawl, and score your way to victory in relentless, high adrenaline PvP arena battles for 1 to 4 players. What does all that mean? Let's take a look. Before each match, players must choose their perfect loadout from 12 unique heroes across 3 different hero types, as well as 8 unique weapons that all allow for different tactics and styles of play. Every match plays out in a best of 3, with each round lasting 90 seconds. Your objective is to outscore your opponent, and if there's no clear winner when the time is up, the match goes into sudden death, and the first goal wins. You've got a number of tools to help secure your victory, but it's all about how you use them. Your most basic move is your throw. This is fused with an ability called Hypercurve that gives you complete control over the ball, allowing you to change its course mid-air. You can also pass the ball directly to your player or AI teammate, which allows you to quickly move the ball from one flank to the other. You're also able to perform a dive, which is ideal for intercepting the ball. Next up is combat. Beyond being able to knock out opponents by throwing the ball at full force, you're also able to both punch and kick. The punch allows you to attack in place, which is handy for trying to steal the ball at its current location. The kick, however, allows you to travel across the arena as you dish out the damage. Hyper Brawl is an arena-based sports brawler that you can play either alone or with friends. For new players, we've got 3 different training modes. The Trials teach you the core mechanics, The advanced trials test your skills and everything you've learned, and free play lets you practice without constraints. In arcade mode, you can jump into heart-pounding local multiplayer matches for 1 to 4 players. On top of that, the party system allows you to invite your friends into private matches that let you take your rivalries online. If you want to play alone, the single-player campaign lets you build your own team to compete in league and cup tournaments to become the greatest team in the universe. If you're looking for a real challenge and want to show off your skills, you can take on the world in the online Blitz mode, where you face off against friends and strangers alike, build your win streak, and brawl to top the worldwide leaderboards. Hypercurve is one of the game's core mechanics, and it lets you control the ball mid-air. Using this ability, every match becomes considerably less predictable and allows you to score a goal from pretty much anywhere in the arena, especially if your opponent didn't see it coming. The hypercurve can be used anytime you throw the ball and allows you to control the ball's trajectory around obstacles and players alike. Think of it like a superpower that keeps your opponent on their toes. The more power you add to your throw, the less control you'll have over the hypercurve itself, so you must carefully consider how and when to use it. At times where the match may not be going your way, you can channel the Hyperforce, which gives your heroes superhuman power and the ability to launch their rivals out of the arena to help ensure a last-minute comeback. To acquire this ability, your heroes need to take damage, either from being attacked by an opponent, hit by a weapon, or knocked out by the ball. Once a hero has taken sufficient damage, they're able to activate the Hyperforce at a time of their choosing. If you would like to learn more, head on over to hyperbrawl.com or check out our social media channels. We'll be sharing additional Hyperbrawl deep dives in the weeks to come, leading up to our launch this fall on Steam, PlayStation 4, Xbox One, and Nintendo Switch. See you in the arena.
To the most influential video games of the past decade. We are your panelists for this particular panel, and I will introduce all of us in just a moment. First of all, I am Rob Logan. I am the founder of the Geek Generation Network and the host of the Geek Generation, Random Movie Club, Quantum Drive, and the Adventures of PB and Rob podcasts. Our next panelist is a regular on the Geek Generation and the most zen potato you will find on Twitch. He focuses on survival games, shooters, and shoutcasting. That is Silenced Knight. How are you?
I'm doing great. That's the best introduction I've ever had. Holy cow.
I try my best. Next, he is a Twitch streamer and the host of Adapt This, a DC Animated Universe podcast, and Avatar, the podcast, on the Geek Generation Network as well. Booster Greg.
Well, hello. Thank you for having me back. Mistakes will be made.
Oh, I'm sure they will. And last but certainly not least, for you original Roswell fans, she is the host of the Leaving Normal podcast on the Geek Gen Network, my co-host on the Adventures of PB and Rob, and the host of the gaming podcast, The Deep Dive. She's a full-time Twitch streamer focused on narrative games and also a resident GM for the role-playing channel Table Story. Pumpkinberry, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Doing great. I'm very excited to be doing this panel today. We are going to be, like I said at the top, talking about the most influential video games of the past decade. But this is how it's going to work for us. This is not necessarily a debate. It's a discussion. These are games that were most influential to us. So as you're watching, you might disagree heavily with some of our opinions, but keep in mind,
okay.
That's okay. I'm sure your lists would look very different than ours, but these are not necessarily the most influential ones to the video game industry as a whole, because who are we to say what those would be? All we can do is speak for ourselves. So We're going to be going through our top 3 each, and then if time provides, we'll talk about some honorable mentions that just missed making it onto any of our lists. We all good?
Ready to rock.
Ready to rock. Well, then, we're going to hop right into our top 3s. SK, what is your number 3?
My number 3 and possibly my most popular pick is Dark Souls. So Dark Souls from FromSoft. They are the creators of such games as Demon Souls, Bloodborne, Sekiro, but they've also ran the Dark Souls 1, 2, and 3, and the Souls series essentially. If you've lived under a rock, Dark Souls is an RPG, single player RPG. It has online elements, and it's kind of the game that all games are compared to when it comes to like tenacity or how hard it is. Whether that's a good thing or a bad thing.
Yeah.
Exactly. It's like, this is what is Cuphead? Oh, it's the platformer Dark Souls. It's things like that. It's definitely something that gets brought up constantly. The game has spawned so many memes as well. That's another reason I think it's so great. There's just so many memes. Like, I praise the sun constantly, all the time. And it's just a great game. There's all kinds of ways you can. There's a way you can do multiplayer as well. It's got invasions, which is a way for sort of a 1v1 combat thing, but that's also kind of memey as well. I would just say it's probably one of the hardest series of games I've ever played, and also probably one of the most enjoyable, because there's such a satisfaction of beating some of those like fantastically hard bosses that you spend. I think in Dark Souls 2, I did 69 trials against the first boss. Like, it took me so many times. I was like sweating and dead by the end of it. But there's just so much satisfaction in finishing that. One more notable thing is that a Demon Souls reboot is coming soon.
True.
It is not from FromSoft, but it is a complete graphical reboot. And if they stay close enough to the source material, I'm kind of excited about it.
That's the one I played.
PS5.
So I played Demon Souls, but I didn't play any of those other Souls games yet.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh my
Not
gosh.
yet.
So
I've been wanting to.
when?
Yeah,
Yes?
I know. I really
can't
enjoyed
wait.
Demon Souls. I beat it on, I think, a somewhat not easy difficulty, so I enjoyed it. I enjoyed that process, but I don't know. I just never got around to doing Souls yet. Have the vinyl, though, like a weirdo.
Of course you do. Of course you do.
The soundtracks are good, man.
Booster Greg, what is your number 3?
My number 3 is actually the first. I'm going to use this term, and I understand it has a negative connotation to it, but for me, it just doesn't. It just describes it. It's my first walking sim, quote unquote, that I ever played, and it's called The Stanley Parable. It came out in 2011, and it was from developer Galactic Cafe. Now, this game was recommended to me from a friend when I was working at GameStop, and it was during my zombie game phase. And he was just like, you have to play this game. And I was like, I don't know, man. I'm just like killing zombies every day. And it's a wonderful existence that I have. He goes, no, trust me. And I go, what is this game about then? He goes, I can't tell you. Just play it. Just trust me. And he goes, if you don't like it, I will give you the money back for it.
Side note, you have a weird definition of a great existence.
Zombie apocalypse in a video game where death doesn't really matter? Yeah. It's just you go back, you wake back up, and you do it all over again. I still do love zombie video games, and I think, not to give anything
were you
away.
describing Stanley Parable or the zombie game? Wake up and do it all over again.
Oh man, you're right. Oh jeez, yeah. So between my 3 picks, I think it's just the perfect existence for me. I don't know about Rob, but
definitely not for me. No.
Anyway, so I started playing it, and I was quickly enamored with not only the narrator, but the 19 possible different endings that you can get throughout. And I think like everyone, or most people, I went through the first playthrough and I was like, oh, that's really neat. It's like, I don't know if this was worth the, I don't know, 10, 20 bucks that I put into it. And then it just like brought me back to the beginning. And I was like, okay. And I went out the door, and there's a phone ringing or computer on that wasn't on the first time, and I somehow recognized that, which is unusual for me because I usually don't see those minor details, as everyone who watches my stream is infuriated with. But I was like, that's different. What else is different? So I kept on kind of exploring, and I went different ways, and all of a sudden I just got this completely different ending. And for me, that was just like oh my God, I have to keep on playing this game. I have to find out how many endings I can possibly get. And there's such hilarious one. Well, this one's not hilarious, but there's one where you end up kind of like plummeting to your death. There's one where you just get locked into the starting office, and that's just the end of the game. My favorite one is called the games ending, where you end up going into Minecraft randomly because the narrator just gets so frustrated, just like, you know what? Here, is this what you want? And all of a sudden, you're just in Minecraft for a couple or like a minute or two.
It's so random, but it's so well executed.
It's so I love it so much. This the sense of humor alone, the Groundhog Day like aesthetic, which is usually one of my favorite ones.
Yeah,
and the narrator, like the closet, which I think if anyone's played it knows exactly what I'm talking about. There is a random closet that you can keep on going into, and the narrator just gets more frustrated with you. And then at some point, you go to the closet and it's boarded up, and he's just like, there. Now you can't go back in there. Move on with your life. And I'm like, oh, but I want to.
So good.
This game got me into this whole like genre, right? So you have Gone Home, The Beginner's Guide, What Remains of Edith Finch, Superliminal, Outer Wilds. Like those are all kind of got me into this idea of a game is more than just running through, shooting things in the head, trying to get a high score, annihilating whatever, and it can just be an experience and a story, and that's it.
So I have a funny story for you.
Yeah.
I played this. I may have told this story to you already, but I played this game the first time. I did that first loop. The credits started rolling or something, and I was streaming at the time, so I was trying to do two things at once, and I just was like, oh, okay, that was fun. And I shut it off. I thought that was the end of the flipping game. And then I'm getting ready to record a deep dive podcast episode about this game that everybody loves so much. And I'm just like, guys, I got to tell you, I don't think I liked it that much. It was like, all right. And then that's when I found out that you could there was more to it. So then I immediately had to disconnect and go play. But yeah.
Yeah. My first experience with Stanley Parable was the mod that predated the current version of the Stanley Parable, because the one that's out there right now on Steam is not the original game. There was one that had less endings, and it was a mod for Half-Life.
What?
Yeah, it was like the first draft of the game, and that's the one that I used to play. And that's when I was teaching a video game design class. I would use that original version as something we would play through over the course of a period or two. And because it's such a meta game and it goes after so many of the design elements that exist and tropes that exist within games, it's a good way to kind of deconstruct them and have discussions about them.
That's so
very
interesting. Has anybody here done all the endings?
I've done most. I haven't done all.
I'm on an achievement right now where you don't play the game for 5 years.
Yeah. I just got that achievement.
Well, technically, I'm doing that one too. So
I can't boot up the game until that happens.
I've already booted up and achieved that one, so I'm very happy to have it.
Yeah.
PB, what is your number 3?
Oh, my number 3 is Mass Effect 2. And I chose Mass Effect 2, I think, because I grew up on games like Echo the Dolphin, Sonic, the kind of moving into platformers. Streets of Rage was another big one for me. And then I moved from there. I went into JRPGs and kind of spent most of my time playing JRPGs. And then Mass Effect was the first game that I played that was an RPG, but it wasn't a JRPG. And I will never forget the opening to the second game and how crazy it was. I don't know what I can say without spoilers, but everybody knows that that opening is just wild and nuts, and it just kind of turns everything over on its head from game one. And also it was just incredibly cinematic, and I couldn't take my eyes away from the screen. I was so into what was happening. And then a lot more ends up happening in Mass Effect 2, where your decisions, at least it seems like it matters. Characters can die. You can have an completely different playthrough of the end of that game than your friend. Oh, this person didn't make it for me, which was wild for me at the time. And then also it was a very character-driven game. And that's when I think started to realize the thing I really enjoy about games is that kind of character development or moments. It's what I liked in JRPGs that I hadn't been able to articulate. those side quests where you go and you learn so much about that person. You know, I really feel like I'm traveling along in Final Fantasy VII. I feel like I know the people that are in my party. I feel attached to them. And I felt that way in Mass Effect too. And I just thought it did a lot that I hadn't seen before. And I think industry speaking too, it did a lot that many games after it tried to then replicate. Or tried to be the same as Mass Effect 2.
Totally.
So there's a lot there too. It's also pretty memey. There's also some memes in Mass Effect 2. Bringing back to what SK was saying. But yeah, it's that was my number 3.
That's a series that I have yet to delve into. I've watched gameplay here and there.
I like it a lot.
Wow, I'm so glad I didn't spoil the opening for you.
Yes, because I haven't played it either.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Okay. Well, yeah. All right.
It feels like a massive task to eventually. That's for you, Greg. That's for you.
Don't think I missed that. I love it. Yeah, that was actually one of the ones that was on my initial list before we were kind of like, oh, let's just make sure we don't have too much overlap. This series is actually one of my favorites that my youngest brother right now is kind of like quarantining just in a different state. So he's just like, I need games. So I gave him Alan Wake and I gave him the Mass Effect series. And I was just like, this should last you a good amount of time. Just don't like rush
Take
through
your
anything.
time with it. Yeah.
Yeah. So definitely that was also one of the ones where I was like, things kind of matter. I think like there was a decision I made in Mass Effect 1 that paid off in Mass Effect 2. That I didn't think would happen. And I was like, that's really cool.
Awesome.
Yeah. And actually you get completely different side quests too, depending on what you did in Mass Effect 1. Yeah.
That's amazing, actually.
Yeah, that's really cool.
And I think that's it's a very good point about Mass Effect, because I don't know if games had been doing that yet at that point. My memory is kind of trash for the further back we go, but I'm pretty sure it started that, or it was
one of the first for sure. I think.
Yeah, it certainly brought attention to it, right?
Yep. Yeah. Yeah. And I do know that the Mass Effect, because it was BioWare originally that had the tree, the way characters spoke, and they did that in the other game that I have yet to play, but it's the Star Wars one, Knights of the Old Republic.
Oh yeah.
Right? Yep. So they did it in that game first, and then they did it in the Mass Effect series, and it was unique at the time, but we see it a lot more now.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
A lot more now. But yeah.
Okay. My number 3 is of no surprise to anybody who knows me, and barely makes it onto this list because the first one came out in 2009, so I just made it in there. Actually, no, that's not. The first one came out just before. Batman, the entire Arkham franchise,
and no one was surprised.
Nobody was surprised about the Batman stuff.
Zoom in on Batman Cup.
Yep, nothing. No surprises whatsoever. So the Batman video games up to this point didn't really have a stellar reputation. I think kind of comic book games in general, just really, there were a lot of licensing in general to video games was never a hugely successful thing. But in the Arkham franchise, like, the fighting mechanic alone has been copied by so many games, things like Shadow of Mordor, the more recent Spider-Man game for PS4, all have versions of that fighting system because it was done so well. Something that it also innovated, I don't know if it was kind of the first to do this, but it's definitely the one that popularized it, and that's the detective mode that you have in those games. So where you're able to view the entire world through a different lens, and it allows you to uncover clues, to see enemies, to see things that you wouldn't normally see. The only huge drawback being that some people played the entire game in detective mode and like never really got to see the cool environments and graphics that were around them, because it was such a useful mode that people didn't ever want to drop out of it in fear that they would miss something. But you add on to that things like the stealth predator challenges, a great story. Like you had said, Mass Effect was very cinematic. The Arkham games are very cinematic as well. This franchise just kind of delivers on every single aspect. So, and they've even hopped from like studio to studio. They had Ubisoft Montreal do one of the games, or just Warner Brothers Montreal, or one of those. And it ended up being, some people say less, but I say just as good as the other ones within the same franchise.
Yeah, Origins gets a bad rap, I think, because it's not the original dev. But like, for me, it's like if someone recreated the Mona Lisa and did like a fantastic job, but you can still kind of tell it's not the original, but it's still amazing, but it still has a little bit of a thing that's different. It's wonderful. And the voice acting on that game was amazing too. They got Troy Baker as the Joker and
Roger Craig Smith as Batman.
That's right.
Two people that have been on the Geek Generation podcast, by the way. Just saying.
Nice plug.
Thanks.
There it is.
That's what we're here for. Let's hop into our number 2's. SK, what is yours?
Okay, so I'm going to go for my most popular pick, I think. To what I predict would be my least popular pick, but I completely stand by it. That's Apex Legends from 2019. Apex is obviously by Respawn, who is the creators of Titanfall 1 and 2, basically the Titanfall universe. The game is actually itself set in the Titanfall universe, but and it shares the same lore. It actually has a pretty rich lore considering what style of gameplay it is, which is a BR. And I think that while BR might be what makes this an unpopular opinion, we can't like neglect what BRs have become in the industry and how much they've changed the video gaming industry. And I think that Apex has done it better than anybody yet because they've included so many. It's almost like a polished version of the BR experience. They've taken lore and heroes from things like Overwatch. In fact, they very closely studied Overwatch when making the game. I think the devs have even mentioned as much. They've taken the traditional BR, gameplay with the randomness, the rings, things like that, and then they've wrapped it around this very fun, fast-paced, polished gameplay, which is. As a person who plays a lot of FPS, Apex has the most satisfying movement I've ever experienced in a video game. Like, it is just satisfying to play the game. And I really hope that starts to set the standard for games going forward when it comes to that fast-paced action, because it's second to none. Anytime I played any games since that are in the BR genre, I can't stand how either clunky or slow they feel compared. So I think that's really what sets it apart. And again, like I said, it takes what's great from like a game like Overwatch, which is finding characters that you can sort of really get involved with and really believe in or get wrapped up in and sort of like go along with their story, and then put that in the BR sort of style of gameplay. I think that's awesome. I think it's been hugely popular too. It had 70 million players at its peak. I don't know if they haven't reported since. I assume that's its peak, but that's a ton of people playing. That was back in October 2019.
Yeah, their business model's been fantastic too, on top of just the game itself.
It's been crazy. It's surprising that it was, because Respawn was not expecting it to become what it was.
Yeah.
First of all, they went with a crazy model, which was they dropped it out of the sky.
Yep.
There was no hype for this game. There was nothing. And they just said, hey, we got a game for you. Play it. And they released it free, and it's been a hit. And I know they've had some struggles with like games as a live service because, it's like they've never done this before. I think Titanfall 1 and 2 were both just released games that they didn't really have to support. But I think they've done a pretty good job. They've had some bumps along the way, but after they got rolling, it's been fantastic. And Season 6 is up in like 5 days, I believe, with some new map changes, new hero, more lore, in-game events, and surprises coming. So I'm still stoked about it 6 seasons later, and I don't think I can say that about any other FPS game I've played. Maybe other than Overwatch. I think Overwatch is the other game that does that for me, so...
Yeah, if you're looking for some spicy Apex gameplay, you can head on over to twitch.tv/silenced_night.
Who's that?
I don't know.
You're so good at plugs. I'm going to hire you full time.
You should be a manager.
Oh, maybe.
You should be.
You should be.
Number 2 for Booster Greg.
So remember in the first bit when I was like, it's pretty much just zombies is my whole life, all the zombies all the time, and that's the only games I played. Well, guess what? I'm talking about a zombie game. This one's a little bit different, though. This one is The Walking Dead, specifically Season 1 from Telltale. This was the first Telltale game that I ever played. I was aware of those games, but I never really touched them up until this one. And I played it at the end of the first season release. So they did a physical launch edition or whatever, like a disc, and I was working at GameStop at the time, and at GameStop this is a big company secret that everyone knows, you can actually borrow a game for up to 4 days as long as you just bring it back. So
nice.
I was like, oh cool, like I've heard some stuff about this, let me borrow it. I borrowed it and we had plenty of copies. I got a call the next day, which was my day off, saying you have to bring it back. That's the last copy that we have in stock and we have to sell it right now.
Wow.
And I was almost done. I was one episode away in the season.
No.
Yeah. So I liked this game so much. I returned it, and the woman was not a very nice woman who was buying it. So I was just like, fine, take this. You don't deserve this, whatever. I ended up just purchasing the whole season digitally on my Xbox 360. Yeah. And since then, I now own it on 360, Xbox One, PlayStation 4, and PC. I'm not going to buy it on Epic, though, again. Nope. It has on my Steam library, and that's one copy of PC is enough for me.
He says right now.
So I say right now. If it gets cheap enough, we'll see what happens. But yeah, so this was my first Telltale game, like I said. It's not my favorite, but it's what got me into this whole kind of Life is Strange, Until Dawn, Dark Pictures anthology, Detroit kind of style, where it had the illusion of choice, but if you don't play too many of them, you don't really notice that it's an illusion, right?
Yeah.
And some of the smaller things do matter. And again, that game-to-game decision-making does kind of change what will happen in future seasons. But yeah, that's my pick.
Yeah, it's hard to ignore the Walking Dead game. It had a huge impact on the industry as a whole. So that's one that absolutely you can include as like an industry maker as well. Put Telltale on the map. It put that type of game on the map. I mean, growing up with LucasArts games, we kind of knew Telltale anyway, if you were into those games.
Yeah.
But it wasn't until The Walking Dead came out that people were like, oh, yeah, Telltale. We know that.
Right.
All right. PB, your number 2.
Yes, my number 2 is definitely not an industry well-known one, although it should be. It's The Cat Lady. And it is a 15-hour, I want to say, therapy game. It's a horror game, and it can be pretty gory, and there are some very intense moments in this game. But I remember it's one of the first games I played on stream, but it is the game that I decided I wanted to be a streamer after I played it. So it starts out pretty intensely, and you think it's just your average horror game, and then maybe 5 minutes in, you're having a conversation with a being that's calling itself, oh god, I can't even remember now what she calls herself, but to me it immediately was like, oh my gosh, this is like depression personified speaking to you here. This is like a mental illness speaking directly to you. She was saying all the things that, you know, it stopped me in my tracks, and I went, okay, maybe this isn't just a horror game. And it surely was not. The more you played it, the more you kind of unraveled what was going on. And the use of black and white was specific, and the use of color was specific. And it's like, you know, you get towards the end of the game and the sky is blue, and you go, oh my God, I haven't seen the sky blue for the last 15 hours in the game. And then you go, oh my God, that's exactly what that's like. Yeah, so I feel like it was a game that was made to either explain to someone who doesn't understand what it's like to live with, you know, depression. It was either made that way, or it was a self, kind of like a love letter to that past self, like, hey, you know, we made it through this, or to anybody else that may be experiencing that. And it was just the whole chat. And I just kind of went, whoa, what was that? That was a masterpiece. That was a work of art. And we talked about it for 45 minutes afterwards. And, you know, I was very new to streaming at the time, and just sitting and talking was not something that you really kind of did. But we did it for that game. And I
imagine you'd have to. I mean, if you had played that off stream on your own time, the experience could have been totally different to where you're just left sitting with everything from it.
Yeah. Yeah, so it was helpful that we got to sit and process that. But yeah, that's one of my favorite games of all time. It's the number one thing I recommend to people. I do try to warn everybody and say it can be quite heavy, but definitely should be played. Especially if you like games that, you know, make you think or just give you an alternate perspective. It's very, very good.
And then when you're done with it, you can hop on over to the Deep Dive podcast and listen to a 2-hour episode on it.
Yes. Which, by the way, I just have to throw this out there because I feel so vindicated. I put all of my theories on, like, you know, Queen of Maggots is what she calls herself. She calls herself the Queen of Maggots and Decay, which is just like, oh. Anyway, so I put all my crazy theories out, and the creator actually ended up tweeting and saying, yes,
awesome.
That is exactly what I had intended. So I was like, yes, I got what you were putting down. So good. But yeah, and there's like two other games in that series. It's a trilogy, but they're all great. But the Cat Lady will forever be my favorite.
Now, I wanted to go even further than Robin asked. Do you have those recorded somewhere?
I do, actually. I do. So I think the second half of the playthrough is still on my Twitch channel highlighted.
Wow.
The first half I thought I had lost, and then someone actually gave it to me like 3 years later when we met in person, was like, I've been waiting to give this to you. I have a USB. It's your first half of your playthrough of the Cat Lady.
That's amazing.
Like,
That's so wild.
Yeah.
Wow.
So yeah, I've been meaning to upload that and put it together on YouTube because it was quite the experience. There's also a really adorable moment where I'm like, wow, there's 11 people in here. Hi, everybody. And I'm like, oh, baby streamer PB. That's so cute. But yeah, it was a pretty magical moment. That game. Yeah. And it made me realize I wanted to play more games like it and share more games like it and just have that kind of dialogue with other people. Yeah.
So my number 2 is a game that has been mentioned in a way already. I know I'm not the only one that would have put this on my list, right, SK?
Oh yeah.
So I'm not big into FPS games in general. I've never spent much time in multiplayer games because I always felt like I had to rely on either teammates or the internet being up to speed the way it should be. And I just always kind of feared those toxic interactions that kind of come with a competitive online game. But I am still to this day rather addicted to Overwatch. It is one of the first games that I've played that has consistent changes and like new content rollouts all the time. Like I feel like something's always fresh, even if they're not hugely innovating their seasonal events every time. The fact that they even have seasonal events and those change throughout the year kind of gives you a reason to keep going back, even if you're just like me and you want all the skins and that's the reason. But this is a game I legitimately play every single day.
Were they the first ones to do that?
To have the seasonal stuff?
Yeah, with the like skins and stuff like that in the holiday. I mean, I know that MMOs were doing it, like Guild Wars 2. Shout out to Guild Wars 2. But like, I think they might have been the first FPS to do that, really, right?
It's the first to memory, at least for me. It's
I
definitely
can't think of one.
Yeah, it's definitely one that kind of popularized it.
Yeah, especially specifically with the like seasonal costumes. I think is what I'm thinking. Yeah, and I know that there are other games like COD and stuff will do you unlock that costumes and things, but I don't think they have like seasonal stuff or celebrations or anything like that.
Yeah, the slow release of the lore too, and Neska, you mentioned this a little bit when you were talking about Apex. We get bits and pieces, and mostly through game content, but they've actually gone out into other areas as well. We get the cinematics alone, like we could talk about those forever because they're so beautifully crafted and well animated and acted and everything. They have comic books to even deepen the lore and when they don't have time to get it into some areas. And the fact that they're still like holding back stuff that we're still waiting for. Meanwhile, Overwatch 2 is on the horizon. That's crazy to me. Like, I get it. It's a smart business model, but I'm like, come on, give me all the lore. I want to know more about these characters. So Overwatch, is just a hugely amazing, influential game. And I still remember the time that I was at PAX when it was showing on the floor for the first time at PAX East. And I randomly bumped into Jerry from Penny Arcade, who people know as Tycho, as one half of the Penny Arcade duo. And I did a quick like walk and talk with him. And I was like, hey, what game are you excited about this year? And he was like, have you seen Overwatch? And I'm like, nah. Like, meanwhile, it becomes this like huge phenomena. And it's just a really cool game that I've had a lot of time playing with friends.
Yeah, I remember that first PAX that I think they debuted at PAX. I feel like that was the first I heard of it. Yeah. So my buddy Dave, Serge, and I all just waited in line to play this game. We waited like 3 or 4 hours, something ridiculous. And after that, I was just like, I need this game. I want this game. I'll buy a new computer. I don't care. I want to play this game immediately. It was just amazing. And then it's just grown since.
Yeah, this game would definitely be on my list if Rob hadn't stolen it. I mean, I still play this game at least once a week. Well, I
No, you're right.
It's such a good. I'm sitting in an Overwatch chair. I have map Overwatch posters on the wall back here, framed. I have Overwatch gear everywhere. I love it. It's been very important to me, and I'll keep playing. I'm really excited about Overwatch 2. It really is one of those games that just gets you in the universe. Mm-hmm. So, which is something I don't think FPSs and games like that ever really tried to do. Especially competitive and online ones. It was all about the gameplay. And then Overwatch came in and said, no, it's more than the gameplay. We can get you invested in the world. We can get you invested in the characters. You're a hero. We need more heroes. And you feel, every time you watch these cinematics, you feel like you're a part of them. I get chill. I got chills right now. I'm talking about it and I've got chills. I love it. I love it. And I can't wait for Overwatch 2.
Okay. Yeah. We are moving then into our top picks. Top ones. First picks.
We
SK, what's your number one?
So I'm gonna be Greg for a moment here. I'm gonna say, remember that time when we could go outside before a global pandemic? You remember that time when everyone was outside walking around? Remember when the whole world was happy at one point, all for one day or for 1 month? I'm talking, of course, about Pokemon Go, which came out in 2016. Pokemon Go is arguably probably the most impactful mobile game. I would say it's right up there.
Yes.
It's huge. And I think I still remember where I was for that first couple weeks. I still can see the people walking around, everything that was going on. It was just the streets were littered with people playing this game. People that played traditional games, people that didn't play traditional games because they heard about it. My boss started playing and she had never played a game in her life. And she was like, I heard about this Pokemon Go game. I'm in. Let's go. And she was out playing with us. It was fantastic.
Anybody want to go out for lunch?
We did. We would skip lunch to go for walks. We would eat our lunch on the walks. And there was people, and we just look at them and we'd be like, you playing Pokemon Go? And they're like, yup. And it was a crazy time. Obviously, since then, it has not had that same level of outdoor activity from everyone. But I would say that it is still super impactful. In fact, recently, I can't remember which month, Niantic, who created the game, posted one of their most successful months for the game since its launch. I mean, it's still wildly popular because they've added, I know a lot of people stepped away from the game, but they've added so much since the traditional just catching and then the basic raids, basic style stuff like that. They have expanded that so much. There is Team Rocket is in the game now. The Team Rocket boss is in the game. There's a PvP league where you can earn rewards. There's trading with friends. You can do battles with friends. They've got shadow Pokemon. They've got purifying Pokemon. Jesse and James just hit the game. And on top of that, because it's an outdoor game with the global pandemic being mentioned, they've added a lot of at-home gameplay as well. Remote raiding, remote battling, things like that. They've added so much more. In fact, Team Rocket now comes to you on balloons. Mm-hmm. Instead of traditionally you had to go to Pokestops for that. Now they come to you on these balloons and you can battle them in your home. Incense now spawns Pokemon at a high rate, so you can just spawn Pokemon in your home.
Nice.
They've done so much. It's actually super, super fun. They've added a full-blown AR mode, buddy mode, friend mode. You can have your Pokemon in with other people playing with each other. It's really a cutting edge game for as far as mobile games go. And I still love it. I still play it. Yeah. It's fantastic.
Nice. Yeah, I got into it when it first came out in that first initial boom. I didn't stick with it eventually because at one point my account logged out and I tried logging back in and it didn't work. And I was like, the addiction is broken. I'm free.
Yeah, I'm free. I never got into it, but I did know everyone I knew was playing it. My best friend and her partner lost 10 pounds because they were walking more than they ever had before. So yeah, it was.
Gotta hatch those eggs.
I remember how crazy it was. But Greg, don't you have a story to share about Pokemon Go?
Yeah.
I'm gonna put you on the spot again because it's too good of a story not to share.
So yeah, when Mrs. Boost and I were, first of all, everyone here has already made this blood pact with me. But if you're watching this, we are now in a blood pact where we cannot tell Mrs. Boost this story. So when Mrs.
Put
Boost
it on
and
the
I,
internet.
put it on the internet. Anyways, so when Mrs. Boost and I were house hunting, we ended up choosing the house that I'm in, partly because at the time I couldn't find a Bulbasaur at all. Like, I just didn't have one. And we're sitting here waiting to be let into the house for the open house. And I just open up Pokemon Go, as you do when you go to a new location, just seeing what's around and all of that. And not only are there four to five Pokestops within walking distance of this house, but a Bulbasaur was like literally right in front of my character, just staring me right in the face. And it was just like, don't you want to live here? And I was like, yes, I do, Bulbasaur. And since then, to this day, yes, I talked to the Bulbasaur. To this day, at least one Bulbasaur spawns a day. At least. It's not right now. I opened it up by phone.
You're a Bulbasaur dealer, aren't you?
Yes. So if you ever come to Bulbasaurs R Us on the Geek Generation, if you listen to that episode, the Geek Generation podcast, you will hear that story in a little more detail, I believe. But yeah, every day there's just a Bulbasaur. I have a Bulbasaur waiting to trade to SK whenever I see him next, so he can get a Bulbasaur fresh from Bulbasaurs R Us.
I can't wait. It'll be my most prized Pokemon.
You told this story. You told the story at PAX East this year, right?
Yeah.
And people lined up to do Bulbasaur trade with you afterwards.
Greg is the used car salesman of Bulbasaurs.
You need a Bulbasaur. I got a Bulbasaur just for you. We got him high in HP. We got him high in attack. We got him high in defense. You need whatever you would need. We got it. Bulbasaurs are us.
There it is.
You're beautiful.
I love it.
Greg, we're moving on to you.
Oh geez, I forgot what number. Oh yeah, that's right. Hey, remember
when I worked at GameStop?
When I worked at GameStop, that was a big hit over my stream for a while. That was a crazy time. Anyways, remember when I talked about just zombie games? That's all I was playing. Well, again, this is just the theme of today: zombies and redos. I'm talking about another zombie game. This one hit me a little bit different than all of the other ones, because not only is it a stealth game, but it prioritized a cinematic experience and human connection above just shooting zombies in the head. And ammo was actually pretty limited, so you couldn't really just go running gunning. I'm talking about The Last of Us, which came out in 2013 from Naughty Dog. This is easily my, if not number one, number two favorite game of all time, period. Not only was the first, what was the 30 minutes, whatever that mark was, just so impactful and brings you into the world, it makes you fall in love with this character who's lost his way and has almost lost everything to live for and is just going through an existence until he meets Ellie. This, I just can't even say, I can't verbalize how much I love this game. And I did a fairly recent playthrough of this over my Twitch channel. It was right before Last of Us Part 2 was supposed to hit, and it just held up for me. I'm not generally a stealth gamer, but this one just, I don't know, it just felt really good to me. It felt like the stealth mechanics worked the way I thought they should, and they never really steered me in the wrong direction, and they always kept me guessing, to the point where, well, I don't want to give any spoilers in case anyone hasn't played it for some crazy reason, but there was a character where I was just like, oh, this is going to happen with them, and it didn't. And I was just completely wrong. Now, since then, The Last of Us Part 2 has come up. This one still tops it for me just by a bit. I'm not saying anything more. I know, okay. I know.
I will murder you.
In a brutal fashion, like in a game called The Last of Us.
Yes, I won't even hear her coming. It'll just happen. This game also had a really good bow and arrow mechanic, which was another big trend that happened over the past decade.
Yes. Yeah.
So yeah, but this one just felt good. It felt right. I always wanted to just see what was happening next. I would play this until 3 o'clock in the morning because I just didn't want it to end. I would have not great dreams at that point, but still, it gripped me. The voice acting was amazing. The direction was amazing. All of it was just treated as a movie. and it wasn't just I say just a Telltale game, as if that wasn't just my top 2 pick right before, but it was a little more immersive than that, and a little more realistic to me. So that's my
this one was on my list too. And then when I saw your list, I was like, okay, cool. Craig's got it.
Yeah.
Good. You know, I don't have to put it up here as a contender.
All right.
I have not played the game actually.
Oh no!
What?
I'll tell you why. There's one reason. I actually watch people play it specifically. I do not like stealth games. It's like something that gives me the most internal anxiety to play stealth games. And so I don't find the games fun. Even if I like the story, even if the art's great, the music's great, something about that constant stealth anxiety ruins the game for me. So I'm like, I'll just watch somebody else play it and get the story.
Yeah.
I don't like sneaking.
I get that still with underwater timers. Even in Sonic,
Oh, yeah.
when you start
Yeah,
running out of
underwater
air and it's
timers
like,
either.
boop,
Yep.
boop. I'm like, oh God.
Yeah.
Overwhelming.
Yeah, SK
anxiety.
basically described my experience with the game. I did play through the entire thing. And for me, that's very rare because it is a zombie game, and people know that I despise everything that has zombies in it. But the reason
The anti-Greg.
I know.
I was going to say I'm the anti-Rob.
The reason that I had to give it a shot is because it's a Naughty Dog game, and Naughty Dog is just so incredibly impressive about the games that they produce.
Yeah, and they have a little Easter egg in Last of Us Part 1 that's from Uncharted. There's a bar that I think was Uncharted 2 or 3 took place in, and you actually go there in Last of Us, which is really, really cool. What I think hits me different with the stealth in this game specifically is that a lot of the quote-unquote zombies or the cordyceps, they don't see you. It's all hearing based. And for me, it's easier to sneak around without making a sound than it is to sneak around without being seen.
Yeah, because you're usually in third person, so you can never tell. Like, can they see me?
Yeah, and that also had that
so
detective
difficult.
vision too.
Yeah.
Now I'm kind of
In a
thinking about
sense,
it.
yeah.
True.
PB, you're number 1.
Yes. My number 1, which I had to fight with SK for it.
You absolutely did.
I definitely did. Came out in 2014, the Talos Principle. Now, Greg, last time we talked about this, you hadn't played it. Have you played it yet?
No.
You've hurt me. You've
I
wounded
know.
us.
It's
both.
downloaded.
pain.
It's downloaded. It's downloaded. I should have played that last night. I was on stream and I was like, I don't have anything to play. What should I play? And people were like, Fall Guys. And I was like, sure, I'll play Fall. I should have played some of this.
You should have played this one. But
Well,
when you do,
after.
we're going to talk about it.
Yes,
it's
for sure.
it's incredibly good. And if you like philosophy and you like a relaxing experience and you like maybe challenging your perspective, this is definitely the game for you. And you like puzzles because
Puzzles.
it's got
I
a
was
lot
gonna
of
say,
puzzles
you
as
miss
well.
puzzles.
Yep. Yep. And the soundtrack. I still put the soundtrack on every Sunday morning, like right before I'm about to make breakfast or do my chores, and listen to it. It's so good. That opening,
100%.
it's incredible. It's great. It is a masterpiece, and not enough people know about it. How I feel about that one.
That game is probably would be my number 1 for sure if PB hadn't taken it. It is probably the best game I've ever played. It is the best game I've ever streamed, and is definitely probably the best game I've ever watched because I watched PB play some of it. So
Yeah.
I would say it just knocks it out of the park as an experience. It's everything you mentioned is fantastic.
It's one of the ones that I will continually check when I have some spare time. I'll look in the directory and see if anybody's playing it, and then I'll just go and lurk and watch somebody play it because it's
Same for me. It's
One of those.
probably the number 1 game I do that for. I'm like,
Yeah.
I want to watch something. I'm gonna go see who's playing the Talos Principle, and it doesn't big or small. I'll hop right in, just watch along and talk to him.
It's really, really, really good.
Been sitting in my Steam library for
I know.
years.
Gotta play
How
it,
dare you.
Rob.
Yeah.
I'm. Ugh.
My number 1 is one of the games that kind of got me interested in indie games to even begin with, because I didn't realize I grew up with like all the consoles, and I played stuff on the computer throughout my life here and there, but I never really was aware of the indie scene that was slowly emerging over time. And this is the game that kind of brought my attention to that. It's also the first procedurally generated game that I had ever played, which was a crazy concept to me. Just wrapping my brain around the idea of the amount of programming it would take to put together a game that was different every single time you played it was insane. And to like this level of quality, and yet still different every single time you played it. And that's The Binding of Isaac, which even 10 years later, at this point, it remains infinitely replayable just due to the amount of content in the game and the unlockable endings. And they're still not done with it, which is the other crazy thing too. So like, again, like Edmund McMillan was on the podcast, the Geek Generation podcast, fairly recently. And I asked him about why he keeps going back to this game even after 10 years. And yes, they are working on what they're saying is the final DLC for this game now. But he said that of all the games he's made, this one speaks to him. This and The End Is Nigh speak to him the most as just true expressions of what he was trying to convey about himself through a video game. He's like, it's the most honest thing I've ever made. And maybe that's why people latch onto it so much, because it's not, he didn't go out there just to make a game. He went out there to share an experience, and an honest experience at that. So yeah, it's like I said, infinitely replayable. A large part of that is due to the fact that it is procedurally generated, and you do get new things. Like there's people who play this game and they get to a point where they fight Mom, which is the first big boss of the game. And then it rolls the credits like you would see in the Stanley Parable. And some people assume that's the end of the game. That's like the first hurdle, because now you've unlocked this whole other part of the game. And that just keeps happening. So as you beat certain bosses, you unlock, and sometimes you have to beat a boss like 3 times to unlock. There are things that are unlockable that require such weird workarounds and ways to even get them unlocked that you wouldn't probably ever stumble upon it if you didn't go to the wiki for this game. Like, it's so dense and so deep, but that is one of the things that's just so good about it, because you never really feel like you're done with it. So I think those are our top 3s. Really quick, let's throw it to some honorable mentions. We don't have a ton of time for them, but we can at least mention them.
Can I go first? Because I got some. Boy, do I have some.
Go ahead.
Okay, 2 games that I just played recently. Outer Wilds came out in 2019. Masterpiece. Go play that game immediately. Game. It's so good. Second one, Hellblade, which I think came out in 2017. Have you all played that?
Hellblade? I haven't beat Hellblade.
It's in my library. Haven't loaded it up yet.
You haven't loaded it up? You haven't loaded it up?
I've been meaning to forever, and I think Hellblade's also really important too, because that's from Ninja Theory, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
Hellblade did something where they created like this new category of game. It's not a AAA game. It's not an indie game. It's in this in-between where the cost allows them to take risks and make games that look like AAA games, but still affordable.
Well, but but they're technically an indie studio. It's not a AAA game.
I'm just saying it looks like a AAA game.
It does look like a AAA game, but it was from an indie studio.
Yeah.
So it's a big deal for the indie game scene. It won a whole bunch of awards with good reason. There's like crazy stories behind, I think it was, I want to say it was the video editor for that game, or somebody who worked at the studio just did some voice lines, and they were like, "You're so good at this. Please voice the whole game."
That's
like,
wild.
It's another cat lady for me. I finished it and was like, that was a masterpiece. I think I had 2 more. Beyond Two Souls, which was original honor. I flippin' love that game. I cried. I debated a really long time about including it in my top 3. But yeah, it's definitely one of my. Definitely has to be an honorable mention. I think that was it. Other than No Man's Sky, which I love.
Yeah.
Because that's a game that I was really hyped about. It came out, and then it was bad. I couldn't even play it on boot up launch day, and it went through a rough patch. But then they delivered. They kind of turned it around.
One of the greatest turnarounds in video game history.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Yeah, I think that's worth mentioning, that they kind of turned that around, and they're still doing updates for the game that are completely free, and it blows my mind. And it's fun. It's so good, and the story's great. So yeah.
SK honorable mentions.
Yeah, PB steals all my top 3s. She steals all my honorable mentions. That's okay. I will just say that No Man's Sky, yes, is fantastic, and Outer Wilds is probably one of the best games I've played in the last few years. But I wanted to just add Subnautica, first of all, which was a fantastic game. And actually in the survival series, probably a success story, because a lot of survival games end up in that trap of early access forever. Well, Subnautica actually released, which is great on its own. The game is fantastic. The story is good, and it's really, really fun to play. It's probably one of my favorite survival games I've played. And then also, I just want to say Stardew Valley, because it's hard to ignore Stardew Valley.
It really is, yeah.
That is a lot of fun. The ultimate chill game. It's so much fun to just pop on some music and play that game for hours at a time.
Everyone kind of got obsessed with Stardew Valley too, right?
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was kind of across everyone. It's a lot like the game that just came out.
Animal Crossing.
Everybody. Animal Crossing.
Oh yeah,
it's
Animal
that style
Crossing.
of game where everybody kind of is into it. I can't believe I couldn't remember AC, but it's that type of game. Everybody loves it.
Honorable mentions real quick. I'm a big fan of apparently trends in gaming. So Tomb Raider, the 2013 reboot was a big one for me. Not only did it feel really gritty and visceral, man, were those death scenes just horrible to watch. It also had really good bow and arrow mechanics. I'm going to throw in the DMC reboot because not only is it great, it had that very same Constantine the movie aesthetic that I really enjoyed. I wasn't super invested in Devil May Cry. I had played 1 and 2, but I wasn't so much in the lore. So when this one came out, it was like that cool, like early 2000s, like, I don't know, a perfect circle vibe to it. And I was totally feeling that, and I still totally feel it to this day. And it was just amazing. I am going to also just double down on Outer Wilds, because that game, you watch different streamers play it, you watch different people play it, and it's like they're making their way through their life. So I remember watching PB streaming it, and she was very like methodical. I was like, what does this mean? What does this mean? And I'm just like, what's down here? And then I get transported to like this different place. I'm like, what happened?
Yeah, I just love watching people learn it.
Yes.
More or less.
So those are mine.
Cool. The only 2 I had for my honorable mentions, one, Greg, you had talked about walking simulators a little bit. Gone Home is one of the best walking sims I've played.
Absolutely.
Obviously, I won't spoil anything about it, but there were a lot of things about that game that I did not see coming, and would highly, highly recommend people check it out. Plus, it's set in the 90s, and that's just a nice time to think about, especially right now. Sure. And the other one is Quiplash, just because of what it did for kind of Twitch interactivity. That wasn't a big thing at the time. Like when that came out, it was stuff like that, and like Choice Chamber, like that were just kind of breaking into the interactivity with your stream and with your community. And I think it deserves credit for kind of making that a popular thing that a lot of games have adopted at this point.
Yeah, even Detroit Become Human just released a Twitch interactive.
Oh, wow, really?
Yep.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Probably for voting, right?
Yeah.
That's cool.
I don't know, because I played it the day it came out,
Sure.
so I don't know what it exactly does, but yeah, it's supposed to be something like that. Very cool.
All right. So as we wrap this up, I want to give everybody an opportunity to kind of say their farewells and plug all the things that they want to. I know I didn't mention everything that everyone wanted to get out there. So SK, where can we find you on the internet, and what do you do?
Well, I'm Silence Night everywhere. I stream. I also do a little shoutcasting if you're looking for a shoutcaster. Just a little plug there. But yeah, I'm over on twitch.tv/silenced_night. That's night with a K. I'm there 4 days a week in the afternoon Eastern time, around 6:30 p.m. Eastern. And we go till whenever, about 11 or 12. And then sometimes on Saturdays.
Cool. Booster Greg.
Yeah, you can find me over at twitch.tv/BoosterGreg. I'm live Monday and Friday evenings at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, unless I get antsy and I can't wait, and then I'm live a little bit earlier. We play pretty much basically whatever I want. I also am the host of, as Rob said earlier, Adapt This, a DC Animated Universe podcast. Yes, the final season is coming out at some point when I can have the time to edit it, because I am also picking up, or have picked up, another project that's called Avatar, the podcast, which is so much fun. It's so amazing. My co-host Acorn Bandit and I are going through the entire Avatar, the Last Airbender universe. All of the media that we can find on it, we are going through. Right now, we are almost done with book 1, which is ridiculous to think about.
Yeah, that's insane.
Yeah,
feels like
those
you just
launch
started
on
yesterday.
Yeah, I know. I've forgotten so much about it. I love it. I just gush about it forever, but I won't. I'll stop myself. Some self-control I have. But yeah, so that's all the stuff that I'm doing.
All right. Pumpkinberry.
Yeah, hi, I'm Pumpkinberry. You can find me at Twitch and Twitter at Pumpkinberry, and you can see all the crazy projects that I'm up to at pumpkinberry.tv. I stream on Twitch, but I also host a couple of podcasts, just a few. And I also am a showrunner over on the Tabletop RPG actual play channel called Table Story. So I run some shows over there as well.
Okay.
Thanks, Rob.
And you have a new podcast.
I do. It is If You're Fans of Dark on Netflix. I think episode 3 we've already released, and we're recording episode 4 tomorrow.
By the time people see this, there'll be even more.
Yep, that's true. That's true.
All right. Well, just as a final reminder, please check out all the podcasts on the Geek Generation Network by visiting thegeekgeneration.com/network. I would go over mine individually, but there's more than we have time for.
You can find all these people there on those assorted shows,
true.
right?
This is true.
That's true.
You can give our stream team a follow over at twitch.tv/thegeekgeneration. You can follow me on Twitch and Twitter at @TheRobLogan, because we have a pretentious "the" before my name. And if you'd like to tell us what your top games of the past decade are, you can join our community Discord over at thegeekgeneration.com/Discord. Thanks so much for watching us today. We hope to see you and talk to you in the future. Bye, everybody.
Thanks, guys.
Well, I just don't reckon that, we should be using the music if we don't know that we have the rights to it. That's what I'm saying. Because we're going to be showing people a new console, a bunch of games that they'll be able to play on it. We've got a whole bunch of shit planned for this presentation. And if we drop the fucking ball by getting lawyers involved right off the bat, because this is identifiably the BBC News thing. You can tell it's got the seconds matching up and all of that shit. Well, it's not my problem that you haven't seen the BBC News. It's available globally. You're able to watch it anywhere in the world. So, and even if you weren't, you get a VPN. You work in tech, you work in video games, you should know how to do that. I'm telling you, it's the BBC News thing. And if we're going to do a whole presentation where we're showing a console, a bunch of games, all that sort of shit, we shouldn't get What do you mean they can hear me? I'm live now? Oh, fucking why didn't you tell me? Jesus Christ. World premiere. Good evening around the world and welcome to the Filthy Casuals presentation of the future of video games. Now that you've seen our new console that you can play anywhere in 2020, let's show you a game that you'll be playing. And let's just say this one will rail you.
Coming this spring, it's Model Train Simulator. Finally, you'll be able to take your obsession with trains and abstract it even further by virtually simulating your small-scale simulation of large-scale trains. You'll be able to spend hundreds of dollars and even higher numbers of hours on trains, taking away the time you could have spent helping to cook for your children with the food you were barely able to afford. How much did you spend on fake grass this month? Tell me or it's over. They're all here. The Orient Express, the Flying Scotsman, a blue one. What's wrong with buying the blue one? We don't have any money, Jerry, not with you spending it all on trains. I know we need to pay our bills, but this makes me happy. Is that not valuable too? Not as valuable as water, Jerry, or as valuable as me, as your children. With our real-time construction feature, you'll have the opportunity to reflect on how much of your life has been destroyed by what you called enthusiastic hobbying, but what she called childish avoidance techniques and unhealthy escapism.
Building in progress. Objective reached.
And coming soon, Model Train Simulator on iOS, so you can finally take your trains with you wherever you go. Even if you leave the house, the trains never will. They'll stick by you.
Hello? What the fuck do you mean your kids, Heather? They're my kids as well. You can't be coming into...
And soon our VR expansion so that you can reach out and really no longer be able to hold your kids.
I'm fogging up the whole inside of these.
Model Train Simulator. You did it to yourself.
Boy, that sure does look like a steamer. Oh, fucking now over to this guy to explain about a new rhythm game.
Here at Filthy Software, we grew up playing games like Guitar Hero and Rock Band, spending hours with the volume cranked all the way up, a plastic peripheral in our hands, playing along to some of the best rock and pop music blaring from the speakers. We believe that the rhythm game is long overdue for a comeback. Imagine being able to drum along to Uptown Funk or shred out to the hits of Imagine Dragons. We wanted to bring that experience to the gamers of 2020. As it turns out, those songs are very, very expensive to license, but we're confident that we have cooked up the next best thing.
In royalty-free Rock Band, players will take to the stage and jam along to some of the cheapest and most readily available song loops that we were able to find on the first page of Google results. Hits like Rollerblades, Dance Club, Audio Jungle, Fun Day, Jazzy Night and Tropical Funky are all here waiting for you to master. Royalty-free Rock Band launches this summer alongside the Grender guitar and Yamaha drums peripherals. And if you pricks from Fender and Yamaha want to take us to court again, well, be my guest, because I'll tell you right now, I have had an absolute gutful of corporate pigs like you trying to tell me what is and is not public domain. Art is for the people, and I do not understand why I'm legally forbidden from making a sculpture of Mickey Mouse having sex with the Michelin Man in order to work through my issues. No, I'm not going to do another take.
Yamaha ha ha. Now, what console launch would be complete here in the 90s without a movie tie-in game? I'll leave you in the capable hands of a certain famous someone.
Yeah, I was Wolverine.
fuck! Oh, hello, my name's Hugh Jackman, and I'm here to tell you about the newly released Swordfish the Movie, The Game. It's a brand new video game adaptation of the film Swordfish from 2001, remember? It had me, Hugh Jackman, there was Halle Berry, there was John Travolta with the little goatee, there was that scene where I had to do the hacking, even though I was, receiving a little bit of, well, you remember the scene, right? I was getting a blowjob while having to do a job. Anyway, I'm going to tell you about all the features of Swordfish and why they're going to make Swordfish an incredible game. We've got a single-player campaign is the big one. It's a story-driven game. It's got combat. Oh, it's got combat and it's hard. Combat's hard. It's not easy. Oh, there's a bunch of DLC missions. Oh, we're going to be putting a bit of a price on them, I'll tell you what. There's a whole bunch of multiplayer co-op missions, and you're going to be able to do them with your friends. Very, very friendly. We've got a bunch of Swordfish pre-order bonuses, so make sure you pre-order because you don't want it to come out too early. Oh! It's out now. Anyway, so the pre-order, it's too late to pre-order. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm done. That's it. That's the game. You get it.
Wow, Hugh Jackman. Now we take you over to the Filthy Casuals marketing department and whatever this guy is doing. Oh,
g'day. I'm from Filthy Casuals Marketing, and I am very, very excited to present to you our new AAA launch title. Now, we're not like other companies that just drip feed you information over the course of several months. Oh, speaking of drip, that is a drip and a half. Oh, boy. Anyway, once you see this game, you will agree that we've got this whole presentation in the bag. Which reminds me, I have got to call Davo. I'm down to like 2-3 bags, maybe? Anyway, this is the jewel in the crown of our launch lineup, and you will not be able to resist playing it. Speaking of not being able to resist a lineup, where is my credit card? I gotta rack some shit up. Anyway, over to the technical guy to take you through the gameplay, the visuals, and the whole fucking game. Thank you so much for the introduction. Yes, I am one of the lead developers on this title. And today we will be talking you through the opening scenes and levels of this exciting new launch title. We'll be commentating over the top of course, the lush graphics and the exciting gameplay that we'll be presenting to you in this, our marquee launch title. We're, of course, on the home screen here. This is the developer home screen, of course. This is not the consumer menu. When the console ships, we'll, of course, have many more pop-ups, confusing links, and advertising for promotional DLC tie-ins. Let's navigate to the launch title, and without further ado, let us launch the marquee AAA title that will kick off the Filthy Casuals console generation. Right, did no one prepare this ahead of time? I suppose this is the first time it has launched, connected to external public network. I guess we'll just keep commentating. Yep. So of course, this is the download update screen. It's rendered in full 8K resolution. You can see the pristine design of the interface, the glowing cancel button, the OK button right next to it there. All purpose-built for premium user experience. Let's just hit OK on this, and that's quite a large download. An expansive prologue section has been presented here to the gamer, and here we are. We're into the game. Of course, this loading bar is presented using advanced ray tracing technology. You can currently see 17,000 triangles on screen. And here is the first stage of the game. We're here in 1%. It's a really nice way to ease the gamer into the game's mechanics. Here we are in stage 2. It's slightly larger, of course. You'll notice the 1 has changed to a 2, and the small grey box is twice as big as it was before. Appears to have gone back to 1% there. And here is one of the random encounters the game features. If you are familiar with JRPGs, you will have seen this mechanic before, and this is an exciting battle early in the game. Let's just navigate to the OK button, and that will take us out of the error and back to the home screen. Of course, we will simply launch the game again. This is the main enemy of this game, of course, the Corrupted. Let's just leave it there, shall we? Oh, it looks great. Pre-order now, which is what I should have done before this lockdown hit. All my stuff stuck in Guatemala. I like cocaine.
Moving on.
Hi, I'm Ron Digit, and today I'm excited to share an exclusive first look at a game that we have been working on with the legendary Hideo Kojima. As the lead character designer on this exciting and groundbreaking game, I've been fortunate enough to be working very closely alongside Mr. Kojima to help bring his unparalleled vision to life. Today I'm going to be showing you some of the character designs I've worked on and how they were revised and greatly improved with the input of Mr. Kojima in order to give you all an insight into what it's like to be mentored by a true iconoclast. First up, we have my first draft sketch of the protagonist, Eliza Campbell, a silent commando with a mysterious past. Mr. Kojima was mostly positive about my design, but he had a couple of significant changes. He quite rightly pointed out that if we are to believe that this soldier is capable of intense physical feats, then we need to be able to see that the area around her chest and lungs has a large capacity. And I think fans will agree that it's this kind of attention to detail that makes the great man such an auteur. Next up is my original design for a mech that Eliza pilots in combat. Mr. Kojima took one look at this design and said through his translator, "Where is the pilot meant to sit?" To say that I was embarrassed by this oversight would be the understatement of the century. Kojima-san grabbed the nearest fountain pen and hastily made the following adjustments. Finally, I have one more piece of futuristic technology from the game that I can share with you. An all-terrain vehicle that Eliza will use to traverse the dystopian setting of this game. The Bazoombamobile, which Mr. Kojima made the following changes to while sweating profusely and panting non-stop. The translator was out to lunch while this exchange took place, so I'm left to speculate about the exact justification for these changes, but no doubt they're rock solid and would hold up to rigorous scrutiny. I wish I could show you more from this exciting new game, but alas, you'll have to wait and experience it for yourselves when Hideo Kojima's new masterpiece, Giant Wobbling Titties, launches on the PlayStation 5 in 2022.
At Filthy Casuals, we've also been partnering with famous YouTubers, including in the popular genre of toy unboxings. Let's travel to one of their man caves right now and see what's up with Peter Pan.
Hey guys, welcome to this week's video. Now today I'll be unboxing the latest Funboy Toy Crate. It's a subscription crate service, and this month's one, like all of them, is a mystery box. So I'm as excited as you are to see what's inside. Here we go. There's the welcome note from the company. Here we go, just read this out to you. Bit of a long one. Hi Ben, thanks for ordering this month's Funboy Toy Crate. Before listing what you will find inside this month's crate, let's list what you won't find here. Okay? You won't find the Witcher 3 graphite Yennefer statuette as promised online. I was looking forward to that. You won't find a t-shirt that fits you properly, or is usable for anything except sleeping in. And even then, only sleeping alone. You won't find anything except disposable crap. Cheap plastic products churned out of dangerous factories in troubled third world countries. You won't find the same feeling you used to get when you unwrapped that one birthday present your parents could afford that year. That same overwhelming joy when you opened the blister pack of Pokemon cards on Christmas morning. You won't find your first love again. You won't find the chance to tell her you're sorry. You won't find the same energy you used to have, the same passion for your hobbies. You won't find photos of your wife and child because you wanted to spend money on video games and figurines rather than a crib, and you never got married. You won't find close friends, only acquaintances you met online. You won't find excuses for your loneliness. You won't find an explanation for why you were called gifted as a child, but now you're only called every now and then by a father who gave up on his boy ever becoming a man. You won't find a way to convert money into nostalgia, into fulfillment. You won't find happiness. You will find, however, a fully posable Zelda statue! Oh my god! Yes! Oh, thank you, Funboy Toy Crate!
No, thank you, young boy or old man, I'm not sure. Next, we go over to the developers of Fatesong, who are here after the game's troubled launch to set things straight for the path forward. Hello, my name is Dennis Themenache, and I'm the creative director on Fatesong. We here at Fatesong know that when Fatesong launched, it wasn't everything that Fatesong fans expected it to be. To those fans we say, we've heard you, we've read your comments, and we've received your anthrax in the mail. That is why today I'm here to outline our roadmap for the future of Fatesong and how we intend to make the game the experience that it should have always been. Firstly, starting this week, we will be releasing the co-op multiplayer add-on. This will allow you and your friends to party up and complain about the game together in online groups of up to 4 players. 2 months after this, in late November, we will be releasing patch 1.2, which will only be described as containing bug fixes. People will not be able to ascertain what we have actually changed. Starting in the new year, the January update will add much awaited microtransactions to the game, allowing Fatesong players to buy new and unique armor for their characters, who up until this point the game hadn't been good enough for them to form an attachment to in any way, shape or form. Our microtransaction system will be almost entirely unregulated, allowing a drug cartel based generally somewhere South America-ish but not in a specific enough region that a depiction of it would really cause anyone any offense, to acquire the names, addresses and credit card numbers of every single one of our players. This drug cartel, known simply as Drug Brothers 2000, will make millions of dollars both from our players' information and by using our still completely unregulated in-game store as a money laundering service. In the spring, we will be releasing an update that finally hides our users' private information and cuts off the Drug Brothers from using our game to launder their money. They will not be happy about this. In April, whilst walking home, a black car with heavily tinted windows will begin following me. I leave my headphones in, but turn my music off. The hairs on the back of my neck are standing up. I know something's not right here. My pace quickens, and the car begins to speed up. I dart into an alleyway and break into a sprint as I hear tyres squeal behind me. Car doors open and hurried footsteps follow. I dare not look back, but I can hear clearly in the threatening march of my pursuers that there are several of them. Heavy, thudding steps of large men, the aggressive metallic clutter of weapons attached to their bodies. I've been training for this moment. I spin around. All right, you motherfuckers, who's first? I know Krav Maga! I'm immediately and easily knocked out by one punch. The world turns dark and formless. My eyes shut as a free man, and I sink into the abyss of unconsciousness as their captive. We will also be increasing the co-op player count to 8. I awake in a cold, damp, stone cell. Natural light touches not a corner of this rotting cave. For 11 weeks I will live in this hellhole, surviving only on the rats and insects I can capture from within my chain bindings, and drinking my urine both as my only means of survival and my only recreational activity. After my perception of the flow of time has been abandoned by my crumbling mind, and this torture has dragged on for beyond eternity, the cell door swings open. A figure strides in. Imposing. Menacing. Handsome.
Did I ever tell you the definition of insanity? It means to do the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result. That was on my word of the day calendar today. Thought I'd share it with you, Not the world's most interesting word, Insanity. Most people know what that means, I feel like. Also, I don't know if I agree even with the definition there. I don't think you can narrow down the entire spectrum of mental health, and it is a spectrum, into such a sort of boiled down phrase. It doesn't seem right to me. To be honest, the whole calendar's been a little bit disappointing. The word of the day, the other day, was calendar. How am I meant to have ended up owning this calendar without knowing the word calendar? What did they ask for in the shop? The book? And they tricked me? It's not how it went down. Actually, my wife gave it to me as a present. That's why it's still on my desk, but it is taking up space, really, to be honest. Speaking of which, we're going to get rid of you. We need this room back. We're going to have a ping pong tournament, and we're going to put the table here. Make it this regular cave into sort of a man cave, huh? Yeah, so we're going to kill you. Nobody's paid the ransom, so it's time for you to go. Unless you want to join in with the ping pong tournament. We have an odd number of people right now, so we could use you if you want to do it. It's going to be fun. It's not a super competitive vibe, It's more of a social event. If ping pong isn't your thing, I kind of get that, I don't like snooker. I like pool, but snooker, it's too ordered. They tell you, do the red ball, then the green ball, then the red ball again, the blue ball, It's like, let me do my thing. You tell me how I did afterwards, Don't box me in. So anyway, basically either we kill you or we play ping pong. Which do you prefer?
I beat every single one of the drug brothers at ping pong, and they release me. Upon returning home, I start a successful shrimping business. My mother dies of cancer. I have awkward sex with a woman named Jenny, go running for a few years somehow, and I meet Richard Nixon, Elvis Presley, and Gary Sinise. In June, we're adding a Battle Royale mode. Well, everybody, that's our show. Thank you for watching, and just one more thing. We are, of course, not any of the people we were pretending so skillfully to be. We are, in fact, Tommy Dasilo, Ben Vanel, and Adam Knox. We do a regular podcast every single week about video games, but we try to be a bit fun about it. We're going to do a bonus podcast at the end here that you can have a watch of and then listen to the rest of on our Bandcamp page. All of the links are visible on screen the entire time. If you like what we do, go and subscribe to our podcast to get more of it. Thanks heaps for being here for this.
Good morning, video games. Welcome to another premium bonus special extra episode of Filthy Casuals. Thank you very much for joining us. My name is Tommy Dasilo, and with me, as always,
Ben Vanel here, Tommy, and joining us, rounding out the trio, it is, as always,
I'm not normally on camera, but my name's Adam Knox. In one version of this, maybe not the one that you're listening, well, definitely not the one you're listening to, but if you're watching it, you can see us. Look at that.
Yes. Yeah. You've been introduced to the concept of video. It's a special day for you, Adam.
I really don't like it. You know how, if you put, a crow in front of a mirror, it'll start pecking it? Or, orangutans, I think, do that. They don't peck it, but, they beat it up. I hate looking at myself like this. I need a haircut, and I need to lose about 180 kilos. Huh?
Adam, if you at any point you don't like what you're seeing in the on the screen there, you could just use that elevator that you're sitting on and just be slowly lowered out of frame.
Yeah, that would be so easy for me to do, and you definitely wouldn't be able to hear a whole bunch of me going as I go down. But
why is there so much clattering in this elevator?
All right. Sorry, boy. My voice actually did waver a little bit.
Yes.
Sorry, boy. You'll have to wait for the podcast a little. The elevator's been called down. And that's as far down as I can go.
Yeah, great. Did he get stuck halfway between two floors there? What's going on?
You ever seen Being John Malkovich? That's the building I live in.
So let that be a lesson to you folks. If you are tuning into the audio version of this after the fact, you could have caught this as a live video presentation at PAX and been treated to some physical clowning work that would make the great Goliath extraordinarily jealous. But let that be a lesson for the future. Always take the video option if it's presented to you. Don't be a coward and just wait for the... Look, he's playing with his headphone cords now.
I want to point out, I'm wearing 2 sets of headphones, one to monitor the recording audio and one to hear you. So, it's these little visual behind-the-scenes thing you get when you're watching this, possibly for the first time, and are being immediately put off by looks and
That's
personalities.
Right. Yeah. If you are watching this on PAX Live, thanks for joining us. We're an Australian comedy podcast. We talk about video games, and this is our first day. We've never used any of this equipment before. The concept of video is brand new to us, and we don't have any chemistry. No, that is the one thing we do clearly have in spades. But yeah, what are we here to do today, boys?
Well, I think people just saw a little taste.
We're here to test our webcams and make sure that they work.
Oh, yeah, of course, yeah.
We're here to do all the general podcast. Like, there's a specific thing we're going to do, but we're going to do the typical white male podcast things of talking over each other as loudly as possible. I intend to bring up DC versus Marvel at some point.
Sure. Yeah.
I'm going to tell it like it is. I'm going to lay it out there and really get those PC police to come and fucking raid my house.
Good.
But mainly we did some stuff before that was about E3, and we're going to fix E3. That's the idea.
Yeah. That's it.
And again, just to fill the audio only listeners in, and you people watching the video will be able to have seen this. Ben and I are broadcasting from our apartments, and meanwhile Adam appears to be broadcasting from some kind of Arctic wasteland. There is nothing but white behind him. He appears to be in the middle of some kind of snowstorm, not dressed appropriately for it at all. But thanks for somehow finding equipment in the middle of Antarctica.
No, how are people going to know that I'm a serial killer if they come to my house and I have stuff on the walls? I have to keep them blank, like my eyes and my personality.
You look like you're recording from the void in the Matrix, where they have all the gun racks slide in. Is Morpheus just out of frame?
We're gonna need microphones.
Yes.
Here it is. I didn't even bother taking it all the way out of frame. It's too long in the tooth.
So yeah, people...
E3, that's my problem with it. And everyone's problem with it. Like, it almost wasn't going to happen this year, 2020, anyway. People were already talking about whether or not to continue with that version of E3 with the people running it. It was already having a bit of a death knell sort of a thing sound. And now, with everything that's happened this year, surely it's done, right? There's a gap there. There's a void, like I'm living in, to be filled.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, at the very least, it's like, I think it's the case for a lot of things. Having this year off is the opportunity for some kind of soft reset, which I think is where we come in, and hopefully the boffins in there at E3, the brains trust in at that organisation. Hopefully they get their hands on this. If you're someone who's paid to get the audio of this, and you happen to have some kind of link to the organisers of E3, please, we're more than happy with you illegally pirating this and sending them a copy, because I think there's going to be some very wonderful ideas coming up in the next however many minutes that surely will make E3 better for the developers and, for most importantly, us, the audience, specifically us, the three of us.
Yeah, our tastes. More men's razor brands doing stupid product placements with mascots and lots of awkward humor, right?
That is the one thing they can take from the Game Awards that I wanted to bring up anyway, so let's do that. Note number one, for E3.
Yes.
And the fact that we're on camera for this one means I can look directly down the barrel and get on my soapbox here and say that the Schick Hydrobot is the best thing that ever happened to any video game presentation. I've never laughed as hard at any joke, deliberate or otherwise, that has ever been presented at any of those presentations. The fact that they gave him big fucking like he's a robot and he's a razor, and they gave him muscles. We get it. It's for men.
Yeah, they really wanted people to want to fuck that razor, didn't they? They were really keen on that as a thing. Yeah,
and they succeeded. I've got the slice marks on my dick to prove it. I went in there when I went on a date with him. I wasn't circumcised. Now people think I'm Jewish. So I would love some co-branding.
Do you want to be surprised, or do you have any ideas off the top of the dome for a, in the same kind of, what does it need to be? Some kind of grooming based item fused with a cyborg, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Right.
We want to have a lot of grooming at this thing. Let's bring Prince Andrew in and really get the grooming levels at E3 way up. I reckon the things that worked about the Schick Hydrobot are that yes, he was a surprise because you wouldn't think you could make a razor. It was the fact that they took a razor and made him into like an interactable, animate, human-ish, but he didn't talk object. So you want something that is...
The name is perfect because, Schick, sure, Schick is the brand. Hydrobot, where's the water come in? Is that? It's just but it rolls off the tongue. It's beautiful. It's like poetry. It's like the new cellar door. It's the most beautiful phrase in the English language.
Yes.
So we need to find a similarly great sounding mascot.
That little tiny portion, oh god, I hope shit doesn't come out of my nose and whatever during that. I just realized if I fucking do one of those embarrassing things or a big fucking booger but whatever, I'm sure I'm fine.
How deaf is your camera?
Well, no, it's because I started thinking about cocaine and then my nose was like because there's a version of language that only marketing people use when they're talking about gamers. That's the sort of language that I would want this mascot for our version of E3 to tap into, where the word Hydrobot is one of those things like gamer fuel that comes out of the mouth of some fucking 24-year-old asshole who's trying to impress a bot. Go, yeah, Hydrobot. Or, they point at him and they go you're a Zoomer, right? Give us a word. What are the gamers like? But this guy's been beating them up for years. He doesn't know. So he spits out some bullshit like gamer fuel or Hydrobot. We need something like that for whatever our mascot's going to be. So just put that in the back of your mind while we decide on the actual brand and the object that will be in our thing.
Okay, so conceptually...
I think the more we talk, the more we're going to... this will kind of come to us over the course of the
It'll all form as we go, absolutely.
Yeah. So conceptually, right, Schick is not...
Yeah.
I started thinking, should we be using, TikTok or some brand that is very, very Zoomery, but... Schick is not Gen Z. Schick is, the 80s? We should be thinking about a brand we can make cool again, like Schick did for the Hydrobot.
You want to know what it is? There's a brand new app that's come out. Tic Tac. And Tic Tacs are our brand that we bring into the modern era by comparing them to TikTok. So it's a bunch of people doing TikTok dances, but they're holding Tic Tac boxes in their hands and shaking them around while they do their big fucking... arm dances.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. I like the idea that it's an actual it's a sentient packet of Tic Tacs that's come to life.
Yes.
That is itself doing the TikTok videos.
Yes, and the little fucking the lid of the Tic Tac thing will be the bit that talks. And every time it talks, all of the Tic Tacs inside of it are animate as well. And so every time it opens its mouth to be like, "Hey kids, do the Tic Tac challenge. You gotta fucking jam as many down your throat as you can." All the little Tic Tacs also have legs and shit, and they come out and they're like, "Help me! Let me out!" And every time it opens it, you can just faintly hear that.
Okay. Fuck. What do we call him?
Fuck. Well, the one thing that this is missing from general video game branded stuff is that it's not offensively male focused. We need it to be something that sounds as though it isn't aware that women even exist.
I've got a pitch.
Would they be interested in video games? Yep.
Mr. Tic Tac.
All right. I think we're halfway there. I think.
Yeah. Yep.
I like the Mr. part.
Yes.
Doesn't get much more masculine than that.
That's what I was thinking. I'm glad that you're on the same page, Tommy.
The hydro bot, like hydro is what you need. Like hydration is a good thing for when you're shaving. So like freshness is what you're trying to get from a Tic Tac.
Oh.
So like Mr. Fresh, and then something that means fresh mech.
What about
something like that?
The fresh
it can't be
mints,
a robot as well.
The fresh mints. Right? Like the Fresh Prince, but it's mints.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah, no, that's the video he's doing. That's the video he's making. So he's doing like a parody of the song of the Will Smith rap.
No, that's his name.
And we get Will Smith in to voice it, to voice the Tic Tac bot.
Mm-hmm. He's the Fresh Mints of fucking smell fair, and to keep the masculine
Fresh Mints
thing going,
of clean air.
Smell fair. You smell fairly good.
Smell
then you've
fair,
got both words.
Yeah, smell fair,
And to keep the masculine thing going, he works with DJ Jizzy Jeff.
Sure.
Is that
great?
Okay.
Yeah.
Fine.
Guys, I don't know, just to play Devi's Advo.
Okay.
Fuck off.
Now that's masculine. Now that's a very masculine thing to do, Tommy. You're on the right.
I've got my creative hat on. I'm pretending that I'm in the boardroom. I don't know. The problem when you say fresh mints,
yes.
I know you're saying M-I-N-T-S, but in my head, I'm kind of hearing it as M-I-N-C-E. I'm hearing like fresh ground beef. Just,
right, I heard that too
I don't know.
Is
that an issue? Is that an issue for us? Because we could pivot into it being a sentient tub of like ground pork.
No, I don't want that. To avoid confusion, what if we call him Mr. Beef?
Yeah, that's
Would that
good.
help?
Yeah, well, that's his like subtitle. The fresh mints of smell fair, and underneath in brackets, Mr. Beef.
This guy sucks, but he's opening the show.
Yeah.
So first thing when people tune in to our E3 broadcast, which will just be the one broadcast, and everyone will join in with that one. That's the better world, I think, to have everyone in the one presentation, and it just goes for an hour or whatever. And so that's opened by the Tic Tac thing coming out and being like, I'm not meat. You don't know why he said that, because you weren't part of the decision-making process.
And the name is very clearly written on the giant projector behind him, so there's no issues with it being a homonym or whatever. We know he's the fresh mints of smell fair.
No issues with him being a homonym at all. It's 2021 by this point. It's fine. He can be what he wants.
I've just realised that you're both actually taking notes on this as we're speaking. This is so deranged.
I'm not taking notes. I'm actually looking for the next bit, because reminding ourselves of how male-focused a lot of the marketing with this stuff is. Did you see that fucking article that the real, but they're on their way out, E3, posted a couple of weeks ago, I guess now? It was a list of games that girls enjoy. Was their language, I believe.
Yes.
Oh, I did not personally see this, no.
I did see that. That was pretty fucked, yeah.
Oh, no, they did say women in their article. The games we played, 25 online games that women enjoy. I'm going to look up what those games are now, just in case we need to reference them for when we're making the best version of E3 possible.
Right.
Okay, cool. So we got a mascot.
Yes. Yeah.
Done. What's next?
So my pitch was going to be my pitch for the first thing we need to think about before we think about anything else. But I had quite naively forgotten about the need for a mascot. So I'm glad we got to that first.
Yep.
But I think we need to think about the location of this thing, because it's traditionally always been held in Los Angeles. This is a chance to, there might be nothing left of that place by the time 2021 rolls around. So this is an opportunity for E3 to get on a plane and start broadcasting from somewhere else every year.
Okay.
What do you guys think? Like, I didn't have any big thoughts in my head, other than just, we've all been in the past, we've had the experience of having to watch the presentations from Australia, which few kind of tough time zone things in there every now and then. So very selfishly, it's tempting to say that it should just be in Australia. Every presentation happens at lunchtime. Great. We're not put out in any way, shape or form whatsoever. But is that the best? Is Australia the best place for it to happen? I don't know.
I want to be fairer And because we're at the beginning of this process here, I think to give ourselves free reign over what we want to include in this presentation, what if we put it on like a rig, an oil rig in the middle of international waters?
Okay. Now, you say the word international there, Adam, and that ties in exactly with what I was thinking, because I was thinking as well, time zones, how do you get around that? Where would you broadcast from that allows you to sort of send the signal across the world simultaneously? I was thinking the International Space Station.
Right.
I can now look. I don't want to be a downer, but there's one or two logistical problems I can see happening if that's where we have it.
Name one. Just name one.
We would need to get into contact more than likely with Elon Musk to be able to get up there, and I don't want to fucking do that, to be honest.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Have him being like, "Oh, you're going to announce a new Deus Ex game?" Like, no, fuck off, not anymore, cunt. You wrecked it. I used to love that game, and then it was your little fucking profile picture while you're tweeting about how people shouldn't have. Oh, get out of here.
We could just wait until he launches the next Tesla into space and hide the entire cast and crew of E3 in the boot.
I guess so. I mean, that means, look, you can barely fit one dead body into a boot, I've heard. So I don't know if we're going to get a whole crew of people into that. But I'm not I'm not against it theoretically. But if we were to set it in space as well, I feel like everybody would be like, "Oh, show us Starfield," and then Bethesda would be like, "Still no, for some reason." Everybody like, "But you're in space. You should have this time." And they'd be like, fuck off. We're Bethesda.
No, we're showing you Skyrim again.
We're going to show you all of our customers' private information. That's our plan for this E3.
We're literally showing you the rim of the sky. Because it's like the edge of the... No, okay. You're right, though. It might be a little expensive to get everyone up into space. I don't mind an oil rig in the middle of international waters, though. But again, I don't want to be attracting billionaires like Elon Musk and other people who were tempted by the prospect of there being no laws.
No. The international waters is the realm of the pirate. If anything... We're going the other way.
Oh, well, you've sold us then.
Yeah. Is anyone more of an everyman than the pirate who, needs to take what only they can get? I don't understand what piracy is, but
no.
I mean, we've got to think about it in terms of like if this pitch goes well enough, we potentially find ourselves in the position of being we're the new CEOs. We're going to have to go to this thing every year. So, I don't think there's anything wrong with just being completely selfish and going just like, where do we just want to go every year? And so that's why I'm putting in a vote for either Fiji or Japan. Because also, if we're going to stay in the same time of year that E3 traditionally is, guess what? That's Australian winter. And, playing some demos on a beautiful beach, sipping a branded drink out of a coconut, I don't mind it. I don't think I'd mind doing that every year.
Okay.
A little bit of Monster Energy with like a little fucking umbrella in it. Having a sip of that. That'd be all right.
Yeah.
By the way, I'm going to stop looking now because I've been distracting myself for ages trying to look for this fucking list of games that women enjoy according to E3. And every fucking article about everything now is just, well, that's too bright. But it's just a list of tweets that other people have done about the news.
Oh, yeah.
And there's none of the fucking actual news in there. Let's get rid of that. You're not allowed to tweet about or at this E3. The news gets out only through us.
What? You're removing the main avenue of promotion and participation in this event is bad.
Yeah.
And imagine if we got to control the message, though. We run the media. And any news about E3 that we're not directly responsible for releasing, we call fake. And we shout at the journalists and all that shit. Let's go fucking full.
And we only allow one person in to report on what we're doing at E3.
Yeah.
Dennis Rodman. He's the only person that's allowed to come through and have access to the game.
And when he goes back out and the rest of the journalists are asking him what he saw at E3, he's like, yeah, man, I saw a bunch of shit over there. And nobody can fucking understand him at all. He's forgotten half of it.
Yeah, he's the king of blocking questions. He's just slapping them down. He's the okay. All right, Dennis Rodman is the head of what? PR?
No, so it's us on a beach in Fiji with a handful of developers and Dennis Rodman.
Yeah, DRPR. Okay, all right.
And Will Smith Tic Tac Box or whatever we ended up calling him.
Yes. Tic Tac Box is, I think, the hilarious pun title we settled on.
We can probably all fit into one room in a resort at this rate, so we'll save a lot of money there. We don't need to put everyone up individually. We just get one big penthouse suite. I'll sleep on the floor. It's fine.
Okay,
more
big of you.
I rather than Dennis, well, it's a little of him. That's how he fits on the floor. But I don't want necessarily. Look, nothing against Dennis Rodman, but I want to just be able to put out our version of what we want people to see. You know what I mean?
Okay.
I'd still like him to be there. Maybe he's just there to hang out.
We can invite whoever.
Well, he could be a hilarious celebrity, person who comes along and doesn't really like games, but is getting paid enough to pretend to have a thin veneer of enthusiasm for about 30 seconds.
Yeah, we can get him to come out and promote NBA 2K21, and he can explain how that game will contain no basketball for a very good reason.
Yes.
That can be what he does. And also he'll have to be like, I haven't played basketball in fucking 20 years. I don't know how long, but a long time. I like the awkward celebrity thing. Maybe we should get a bunch of them. Like when Vin Diesel and whoever else it was with him who's in those Fast and the Furious movies came
Michelle
out.
Rodriguez, right? Yeah.
And they were like, I love the idea of this Fast and the Furious video game. And you could tell that they, in the back of their heads, absolutely did not. Or the front of their fucking heads.
Yep. Yeah, where the face is. Okay. Well, we don't have to pitch necessarily a celeb tie-in, but who else do we want? Are we starting with Dennis Rodman as the king, as our father of this branching family tree?
I guess so. We could have like the Tic Tac thing be like, hey, welcome to E3, everybody. The coolest, freshest show in the world. And if your breath sucks, blah, 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 take a Tic Tac. And then Dennis Rodman comes in and dunks a basketball into his mouth. And he says, shut up, Tic Tac, you're old news. Dennis Rodman's here. And then the Tic Tac from like with a basketball in his mouth is like, Dennis Rodman, you're literally old news. Nobody talks about you anymore. I don't know why Ben brought you up. And then we get into the show with, I guess, Microsoft tends to be the first one. Typically 3. So we'll have the big ones, the big players still involved. Microsoft and Sony and Nintendo and all of them need to be, well, I guess that's it. They need to be there. But we'll give them, they need to just fucking get to it. I reckon we'd make it.
Okay. Can I just quickly say on the celeb appearance thing, I do like this idea that we just kind of get whoever we can get. We throw out kind of a blanket set of invites, and part of the deal of presenting at our new E3 is that whoever we can get, you have to implement them in one of the games that you're showing in one way or another.
Yeah.
So that we're paying all these costs so that it's not wasted. So for example, one of the few people that's gotten back to us is Warwick Kappa. So sorry Ubisoft, you've got to somehow chuck Warwick Kappa into the new Assassin's Creed. That's part of the deal of presenting this game at E3.
I don't think Ubisoft would have any problems giving someone like Warwick Kappa, say, a leadership role at that company. I think he would do just fine over there.
Yeah.
Do you know what? Because what would the appearance fee for a normal celebrity in real life be? Quite high, right? But not a lot of people are there in real life, so we don't need them there. We could get everybody through Cameo. Cameo's huge.
Yes. Yeah, okay.
Yes.
And they announce together, all of the people we get from Cameo, the sequel to Cameo Elements of Power.
Oh my God. Wow.
Here we go.
That is a brainwave and a half, Knox. That might be the best thing you've ever come up with. So who do we... And I've seen all of your stand-up comedy shows.
So we very quickly went from planning the logistics to just now straight up pitching our own game in the middle of this planning meeting.
Well, we got to fix E3, right? Which means we have to make better games. We're all a bit jaded with what the announcements have been software-wise as well. So of course we got to do this.
Well, exactly, because part of the problem with E3 over the last few years as well is that they'll announce a game that isn't coming out for fucking ages. Like Bethesda, we were saying before, announced that they're making Elder Scrolls 6, but they're like, one day. So, and like Last of Us 2 was going for like 4 years before it came out. Same with Final Fantasy VII Remake. And I'm sick of that. So we need to make a blanket rule that every game that is being announced needs to come out at the minute it's being announced.
Sure.
Wow. Shadow drop. Yeah, okay. I will say I do agree with that, but I I'm a bit the opposite to you, Knox. I don't mind hearing about plans that a company has for far in the future. So I agree with you. Everything should come out the moment it's announced at E3, except for we have one panel that is announcements of ideas that developers have thought of that morning as they're walking to the presentation.
Yes.
So we just have an open forum where it's just like someone who's just like literally like they've walked in off the street and gone, I was just in the dunny and I was like thinking, I'm taking a piss and piss simulator. I'll probably, I'll refine this into something. You probably won't. It'll materialize. It'll turn into something else and change over time. But in 10 years' time, you'll see something and you'll know that the genesis of it was born today. Piss simulator.
I think there is a lot of entertainment value in watching people go into detail about things that they haven't thought about previously and have just come up with. I think that's a very entertaining thing to watch. People trying to explain ideas that they haven't fully thought out, but they're just kind of winging. I think that could be fun. You know what? We should get everyone who we do a cameo, so like we hire Bam Margera to fucking announce Lost Odyssey 2. Remember that? Anyway, but he has to do that. And so he's confused about it. He's like, oh, hey, what's up? I'm Bam Margera. I miss Ryan Dunn. And then every cameo that we get, we also ask them to describe a game they just came up with too, to add onto your thing, Tommy. So there's a bunch of games being thought of, but also half of them are coming out. See what I mean?
There's no in between. There's nothing that's coming out in 18 months or in 2 years. It's either out in 5 milliseconds or it's out in 2 decades. There's no
Perfect. Or never. Just never.
Or never, yeah. Like, what was the dragon one? Fucking...
Scalebound.
Scalebound? Yeah. It's that. Yeah. It's that in there as well.
There was that one Wild that never came out. There's a bunch of those fucking ones. So you're right that part of the fun of E3 is seeing those things and being like, okay, sure. So, I don't mind that at all. All right, so for game announcements, we've got either things that are coming out that day and they have to tell us, that they've got them. We have them in a little sealed envelope and we bring them out.
Yep.
And a lot of people, you know what, because Microsoft and Sony and Nintendo do their things separately, and then like even Ubisoft and whatever have their own things, I think that fuels a lot of the argument around the console wars and shit that you see online, which isn't necessarily a positive or a fruitful argument that people have. So that's part of the idea of bringing everyone into the one presentation, gets rid of that. But at the same time, it is kind of fun to watch. So I would, if we could, maybe suggest that we fuel that somewhat by Microsoft and Sony and Nintendo all have a representative on the stage, for the entire presentation. And as they announce one game each, bop, and there's like a clap-o-meter, like at a bad comedy show.
Yes.
And whoever gets the most claps wins. Whoever gets the second most claps, they don't win, but they're fine. Whoever gets the least, they have to delete all of their games and break every one of their consoles. Like, that's the reason people say the console wars are stupid, is because they're meaningless. Make them meaningful, and then that's a fun argument to have.
I've got a twist on the pitch. I just watched before recording a video from 1995 from E3. It was the Mortal Kombat panel / announcement, and that was the one. Mortal Kombat. I think it was Mortal Kombat 3.
Can you say it a bit louder?
Mortal Kombat!
I could hear you that time. Sorry, I just wasn't picking you up.
And they had 3 people in costume, or 4 or 5 people, burst onto stage and have a fight. So do we have people dressed up as Mario, dressed up as Master Chief, dressed up as Nathan Drake?
Like Crash Bandicoot, I guess.
Yeah, and fight each other?
No, I think I want it to be the real people who actually have their livelihoods on the line who we're seeing. You know what I mean?
Okay.
I'd rather see the actual terror. Because like all of the like The Voice and fucking American, all those shows that are competitions of only one person gets to win this thing. Part of the thing of that show is that you're mainly watching the loser. You know?
Right. Sure.
Not a lot of people give a shit after Guy Sebastian has won Australian Idol. They give a shit about Shannon Knoll because he lost. So, I don't know. I want to see... I just want to make it a bit more vital like that. It doesn't have to be a real fight.
I don't mind that. Also, the concept of like... And it's like a reverse pop idol in that we're taking someone who's already rich and famous and stripping everything from them.
Right. Yes.
Right.
That's a great
I'm in full
angle
support of,
for it. As well. In this modern like eat the rich era, we can make a whole bunch of money in international waters from people watching this and buying Tic Tacs, whilst at the same time pretending as though we hold the, you know, hot girl on Twitter socialist ideals that a lot of companies pretend they hold now. But we can follow in those footsteps.
Are you worried though, Adam, that we might, as CEOs of this brave new version of this company, that
to be clear, we will not be putting our own names as CEOs. We will make a shell company, and someone else will be the fall guy for this.
A Cooper shell company.
My point is,
fall guys.
I think
the game.
Yes.
in some form or another, I feel like we will come under fire. There'll be accusations that some of these companies are buying claps in the audience. Like, I think this very quickly will turn murky, and unfortunately, we're the ones that are going to have to answer to that.
I know, but whatever. If I didn't want to come under fire and have accusations made at me, I would have lived a very different life up until this point. So it's fine.
Okay, all right. We're on an island in Fiji. What do we care if people think this whole thing's corrupt? And and if Nintendo wants to buy those claps, then good for them.
Yeah.
If they, guess what, guys? The game of E3 this year, a fucking full-priced, not remastered in any way, shape, or form re-release of Mario Brothers 2. Nothing added to it. It's $80.
I mean, sort of the idea of this is that we're meant to be coming up with zany situations rather than things that would actually happen, right?
That they'll actually do.
That's true. Yeah. Come on, Tommy.
All right, that brings us to the end of our presentation for PAX. Thank you guys so much for watching us, whether you're an existing fan of the show or if you just came and found us for the first time. We appreciate you checking this out.
Yeah,
Thank you so much.
If you want to hear the rest of that discussion, it went for a little bit longer than what you just saw. You can hear an audio version of it on our Bandcamp page. We're filthycasualspod.bandcamp.com, and the rest of our show is up on filthycasuals.com.au. It's a podcast about video games.
We got a regular podcast. We got these special podcasts that we do. We got a Patreon podcast as well. That's it, but I put my fourth finger up as though there was more, but that's it. So this is the end of this bit, but you can get more, like Ben said, at filthycasuals.com.au. Happy to muddy the message at the end there, boys.
Nice.
We've run out of our allotted time at PAX is why we're leaving, by the way. See you later.
See ya.
This is 22 Racing Series. It's a future physics racer who can drive at 1,000 plus kilometers per hour. We're using all simulated physics to create downforce that sticks you onto the track. It's a new genre of real-time strategy racing where you compete for sectors to get resources they can either spend on boost, use to upgrade your car mid-race, or use as on-track abilities that can help your team and hamper your opponents. It's a racing game where the outcome of a race is determined more by strategy and adaptation rather than just muscle memory and repetition. Where falling behind on lap 1 doesn't mean a sure loss, where there's more than one way to play and more than one way to win. We've taken it to game shows over the last 5 years, getting feedback from thousands of players. We captured some first impressions from PAX Oz to give you an idea.
Nuts.
Yeah?
Yeah, it's out of chop.
That looks amazing.
a lot more in depth than I thought it would be to start. So yeah, really fun.
This was absolutely amazing. I really enjoyed the speed of my heart.
When you're going around that circle at 1,000 k's just spinning, it's nuts. It's nuts, but it's really fun. Really fun.
It's really competitive. It's quick. It's fast paced. Everything I love. Yeah.
You can find out more over at 22racingseries.com. Check out our socials, and you can get directly into the game right now over at pavilionhub.com, where we have some special access PAX Online events running where you can win prize money.
Chapter 6.
Choose your swap at Momoko! Yukimiko! Terabyte! Queen Polly! Amelie! Era Millennia! Versus mode! Story mode! We challenge you to a swap at showdown!
Hey, Dr. Ken Dutton Register here from Excite Science in Brisbane, Australia. Excite Science is a creative studio explaining complex science in fun ways. And at this stage, we're really focusing on cancer education, from cancer-themed escape rooms to virtual reality to AR-driven art galleries. And the project that I'm talking about today is Malignancy VR. As a cancer researcher of over 10 years, I know firsthand, talking to the general community, that there's a lot of misunderstanding and core fundamental knowledge gaps of what cancer is. And this isn't surprising because cancer is incredibly complex. But are there new technologies or new ways, new communication strategies that we can be using to engage in a broader audience to teach them about cancer? And more importantly, reach those audiences that aren't even thinking about cancer or aren't really even engaged with science in general. A good colleague of mine, Dr. Elke Hacker from the Queensland University of Technology, really wanted to explore whether virtual reality could be the answer. So to explore this idea, we partnered up with Real Serious Games. And for Malignancy VR, we wanted this as a sort of first step to show some of the challenges with modern day cancer treatments and how not all the time can they be successful. So after we decided we wanted to talk about different cancer therapies, we began talking about the different game mechanics. And this is where we came up with the different treatment guns, focusing on chemotherapy, targeted therapy, and immunotherapy. Our plans for Malignancy VR is to expand it into a multi-level game. and we're going to be doing this in conjunction with members of the community. So if this sounds of something of interest to you, head over to malignancyvr.com and sign up to be in touch. Furthermore, we want to take that game and then test it in a randomized clinical trial to robustly assess if virtual reality is an effective way to teach people about cancer, and more importantly, can it change or influence people's behavior and reduce their risk of cancer over a lifetime.
We announced Broken Roads at PAX Australia in 2019, and we're excited now that almost a year later, we're able to bring you an update on what we've been doing here at PAX Online. Broken Roads is a narrative-driven RPG, bringing exploration, strategic turn-based combat, and meaningful philosophical choices to an all-new Australian post-apocalyptic setting. We've spent a lot of time recreating areas of Western Australia as accurately as possible. Buildings, towns, landmarks, and many of the game's various locations are all authentic. And we're really happy to bring post-apoc back to Australia, all in the beautiful hand-painted style that the art team have produced. One area of the game we focused on extensively is the moral compass, our unique take on alignment and morality. We wanted to make a move away from the light side, dark side binary, that good and evil split you see so often in video games, and come up with a system that far better captures the nuance and complexity of the moral quandaries one could face in a desolated world. We wanted something that incentivized and rewarded consistent character role-playing without restricting players, and the moral compass is the result. Together with 4 origin stories, a classless character building system, and a wide range of skills and talents on offer, Broken Roads presents a unique blend of traditional, old-school role-playing with some truly original mechanics. The game is in development for PC, PS4, Switch, and Xbox, and is due for launch in late 2021. Community and media reaction so far has been overwhelmingly positive, and we can't wait for you to experience the content-rich, densely crafted world we're creating. From all of us at Drop Bear Bites, thanks for taking the time to check out Broken Roads.
Hi, and welcome to our developer introduction for Guile and Glory Firstborn, a turn-based tactical RPG where the battlefield is your only weapon. Here at Elston Studios, we set out to create a strategic experience that focuses on tactical unit placement and clever use of the environment. In Guile and Glory, your foes cannot be harmed by normal weapons. Instead, your heroes use their abilities to push, pull, and maneuver foes into deadly hazards around the battlefield. Not everything you face will fall so easily. From undead sorcerers to mighty dragons, we've dotted the drowned lands with fearsome bosses to challenge even the greatest of heroes. Though your foes will be powerful, you will have plenty of tools to balance the odds. As you play, your heroes will amass the blessings of ancient deities, each providing new sets of skills and abilities. Mix and match these boons of divinity to create your own unique playstyle as you challenge the legions of the Firstborn. From the team at Elston Studios, thank you so much for your attention, and may your adventures in the Drowned Lands be glorious.
And the battles they fought in will not be forgotten. Once more, the Firstborn are bound. And with guile and glory, I will tell their story. May the three be forever renowned.
Evelyn is statistically a human paladin, and she is Oath of the Ancients. Characteristically, people have called her a Southern Belle, but of course she's not from the South as you would recognize it. She's from a small town outside Waterdeep that has an accent that sounds a little bit like an American Southern accent. But she is endlessly optimistic, which is a power of hers, but also a flaw. And she's extremely strong, even though she's very, very small. So it's been really fun to play with her soft side as well as her strength, and her femininity as well as her violence, and her endless optimism as well as her deep realism that she maybe sometimes hides or fights or is now discovering. But in Idle Champions, she serves really well as a great tank and plays very well with a lot of the other characters in her universe as well. Evelyn's loyal steed is named Morning Glory, and in the game, just once, Morning Glory was transformed into a Pegasus for various reasons, so Evelyn's ultimate is to fly in on a Pegasus and wreak beautiful havoc. The process of helping to put Evelyn in Idle Champions was so much fun. Being kind of the creative reference for something like that and watching it come to life, even to the point of, I specifically remember they showed me an animated version of Evelyn, and I was like, I don't think her boots' wings should move like that. I think they should move like in this rhythm, and making even changes like that. It was so cool that they were so interested in making the character so like what I thought, and then seeing her in the game, even when I walk by the Idle Champions booth now and they have it on the screen, I'll be like, oh, that's me. I helped with that. And that's something that I don't know if I ever thought I'd be able to do. So it's been really, really fun having her in the game, and having people play her and enjoy her in the game and teach me how they're using her in the game has been awesome. It's been funny because I am, in all video games, I'm a lore junkie. I like to do things because they're cool for the story. And so there's a difference between people who are like, oh, I've min-maxed exactly the numbers that Evelyn's best for, or the people who are like, oh, I like to put Evelyn next to these people because I like even playing with these characters. And actually what's cool is in Idle Champions, a lot of those things are the same. So it's really neat that I like having all of Evelyn's friend characters around her, and that's usually a good thing for the game, too.
Sector 6.
Hello there, my name is Mark Flanagan, and this panel is about 101 things I wish I'd learnt in game school. And I'm going to start off by introducing people as I see them on my screen, because that's the only way I can do it. I'm going to start off here with Prani. Hello,
Hi.
Prani.
Hey, Mark. I'm Prani. Yay, I get to go first. No, I have been dabbling in the games industry for the past 10-ish years. Before then, I was working for about 10 years in the film industry. Before making the move, I studied graphic design at RMIT University, graduating in 2011. So it's been a bit of a while since I was in school, and I think a lot of schools have kind of moved and developed and changed in that time. So I think some of the things that I'll be reflecting upon will be relevant to, that experience of studying 10 years ago rather than, studying recently.
Hi everyone, I am Catherine Inebene, or Kate. I studied games back in the very late 90s and early 2000s and went on to be an animator in the games industry for a good decade or so. After which I went back into RMIT and started teaching into the games course. So I've kind of come full circle. Although the school that I studied at was not RMIT, it's nice to be able to give back into these games courses and help the students with what I learned. So kind of like this panel, but feeding into my courses where these are the things I wish I knew. Here, let me give them to you.
Hi, I'm Penny. I am a game designer at EA Fire Monkeys, working on The Sims 3 Play. I've been doing that for a couple of years, and I'm a recent graduate of the game design program at RMIT.
Hi, I'm Mike Blackney. I'm a game developer and I've worked as a lecturer at a private college here in Melbourne for about 5 years teaching programming and game design. I've done about 5 years of studio work in game studios, and now I'm an independent developer leading a studio. We're making Dead Static Drive, a horror driving game. Go play it.
Well, hi, Mark and esteemed panelists. My name is Karina Kam. I'm a game producer with a mission to bolster Canadian talent. In my spare time, I run an independent games pitch circuit for game developers to pitch their ideas and gain valuable feedback. I believe in greatness through empathy, stewardship, and humor, and I have a diverse background in the spectrum of game development. Over the last 10 years, I've worked on or shipped games out of the spectrum of indie development, medium-sized businesses that have worked with higher, and more recently, I found myself in a permanent role with, I sometimes dabble in education and make appearances at school, and I'm very excited to share my findings with this panel.
And I'll just give you a bit about myself. Mark Flanagan here again. I started off as an architect, worked in games, then education, then visual effects, and now I'm back working for games companies, working for Epic. And my role, I think, through my entire life has been learning and teaching. And that's the thing that I think we all have in common. We all love learning and teaching things. That's why we're here. Some of the things we didn't learn, for instance, about business development.
Mike?
Yeah, maybe.
We're all looking at Mike. We're all looking at...
Yeah, I worked on team projects all throughout university. And when I studied at Swinburne, and it's a great school, and they focus really on core skills, which I thought was wonderful at the time. But also it wasn't a dedicated games college. So all of the individual units were really separated. This is the programming unit, and this is the making a character, 3D character unit. Didn't teach us how to actually get it into an engine. So actually, once I started working on Dead Static Drive, it was a blessing that I was working by myself, because I didn't have to do any of the things that I knew a company should have to do. Project manage people, make a Gantt chart. I knew in theoretically that they would help, but I didn't have to, so I didn't. And it wasn't until I got a producer on that we started to get ourselves organized. And I really regret that I never led. I think that an opportunity for every single student to lead projects is vital. It really is.
I think certainly coming from a teacher's perspective, I think some students are reluctant to lead the projects because they feel like they're not contributing as much as the other team members. Whereas just exactly what you were saying, so much work goes into producing the content and producing that project and being able to organize everything. Like that in itself is that full-time position and is absolutely recognized, certainly from the lecturer's perspective that I know. It's just one of those things that you absolutely, it's necessary. If you happen to be a producer and you can do it yourself, then great, but then you're doing two jobs as well.
Mm-hmm.
Just as a follow-on to that, though, one thing that stood out to me in school was that even if you're there and maybe you're there as a programmer or a designer or whatever your discipline is, there was never really space given for learning producing or leading as a distinct skill. So if you were in a group project, for example, when you do have an opportunity to lead, it was sort of just expected if someone was to stand up that they would then be the leader, but they would have no backing, like, no, here's how you organize the project, here's how you can make a schedule. I only had one class in my degree that even looked at scoping and thinking about how long the different parts of the project would take, from programming to art to implementation. And that was in an elective, which was independent video games, which was a great elective. But the point remains that there's a lot of expectation, I think, to lead and to produce. That was not taught, I believe, at all in my experience. And I wish it was.
Can I also add that, when I was studying, it wasn't taught, but it didn't really affect me because I came from a film background. So I was used to, running small departments and also working with producers. So had an idea of, how to manage things. So I often took that role in the groups that I had. But, there was pretty much nil learning in terms of production management or anything like that. So as Penny said, it was just more something someone kind of stood up to and took, but not necessarily something that was taught. But I do know that some of the universities do teach production and producing now, at least in a small way. So I do think that's improved in some ways. And that could possibly just be with the changing education and the changing industry.
Yeah, scope is something that... Oh, go.
Thanks. I'm generally surprised when professionals come to our pitch circuit and even just, talking shop with other developers, how often scope escapes us. We're so focused on the creative thinking that we forget about the financial planning and the task planning. And I've noticed with students specifically, this isn't really something that we get into very much. Kind of echoing what we're all kind of getting at here is production is a mix of hard and soft skills. And if I could go back to university and tell myself something to learn, networking is a skill that we don't teach. Planning is a skill that we don't teach, and basic organization is something we don't teach. And just the basic role of producer is so ominous in this day and age that I would love to see more of that in schools.
I was just going to say, one of the things which I see or have seen among students is one of the most indicative things for pre-production that will actually show potential for success is a schedule and a plan for what you're going to do.
Yeah.
And I do think there has been a change in, how projects are planned and scheduled, in terms of that whole... Previously, a lot of it was, more of a hierarchical waterfall management type of system, but more and more teams are embracing a more Kanban, flexible, fluid methodology, which can be reflected also in the production tools that are available these days. And I think that has greatly influenced, production in general.
Yeah, and that feeds really nicely into agile development as opposed to waterfall development, kind of feeds really nicely into that university environment with the students managing their various different assignments and their various different workflows around that. And I know that at RMIT there's a couple of teachers who do try to feed scope and try to feed production into their courses. But you still have that. I don't think that we can all look back and reflect about how important that skill is and that knowledge is. But at the time, it's the less exciting part of learning, and it's the less exciting part of producing the work and being creative. And so it's something that you're like, oh gosh, like I have to do this now, or I have to plan this schedule, or I have to, get onto my Trello or open up Monday or whatever you're using and just going, okay, this is what I need to do now. But
it just helps, you have to scope in, making a game for a game jam. You've only got, 24 hours, 48 hours a week, for most of them. And so if you don't learn how to scope, then often you just can't get anything made by the end of it. So,
in addition to game jams, in addition to game development and game jams, I think it's an awesome point in business development. Sometimes development is about the relationships that you build and finding someone to do the work that you're not so great at. So as a producer, I feel like I'm qualified to do the planning, but I may not be qualified to do the art direction or do the testing either. And that's something that I wish I had learned in school as well, was not to take the onus all on myself. And sometimes business development, like I said before, is mostly soft skills and finding the right people to help you in your way.
Yeah, definitely.
On our list of one things is finding people like accountants and lawyers and these kind of things, which sometimes we forget about, but if we do forget about them, they can have consequences.
Yes, I can't speak to that as someone who hasn't built my own game, so that would need to be...
I feel like we're looking at Mark or maybe Chloe again.
Can I speak on some of that?
Yes.
So I didn't mention earlier that I also have a small studio. Called Future State Machine, where I do a mixture of freelance contract work, but also a bit of original IP. I released a virtual reality game few years ago now called Office Bots Reality Bites. But I, once again, from my film background, I worked with contracts and things like that a lot. So I had was lucky enough to have templates and things like that from that I could use to do contracts with various people that I employed in the studio, so which I've also shared with other small developers that I know to help them on their way. So one great thing is that IGEA, if you become a member of them, as part of their package, has now got a small
business or small studio?
The words. A small pack full of contractor templates and things like that to help people in small business. So something good to look out for, because these days a lot of people, it's not that easy to break into the industry, and people still want to make games, so they often keep doing it and either start small studios, join up with some friends or people that they know to keep making those games themselves. So it's good to have resources like that, and I think IGEA in Australia is doing really well to provide that for people. But it is hard to know what lawyer do I speak to if I want to hire someone. How do I set up a business? How do I, sorry, this is away from team and more about business dev in general.
All good.
How do I do my accounts? I mean, I now have all these expenses and I have to hire people. So, how do I go about paying them? How do I go about recording all this payment for all these expenses?
Tax returns.
How do I do my tax return? Once again, I was a freelance contractor for 10 years, so it wasn't an issue for me, but I have, I didn't learn anything like that at school when I was there. And I have, hired some people who, I haven't really known that sort of thing as well. So, just basic invoicing. as
Yep.
well. It's a skill that a lot of people have to use, because when I first started studying games, it was just at that global financial crash. Games moved from being more of a permanent full-time job for a lot of people and became more of a, contract fixie work type of thing. So, in saying that, things like invoicing, everyone, if you are a self-contractor, you're running a small business, and people don't really understand, that intricacy, which I think is a valuable thing for us to, pass on and teach people.
Sometimes it's really hard to ask for money.
Oh, I was just about to ask Prani and Mike in regards to that. Do you wish that you learnt how to put together pitch decks, apply for funding, that kind of thing at university?
I definitely do. I have written quite a few funding applications. I have also been on panels for funding. So I was on the Creators Fund panel for Creative Victoria last year. So
Specifically on the pitch decks though, what are some key points that you wish you could tell students, like this will help you with that pitch deck? What do they need to know to be able to get funding?
I think that you need to be very precise. I was going over this with someone the other day, actually, in quite an interesting way, but like a game design document, you don't necessarily want, pages and pages and pages of text that, someone's going to, have to troll through and, just kind of all goes over their head. So, you want all your information to be as succinct as possible. You want to, something like having a good visual roadmap can go a long way, for example.
I'd love to add on to this, if at all possible. I'd love to add on to this. I love pitching as well, and it was definitely a skill that I wish I had known when I was doing my own indie project. And then hopefully I'll get into some of the team stuff right after. For pitching, it's almost like, I heard this beautiful quote, it's like a flag that you want to be either a flag or a flock of geese migrating. So when you're a flag, you have this post you're attached to and you're flapping in the wind, but you're not really going anywhere. But if you're more like a flock of birds migrating, you're still flopping in the wind, but you're actually going somewhere. So in a pitch, I love it when developers cut all the noise and they give me their core and they paint a story, a beautiful story for me that says, we are a team, here's our origin, and we want to make this game so that we can go do X later on.
No, is there anything you'd like to add, Mark? Mike?
I was going to say just one thing about when people pitch. Sometimes people forget to say who they are and why they are the people you should be giving the thing to. They'll talk about their project, but they'll forget that a part of what you're pitching is who you are and how you can do this wonderful thing.
I definitely agree. And it's also about how, not just what you're doing, but how you're going to contribute. So a lot of funding, for example, is looking at, how are you going to grow the local industry? How are you going to, grow yourself in the future as well? How are you putting those things together in your project to, not only, make everything better for you and your company or studio, but also, for the greater world and for the industry in general. And I do think it's important to include that in your applications as well.
Yeah, and I think I'd agree with that. And it does depend on who you're applying for funding with. If you're applying for funding with a publisher, then their business goals are to help the indie industry usually and to help fund good games. And they want their business to succeed, so they want to make sure that they're taking risks on games that have a decent chance of doing okay. Whereas if you're applying for funding with Film Victoria or some sort of government agency, their goal is to build the local scene and to bring more money coming in so that they can justify to the people who give them money that it's worth the money that's going to them. And so they need to be able to say, okay, listen, we funded this project and it produced 10 jobs and now it's a self-funding business. And so we don't need to keep injecting more money into them. And that's knowing the goals of the people who you're applying for funding with, that goes a long way.
Yeah.
That's a great point. When
That
it
is
comes
a
to
great
teams as well, it's for teams, it's identifying what kind of work you have at your disposal. Is it contracts with publishers? Is it client freelance work? Or is it raising your own funds for your own project? And who would need to be involved in that? Great point, Mike.
That kind of leads us to another possible thing, which is what kinds of work are out there, whether it's what kinds of indie work or what kinds of not just games work, but allied industries, or what kind of work there is just directly working for employers. It's one of the things which a lot of people don't realize when they're in game school or college. Where are the jobs? How do I continue from when I graduate?
I think that a lot of people, when they go into study game design degrees, they have sort of, like this track that they want to head down. They want to be a concept artist. They want to be a game designer. They want to be a programmer, an animator, that kind of thing. But the skills are so readily transferable across so many different industries. And that's not just the creative skills, but as Karina is mentioning, that importance in regards to responding well and being part of a team also applies to many different industries. So there's whatever you learn within your game that they do. It can be something completely obscure. You can be, you might like to do archery, and, just understanding how that balance works and how that arc is going to work, all of that, like the arc of the arrow, all of that is going to contribute into, certainly from my perspective as an animator, into how to position characters, how to make things look more realistic. Yes, there you go, archery, perfect.
So can I tell you a funny story?
Please.
So my former partner of mine, when we were working on Lord of the Rings, he knew about archery, and so he got hired for the day as an archery expert to help the elves, position themselves so that they could shoot better for part of the session. So that's a perfect example of how, just completely random skills can be used, in the workplace later. But you probably shouldn't put that in there.
Well, no, I think I think absolutely. A lot of people don't realize that the skills which they have can be really useful. I mean, honestly, making a good cup of coffee can be one of the most useful things that anybody has ever learned.
Creativity can't really be quantified in a number numerically as we would be taught in school. So when it comes to grading, I think a lot of young students might feel disappointed by their prospective jobs. When we think about game development, we should be thinking about it in logic, creativity, even management, architecture. There are so many great skills that are all around us that are transferable from even being a dentist or a physicist. You could easily make your way into video games. And I think the archery anecdote is perfect for an animator. It's perfect. Dragon Age much? That's perfect.
I want to learn archery now.
And even basic skills like customer service can really, really help with transferable skills. So, it's relating to people. You can also use it in, actual industry, actual things like community development, for example, or social media work. So, you can't just disregard things like that.
Definitely. Certainly, I had my jobs as I was growing up were customer service, so a lot of waitressing, working in retail, that kind of thing. And learning to deal with conflict is a really important skill that you can learn from that. Learning to speak to people with authority without talking down to them, that kind of thing. So this all ties into those soft skills. So being able to communicate, that comes in to that, all based on that experience.
Yeah, I worked for 5 years in a supermarket, and I have loved how that changed me. As a creative, it taught me what I find aesthetically pleasing. I spent late nights out in a storeroom, and the back door would open up and I would see the lights glowing in the distance, and I loved it. And now I'm making a game that's got a lot of visuals inspired based on that. But it also taught me how to run a department, how to manage staff. It taught me how to work hard, which is actually a skill that I don't think the world recognizes you need to kind of push through to learn to actually just work hard for 8 hours straight without stopping.
Can I just make a... Oh, go, Mark.
I think this is one of the things that is really important to learn, that a lot of creativity is hard work. It's not just the bulb goes off in your head and it flows. It's actually hard work.
Yeah, that's actually a really good point that I do. It's not the point that I wanted to make.
Sorry.
But no, we're all good. I may be able to come back to it. But one of those things that you don't get taught at school, but you also don't realize until you are in the industry, is that creativity is work. It's work. You get a taste of that at school, but you think it's because you have so many assignments that are due. And once you move into the industry, you'll just have the one assignment, so to speak, and then it won't be so bad. But being creatively on all the time is exhausting. And one thing that I did notice when I moved into the industry was that I just didn't have anything left in the tank to work on my own stuff at home. So once I was giving everything to the industry, once I was giving everything to my job, as well I should, and I loved it. And I'm not saying that was a bad thing, because absolutely I'm grateful for the work that I was doing, and I still do as a freelancer. But I just didn't have, I wanted to, I had this idea that I'd be working in the industry and then I'd go home and I'd work on my own things and everything would be great. But I just didn't have anything left. And being able to manage your time comes into that. Having a good producer helps with that. All of these things that we've talked about so far, they all kind of feed into that self-care and ensuring you don't go into creative burnout. Because, creativity is misunderstood. People think it's easy, but it's not, because it's a creative skill. It's not something you can teach it, and you can get better at it for sure, but it's also something that a lot of people have an inherent talent for. And so therefore there's that mistaken belief that, it's just something you can just turn on and do for as long as you like, but it's not the case. You got to take care of yourself.
Yeah, just as I really want to underline what you've just said, because that really stood out to me when I first started working in the industry, and I'm working at a AAA studio, so obviously that's very different work to working at, say, an indie studio. And I would always see like things like, oh man, I should probably be trying and keep honing my skills, and maybe I should go to a game jam and, try and get that other outlet, or keep developing, because I still had that intense pressure from, say, school, where it's like I feel like I need to be learning everything and doing everything all the time, but that's unsustainable. And I remember when I finally did go to a game jam, it basically just felt like I worked for 5 days, worked for another 2 days for the game jam, and then worked for another 5 days, and it was actually a terrible experience. So I guess underlining that, like, it's okay to not do everything, which I know there's a lot of pressure to do when you're a student. The best thing to do is, like, if you're already doing creative work here, you don't have to be doing it everywhere else, and that's okay. I know FOMO is hard, but pick your battles, pick them well.
It might just be having the discipline to wake up and continue to do it. So even if you feel exhausted, please take the time to have self-care, but then come back tomorrow, bright and ready, bushy-tailed, bright-eyed, before you get too cynical.
Yeah, when I was studying games, there wasn't, like, mentorship wasn't really a thing. It certainly wasn't something that was spoken about or advertised in any way, and there weren't groups. I remember Eve Penford, Dennis and I we started working together in a mentorship for women in games a long time ago, that she has continued on with. And I also continue to mentor into various different companies. Like, we've got the Girl Geek Academy, which is a absolutely fantastic initiative that has come through, and being able to speak to the people that come into that is fantastic. But when I was in the industry, I wanted to find mentors. Like, I wanted to learn and I wanted to grow, and I wanted to get better at my craft, as everybody should. And I kind of gravitated. There's, in some studios, and this comes down to team health as well, in some studios you have people who want to be, they're very precious about their work and what they can do, and they want to be the star, and they don't want to share their knowledge, and they don't want, to build other people up, because then they won't be as special. And that's not great for team health. You do want everybody to perform their best, and you want everybody to produce the best possible work, and sharing what you know and learning from other people is a part of that. And so I would always deliberately seat myself next to someone that I thought was better than me at animation. So I would find them and then seat myself next to them and learn from them. And then when someone else came in and I saw them kind of gravitating towards me in that same respect, then straight, down the line, I would feed those skills down through that. And I think that understanding what you can gain from a mentorship, that knowledge that you don't realize is there, being able to have someone say, these are actually all these skills that you're talking about that you like and you enjoy. Did you know that there is an actual position that encompasses those skills perfectly, and you can now start moving in that direction? Or you're putting in way too much time. There's you've got to cut back on something, let's find out what it is, what's that core thing that you love. And we have, I think, Penny, did you say that you went through mentorship?
Yeah, with Girl Geek Academy last year, I was a mentee and had a wonderful, wonderful mentor, and it changed my year. My current job is my first job in the industry, and I was really struggling with a lot of aspects of it. Just being new to full-time work, being new to game development, everything was new. I had no context for anything, so it just felt like a big, I guess, internal hot mess of confusion and not knowing, knowing something was wrong, but not knowing what it was and how to articulate it or verbalize it, because it was new. I have no idea what I'm talking about. But having that mentor, and at first I didn't even know why it would be helpful. It was I guess a mentor would probably help. Don't really know why, but it turns out exactly what Catherine was saying. They know more than you, so they can help talk through things. They can help contextualize things, help you understand, yes, this feeling is normal. This is something maybe you want to question, because that's maybe not so normal, or that's, sticking out. And that changed my year around from being, I'm feeling out of control and not sure how to manage myself at work, to I'm happy, comfortable, and I know how to thrive in my position, which again, just really 180'd my year around. And I'm so grateful for that experience.
It's beautiful insight too, and look at you now.
Yes.
I've been a mentor and a mentee, and I truly believe that once you think you've reached a threshold of growth, then that's when your career dies. I constantly seek out mentors to this day, in spite of my experience, and I think that there's a lot of growth opportunity for empowering others, facilitate someone else into their, what would you call it, their phoenix, their final form, or not their final form, or waiting to be reborn. I totally believe that in martial arts, actually, they make you spar with a person who is below your level, someone at your level, and someone above your level, because there's always something to learn.
I really like that.
That ties in perfectly.
Yeah, that's wonderful. No one really told me anything about being a mentor or seeking mentors, and it wasn't until I met someone who knew things about business development and about how you apply for grants and about tax and superannuation and all these things that I just didn't know were real issues that I needed to think about. As soon as I met him, we had a sit down. It was a mentorship that lasted 1 hour, but I learned so much, and I realized from then I was like, you know what? There's a lot of different shapes that mentorship can take, because in my brain it was always technical skills. It was always, you want to become a better artist or you want to become a better programmer, and so you need to find someone who's got the additional skills at those levels. But there's so many different durations of mentorship and formats. You don't need to have a 1 hour meeting every month. Sometimes it can just be someone who is an experienced industry insider who can just answer questions occasionally.
Like you, Mike, on Twitter, you are a natural mentor. You are always offering your knowledge, and you are always imparting what you have learned, and you readily give feedback when people ask you questions. like about things that so many developers tend to get quite precious about. You just open up and you just offer that information. And I actually love watching that as part of your feed. I've commented on it in the past. It's a beautiful thing.
There are times that the more you give away, the more you actually get from it.
Yes, definitely.
I feel like any teacher would agree with that. Just as soon as you start teaching something, as I think Karina was saying before, you just it solidifies a lot of the base of knowledge that you have as well. So whenever you have an opportunity to, it helps everyone when you do.
If there's anything I can add for anyone who's in school right now is when you do seek out a mentor, it's almost like seeking out a cheat code. But when you do approach a mentor, please be mindful and respectful of time. And when you go into it, mentors really love it when you go in and say, listen, I know you're very busy and I would like to learn about A, B, and C. Can we do that in this agreed upon time for an hour, half an hour? And that makes it very easy for a mentor to say yes.
In school, I wish that I wasn't so afraid of mistakes and failure. I think that it is such a valuable experience. When I was at school, I learned the hard way that failure can be a valuable learning experience, not because I failed the degree, but because I had a corrupt student drive, and so I couldn't save anything. Every time I tried to save, it would not be there the next day. So every day I had to rebuild from scratch. And at first I was an hysterical mess, but each time I did it, I got faster and better and faster and better. And I learned to let go and to not be precious about the work that I've already done, which should segue later on into another point. But I also learned that it was okay to make those mistakes and it was okay to wreck things, because once you've wrecked it and you can fix it or someone else fixes it, then you recognize how not to do it again, or if you do it again, how to fix it from there. And there's a big fear with students, certainly that I see with my students, that they worry that if they're not doing it right straight away, they're doing it wrong. And I'm like, but if you're learning a level, if you've just started a game and you fall off the cliff because you didn't make the jump properly, like that's not the end of the game. You're not supposed to be able to do it straight away. Like, of course you can't. Keep trying, keep working it out, work out what it is that you need to be able to do to get across that point. And that's what they're going to be doing when they're in class as well. Failure and mistakes are a learning experience and they're valuable.
Very beautiful.
Yeah.
To add to that, have compassion for yourself.
Oh, thank you. Oh. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Guys.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. See you.
Thank you.
Not being precious about your work is something that I didn't learn at university, but I soon learned in the industry. And I think that it's something that is really important. And that is that if you're working, like Mike and Prani would be able to speak better in regards from an indie perspective when it is your baby, it's your content that you're working on. But I have always been working for other people and understand that it's their product that I'm contributing to. So although I may be able to put ideas forward and contribute creatively in that process, essentially I'm there to fulfill somebody else's vision. And sometimes that vision changes. And that means that months of work is now obsolete. So perhaps a publisher has said, our audience can't have guns in the game. So now we have to go back and I have to recreate all of these animations without weapons. And that can be months and months and months of work. And if you're going to get upset about that, like, and go, well, that's months and months of work and now I'm all angry and upset, it's not really going to get you anywhere, because you've been paid for those months and months of work and you got to animate, like, that was fantastic. And so learning to not get upset when you have to just dump things is a really valuable skill. And it's hard to let go if you've worked really hard on something and you're really proud of something. And no doubt there will be opportunities where you may be able to use that for your folio or for something else, or at least just have it and contribute towards a learning experience. But being able to transition is a really important skill, and being able to just go, okay, yep, things are changing. I can drop that and I can now pivot and move in a completely different direction without getting upset.
Can I add to that? Working in film, you kind of, that's a great point because there's so many things that you shoot or so many things that maybe you make and you spend all this time making and it doesn't even make the film. Hits the cutting room floor, bam. But, you've invested all that time actually doing it and hope to maybe, see it on the big screen or something like that. And yeah, it just doesn't even make it. And so, it is important, not to take it personally. I mean, I think the hard thing with a lot of the film projects that I worked on was there wasn't time to actually take those portfolio photos or anything like that. So it's more, things were getting rushed out the door straight away. But yeah, I do think that's a very valuable point, Kate.
It does also reflect what you were saying about making mistakes. Like, it's not a mistake per se, but if you spent 3 months animating guns and then you can't use any of them, next time you have to animate a gun, you're probably going to be able to do it like that because you've already built and developed that skill.
Definitely.
So that the next time a project comes up that you need to do that thing, or in any other field, it might be like a design that you've already kind of half already developed that isn't used in this other way, and depending on, IP and copyright and all that, so, don't go out and share designs between companies, for example, but there might be some things that you've already kind of developed that you can then apply to other ideas, other designs, and make the next process way faster.
Exactly right. None of that time is wasted.
Yeah.
None of it is wasted. That's that feeling, like you feel like it was wasted time, but it absolutely wasn't. And I guess if I'm going to sort of move on from that, seeking feedback is really valuable at all times. I think when you're at university, you're frightened to seek feedback because you don't want to hear where you're going wrong. You only want that praise, and everybody wants praise. Of course you do. You want to know that you're doing the right thing. And it's not until you've been in the industry for a while where you understand that critical feedback where someone can say, this is what you've done right, but this is where we need to change some things, is incredibly valuable. And as I was saying, that feedback, like I've always worked for other people, so making sure that I am fulfilling that vision and making sure that what I'm doing is on the right track is really important. Your skin gets thicker the longer you've been in the industry. I don't need the praise first. Just tell me what I need to change and I'll do it. Whereas Mike and Prani might be able to speak from the other perspective, like when someone is coming to you and saying, like, am I doing this right? Am I fulfilling your vision?
Oh.
Offering feedback.
That's horrible. Once, like at university, I started to sign up for Polycount, and that's how I taught myself how to make 3D art for games. I jumped on there and I made some art, and I asked people, "Can you please tell me what's wrong with it?" And eventually, I learned that asking for feedback was really useful. At no point has anyone at university, and I wish they did, taught me the skill of giving feedback. Because now that I have people beneath me, it's such a delicate skill being able to tell people what it is that you like, what it is that didn't hit the mark, and making sure that, like, I have to teach myself how to make a brief better based on how clearly, occasionally, I work with some really great people, but occasionally I didn't give really clear directions, and then I'll get something back that isn't what I wanted, but is exactly what I asked for. And so knowing how to tell people, "Oh, I'm sorry, it looks like I've led you to waste a little bit of your time, and I'm so sorry for that, but this is actually what we need to do," without them feeling like they've wasted their time, because you don't want to have a bad relationship with people you work with. Learning that skill's ongoing for me.
One other thing I will add as well, like sometimes it can be really hard to get that useful feedback as well. So even if you're asking people for feedback and being like, how is this? Am I doing well? Am I on the right track? If you're not specific enough, often it doesn't become, you don't get useful feedback back. Like a lot of time people might just say like, "Oh, you're doing great," or "It looks great," or, as Mike was saying, sometimes you have to be extremely specific to get that useful feedback. So, if it's on an artwork, it might be like, how is the color balance? Like, are these the colors that you would use for a happy mood, or, whatever the specific things you're trying to ask about, or would this system work for this kind of design, and does it suit these business goals? Because if you're finding you're not getting any useful feedback, feedback, which is a problem I've definitely had. Yeah, specificity can really, really help with that.
Yeah, feedback should be actionable.
Yeah.
I also think that with giving critical feedback, I think it's important to, particularly when you're managing teams and things like that, to also, give that positive feedback, let your team know when they're doing a good job. Let them know, when there's something that they've done, that you really like
Good.
and why you
Yeah.
really like it. That's just as important as that critical feedback, because it also, helps direct people with, oh yeah, this is good because of why, or, it makes them just feel good, which is, I guess something else we're going to be talking about in terms of just, supporting your team and support, team growth, that sort of thing.
Yeah, that's right.
So when you yeah, go ahead.
Oh, so what Catherine said earlier is I think people underestimate the importance too of problem solving as a skill.
Oh, absolutely.
Which, you can, is great to actually watch how someone else fixes a problem, for example. If someone's teaching you something and they make a mistake and, seeing the logic of how they fix that mistake can be really, really helpful. But yeah, if you, fine-tune your problem-solving skills, it can help you be, so much more of a versatile worker in so many ways. And that's completely almost off topic, but I just thought I'd bring that one back.
No,
I like
good
to
sense.
make it I like to make it a challenge in my classes. Like we have, I make it clear that the only reason I can recognize what's going wrong, like when a student has a problem, what's going wrong and how to fix it, is because at some point I have stumbled across the same thing. I have made that mistake. I have broken it in this way. I have crashed it. I've done something that has broken things, so I can recognize it and I can fix it. And I give prizes if someone stumbles across a bug or something that I have never seen. So that's like, I make it into a challenge. I'm like, don't be frightened of this, let's push it as far as we can. And something that my dad used to say when I would ski as a little kid was, I'd get back and he would say, did you fall over? And I'd go, no. And I'd feel proud of myself. And then he would go, well, you didn't try hard enough. And it was something that stuck with me, that I'd be like, you know what? I was so focused on not falling over that I wasn't pushing myself and I wasn't trying new things. And so that has something that has kind of fed into it's made me less fearful of these things, and something I try to pass on to those students.
You learned how to fall safely.
Yeah, well, not always, but yeah, I did. I knew that I would come out the other side okay.
Yeah, and I just add for back on the topic of teaching. There's when I learned how to use 3D Studio Max, I remember the first class where I learned how to do this, and our lecturer, what he did is he demonstrated the process that you follow to get something animated. And it was the very first thing I saw, and I thought, this is fantastic. It looks so easy, because he made it look easy, because he was very good at using the software. And then we all sat down and he said, okay, everyone, now you do that. And we all sat down and we tried to do it and we couldn't. And he taught us like the workflow as a demonstration, but he hadn't taught us the way the software works, the way it thinks, what like the stack mentality in 3D Studio Max. If you've used it, it's got this really simple but also unusual way of building things. And so I think that for me, as a teacher, when I was eventually teaching, I tried to always take the approach of teaching not how to, but what it is that you need to know about a piece of software, or about whatever it is that you're approaching that is different from what you've experienced so far, all of the ways that it works. It's like there's a programmer word, grok, which is when you understand something on an implicit level. Mm-hmm. And I love that word because it's it's useful for, a lot of skills. You need to grok them. Do you grok me? Yeah. And if you don't grok it, it's like, yeah, sure, you might get the surface layer, but you don't actually understand how it works and how you should think about it. It's kind of like a recircuiting of your brain.
But that's another thing, that when we leave school, it's not the end of our learning. In a lot of ways, it's the start of it. Mm-hmm.
you never stop learning. I think if you stop learning, you stagnate. You should always be looking for opportunities to continue learning, and whether it's feeding directly into the skill that you are applying into the industry or something completely different. There's, always learn.
I think that's one little thing when I transitioned from student life to work life was that really stuck out to me. I wasn't really aware of how much implicit learning kind of happened in a studio, and I was really worried about making that jump between like I'm a student and I want to get this professional job, and I just assumed that this professional job is going to be big and crazy and there were going to be all these things I don't know. And especially when I first started working, there were a lot of working in a team of established people. A lot of people were being like, calm down. I was a bit very antsy at first, being like, no, I need to be like actively doing something all the time, otherwise I'm not learning and I'm not doing my job. But a lot more of it was just absorbing, and I didn't actually realize how much that meant. I kind of thought it was a bit makeup, like just absorb and learn, and you'll just happen to pick up producer skills and you'd happen to understand the art pipeline just by being around. Sounds fake. But no, that really is a valuable thing as well, just being open to all those new experiences and putting yourself in all these, in a way, positions to fail or places where you don't understand what's going on, because that just makes that transition into professional life so much better, and you get so much more out of it.
Definitely. Also understanding that the people that you're working with are people. It's really scary when you enter into the industry, and as you were saying, you held like a lot of that fear, like I need to be on all the time and I need to be doing things, or it looks like I'm not doing my work, or I need to be constantly learning. Whereas from the other perspective, like when new people come in and people fresh out of university as well, like we're looking at you all bright-eyed and bushy-tailed and going, it's okay, like calm down. We know that you don't know everything. It's okay to not know everything yet. And
you have not been hired as a graduate because you know everything.
We will, that's right. We will help you and support you and build you up.
And kind of like what you were saying about professional mentors and getting that outside view, a lot of the time, if you're a student, like you won't be able to see the forest for the trees. It's really hard to see the potential that you are bringing to a job. And that's really important to learn, both for, self-confidence and all of that. But if you're looking for your first job, is learning about what potential do I have and how do I frame it and how do I pitch it to people when you're going for those interviews, when you're networking and trying to find a place that you fit. So talking to other people in the industry or peers to talk about, what do I specifically bring and what's different, what potential do I have, can really, really help. And if nothing else, just help you feel a bit more authentic, I feel. When you are networking or going for interviews, it doesn't feel like you're just in an interview saying all the buzzwords like, yes, I am good at synergy and teamwork. You can talk a lot more about where you want to grow and how you can help each other out when you have those aligned values.
Yeah, something that ties into that wasn't covered, or I wish that I learned more at during my game course, was portfolio skills and interview skills and things like that. So, like what to put in your portfolio, understanding that your portfolio is only as strong as the weakest piece in it. So make sure, like there's that thing where you feel that as you're leaving, you want to put all of your projects in and everything you've ever done at university, just kind of like bulk it out so it makes it look like you've done more work. Whereas one really strong piece is going to be a lot more effective than 10 pieces where 5 of them are really weak. So being able to put a portfolio together, understand how long it needs to be, or how short actually is really what it needs to be. Longer is not better. And how to speak in interviews. So how to, communicate, which we mentioned before, being able to communicate is a really important skill. And I think someone mentioned before studying various different things, like studying the companies and studying the games and things like that ties into part of that interview process. If you haven't done your homework on the company and the games that they produce or the products that they produce, then that's not going to hold you in great stead in that environment.
100%.
If there was the one thing you had to say, rather than the 101 things, to your younger self the day you walked out the door, Can you think of something? This is putting you all on the spot.
I can, and it is almost the opposite.
That's okay.
It is like I've always had the philosophy, something that's driven me my entire career is work hard, make yourself indispensable, which ties in with what you were saying, like don't give up. It wasn't until recently, very recently, I think it was just last year, that I learned to stop beating myself up if I don't finish something. And I'm not saying if you're working for somebody else and you have to finish something, that's different. But if you are creating something on your own or you're working on your own thing, not finishing it doesn't mean you failed. It's okay. Sometimes the joy is that spark of the idea. Sometimes the joy is kind of working out the nuts and bolts and then moving on to the next thing, and that's okay. So there's success can take numerous different forms. And so learning what success means to you is probably the most valuable thing.
That's awesome.
My thoughts for university and a lot of people, the way they discuss university for me was that it was a job factory. You go in there and you learn the skills, and then you go out and you get a job and you'll work in a game studio, or if you can't do that, you work in another kind of programming studio. And it's not until maybe the last 5 or 6 years that I've really understood that a job notice, when someone has a job listing on seek.com, that's an opportunity. But you don't need to go for opportunities like that. There are so many more. There are companies out there who want to make games. They want to make a tie-in game for a product they're making and put it on the App Store. And I've worked for companies like that. There are funding bodies, arts councils, there's publishers, there's lots of people out there who have cash and their pockets are full and they want to put some of that in your hands. And seeing that you need to look for opportunities and you need to understand what opportunities are out there. That is something that I wish I'd known earlier, because I spent a lot of time just unemployed and waiting for that next opportunity when I could have been making them, and not making them in the door knocking way, which is what I always thought when people said you can make your own opportunities. I thought what that means is I've got to get a foot in the door. I've got to go up to a game studio and knock on the door and say, "Hi, here's my CV." You don't do that. That's
Start
terrible.
from the bottom and work your way up.
Yeah. No. Exactly. Yeah, that's wasting your time and theirs. What you can do is you can see who out there is trying to help you and find them.
Yes, looking beyond the just that one little unit, that one little realm.
Yep.
Expanding, your horizons.
That super helped me in college, especially. Like I had a very narrow definition of success and what succeeding in towards games or career and stuff was. And it was, I need to get these exact marks and follow these precise steps, otherwise I wouldn't have succeeded and I won't end up in games or whatever else. But it's almost reminds me of Finding Nemo. What is it? All drains lead to the ocean.
Yes.
You might take different ones there, but if you can find your own way there, it's not going to be the same as all the people, everyone else. I think there's a lot to be said for, we've spoken a little bit before about individual experience and how it's all kind of cumulative, and sometimes that includes archery and sometimes that includes, all kinds of crazy things. And your way to the ocean might not include archery, but it might include that other thing that you do, and it's still going to lead there if you wanted to. And if you can just keep taking the right opportunities and the ones that make sense to you, you'll find your own way to make it work.
That's fantastic as well.
Can I also add that I think a lot of what some of you are saying, and I do agree with, is that it's okay to say no to things. I think when you start out, it's like as Mike kind of reflected, is you want to say yes, you want to kind of like show that you can do things, but sometimes you just need to say no, that opportunity isn't the right opportunity for me. No, I don't have the time to do that project as well because I need to look after myself. And I think, that's an important skill in a sense to, be able to gauge what's good for you, know what's good for you, and be able to say yes and no at the appropriate times. And, that's just me doubling down on what the other panelists said.
No, it took me about 15 years to learn how to say no. Like 15 years of saying yes to things that I probably shouldn't have. before I learnt how valuable saying no really is.
And
No, I agree, and I'm still bad at it.
But
it's hard. It's hard. It's hard.
There's ways of saying no as well, which are not entirely negative. Again, it's one of the first things that I learned with project management is saying, when somebody asks you, can you add this to your scope? A lot of people will want to please the person asking, and they'll say yes. And then some people will have heard, well, no, you've got to push back and say no. And saying no is not necessarily the right thing either. You've got to do it in a way which, well, we can't actually fit that in at the moment, but if we were to do these things, can we look at how we can change things around to do it differently to maybe fit some of what you want to do in there, which is saying no, but in a way which is still allowing a door to be open to what the other people want. The art of the possible.
Yeah, definitely. Like, no, I can't do that at the moment, but, I am open to this, which is, what you're saying.
Yeah.
And, it's that not closing the door completely, but also, being able to assert that it's not right for you as well at the time.
Yeah, all great lessons. I think we're probably at time. I'd like to thank everybody, and if people would like to just say goodbye. So thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
It's been
and
a pleasure.
Thank you, Mark, for moderating. And
Yes, thank you for
Kung Fu Kickball is a team-based fighting sports game where the best ball kicker wins. You gotta punch, kick, and headbutt your way across the field to smash the ball into your opponent's bell and rack up points. Hi there, my name is Jonah Wallerstein. I'm the designer and main developer for the game. I really wanted to make something that would be fun to play with friends, but also has the depth to be taken seriously at a competitive level. But a lot of getting skilled at Kung Fu Kickball is really understanding the jump. It takes some getting used to, but when you do get that perfect moment of hitting the ball out of the air at just the right angle so it bounces off the wall and into the bell, it feels great. So please look forward to Kung Fu Kickball coming out soon for Steam, Xbox One, PS4, and Switch.
Jim Dark Magic is the wizard of Acquisitions Incorporated. He is, first and foremost, I would say, a stage magician. He's a performer. So the spells that he has tend not to be very useful. Not great for the rest of the party, just because I can't help a lot. I don't do a lot of damage. But I can make people invisible. I can make showers of sparks. There's a lot of exciting, crowd-thrilling spells that Jim can do. One of the things about Idle Champions is that all the characters have unique equipment, and so it was really important to go through Jim and think about what the unique things are, right? So he's got his wand holster and his twin wands. He's got his skull brooch, the cloak. So all the little pieces of Jim that you like are in there, and then now they've got stats and little stories and stuff. With Idle Champions, it was interesting because the characters in Idle Champions are designed to work together in teams. So, Rosie has a buff for all younger women who are in the party, right? There's these little things that help the rest of the group. And I wanted them to make sure that they understood that Jim did not help anyone else. So his abilities had to be things that would make him better, maybe even at the cost of the party. I made sure that Jim's ultimate would be completely useless, but incredibly flashy. I think it does a tiny bit of damage. It's mostly just sparks and showers of fire. It's fun to pretend to have that confidence.
The new and improved Jim Dark Magic, played by Mike Krahulik.
Like the last show at West where I came out in that costume, I was so nervous, to come out in a wig and everything and makeup and like a leather pants. But Jim has confidence, right? Like he would be able to do that. And so it's fun to pretend to be someone who has that, who can do that.
Boyfriend Dungeon, you spend a summer in Verona Beach, California, fighting monsters for money. Except the swords you find in the dungeon can also transform into beautiful men, women, and non-binary people you can befriend or date. You try to get as far as you can in the dungeon each time, but dying's okay, because you can level up too. You need to get stronger to go further. To do that, you'll need a closer relationship with your weapon. You spend the game alternating between fighting in the dungeon and hanging out with your weapons around town. I personally get bored if there's only fighting, but also I get restless if there's too much reading, so we wanted to make a mix of the two. Here, I'm dating Sunder the Talwar, and when we spend enough time together, we'll discover new abilities we can use in combat. Each weapon has a different set of upgrades to find, with choices to make along the way. Different weapons have different preferences for where they want to go on dates, how they want to flirt, and what kinds of gifts they want to receive. They might give you a gift too. There's a variety of different kinds of people/weapons to date in Boyfriend Dungeon, so it's up to you who you want to wield and level up your love. But watch out, there's someone out there kidnapping weapons. We're getting closer to finishing Boyfriend Dungeon now, and we hope people will love it as much as we do. If that sounds like your kind of game, wishlist Boyfriend Dungeon on Steam now.
welcome to our panel on what it takes to publish a board game. My name is Tom. I run the group Nerds of the West. You can catch us on YouTube and Twitch, but today, most of what we are covering is talking to our friend Joel Lewis. Joel, please tell the audience who you are and what you've done.
How are we going, guys? My name's Joel. I am the owner of Nerdshout Games. I designed Fluttering Souls, which was signed on with Good Games Publishing and launched at Gen Con last year.
Today, we are going to be going through, hopefully, all of the steps that it takes to publish a board game. I am not a board game designer, but I am a huge fan of board games. Nerds of the West covers them in every way, shape, and form. And I'm going to talk through with Joel everything that it took for him to get Fluttering Souls from the idea stage all the way through to what it took to get it published and out there on shelves. So I'm just going to jump straight into it. Ideas, when it comes to anything, you can't force an idea, can you, Joel?
Yes and no. I think that's a complicated question because a lot of people say, do you start with mechanics or theme? In my case, I love starting with competitions where you are literally forced into a position where you have restrictions on components, theme, ways that you can design a game. I love the button child ones where they force a small amount of cards, 18 cards, and make you pick a mechanic. And the last one was worker placement. So it does force you to think outside the box and utilize those resources. So a lot of people say mechanic or theme. In this instance, it was mechanic, but it actually came about because of a competition where I was so restricted as to what I could actually do.
It's the paradox of openness. If you've got every choice, you don't know what choices to make.
Exactly.
Where if you limit down the scope of what you're having to come up with, you'll start to think a whole lot more abstractly. And I believe Fluttering Souls started, as you said, as a button shy 18-card game.
Yeah, it was a Gen Can't competition. So Button Shy run a Gen Can't comp where basically anybody who can't make it to Gen Con, I guess they put out a competition where you have 18 cards, you have to design again, and they will launch it come Gen Con. So in this one, it was 18 cards, and there was no, at that time, I don't think there was any real limitations. So I'd come up with a couple of ideas, and funnily enough, this one I never actually got to completion to the competition.
Huh.
But it was the first game that I designed where my wife turned around and went, yeah, I like that, I'll play it again. I was like, all right, I'm continuing with this one.
How many games had it taken to get to that point?
I think this was the 5th.
Okay. So not your first experience of designing a game, and that's probably the biggest advice I can give anyone in a creative endeavor is try things first, and your first couple aren't going to be good.
Oh, my first 2 games were hot garbage. One of them was, what did we try doing? It was basically we were trying to get a child to their first birthday and overcome adversities, but utilizing kind of like a love letter style where you only have 1 card and you're like, oh, they're teething, how do you combat that? And it was interesting, but it kind of came about because the friend and I who were designing with, we both just had our first kids. So we're like, hey, we're living this, how can we...
That's such a... Coming from a filmmaking background, having board game design as that like creative outlet is such an interesting idea to me. Did any of that influence then Fluttering Souls, either mechanically or... I guess my question is, did any of your previous designs come out in Fluttering Souls and grow into
Absolutely
what it is
not.
now?
No. The inspiration for Fluttering Souls was very much Mahjong and kind of the old school pyramids on your computer. The publisher who's actually signed it said, nobody probably believe you when you say this, but I hadn't played Seven Wonders Duel when I'd played this, and a lot of people do link that similarity, and now having played it, I'm like, oh yeah, I can definitely see. This is the Sushi Go version of Seven Wonders Duel, like Sushi Go is Seven Wonders.
Which also isn't a bad way to design a game, is to have a look at what's out there and see if you can simplify it or add mechanics together or take inspiration from something else that's out in the world.
Absolutely. Like, you look at so many games, and every game that says it's a worker placement game, there has been a boatload of worker placements before it. It's not to say that yours isn't going to be absolutely fantastic and you're going to love designing it or playing it, but it's probably been done in some way, shape, or form. So
this Fluttering Souls didn't get into button shy games.
Oh no, I didn't finish it in time.
So where did it go from there? You had a game that your wife liked. How did you take it from a basic idea? What form was it even in when your wife played it, and where did it go from there?
It was literally a bunch of playing cards, and that comes to the what do you use to prototype? Anything you have lying around. This was literally 18. I mean, the final version now has got 36 cards, but the original had 18, and they were just face value cards from a deck of cards and given random point values, and which were significantly different from what they are now, and it was just a simple collecting cards. So we just used what we had, and at the time, was a deck of cards and a couple of tokens.
And just the one layout for how you set up the games at the time?
There was only one to begin with, and it was your pyramid kind of style. That was the one layout, and we just up until working with a publisher, I had tried a whole bunch of different ones, but I could never balance them.
Yeah.
It got to the point where I balanced a system of scoring that worked with that pyramid, and then tried a few and couldn't balance them. I guess I'll keep it at 18 cards, but that obviously isn't how it kind of ended up. So when we were testing it, I had a very short list of what points had seemed to promising when I was designing it, and then when I went to the first playtest, I actually didn't have listed on the cards what each of them were. I just told the person I was playing with, and the one out here on my left is basically that is the first version that I took out, and I would sit down with people and say, oh yeah, the blue morpho, 3 of them will give you 6 points. And I said, oh, you really should put that in the top. But little did they know, the next person, 3 blue morphos is going to give you 4 points, just to see if I could balance it.
Is that something you look at now, is balancing while you're play testing and prototyping? Or are you just trying to dig in on mechanics and how the game is going to work rather than overall at this stage?
I think at that stage, because it is quite a simple game, mechanically there wasn't too many places to go from the original set collecting. So I think I got quite lucky in that instance. The balancing of mechanics was quite limited to pure set collection, except for a couple of, there's a Great Eggfly, which really is a bit of a game changer. But yeah, I guess it just depends on the way you're designing it, because adding extra spins on stuff like a worker placement that has, I don't know, look at Raiders of the North Sea, where you do the action when you pick up and do the action when you put down. That is amazing and quite innovative, and it's just another spin on it. So I think, I don't know, it just depends on what you're designing and your thought process.
Fair enough. Prototyping can take a while because you are trying to get it to that point where you're ready to start testing on balance and move on to art and then the full design. How long did it take you to play test, to prototype, to get to a point that you were happy?
It was a good couple of months of testing, and like I said, even from what I thought was quite finished, was far short of what I'd worked with the publisher to get it to a final product. So it took a couple of months of getting it, okay, I think I've got a layout, I think I've got it balanced. And ideally I was like, a wallet game, put in your pocket 18 cards, fine. And then I approached an artist who was a friend of mine, and I'd actually approached her with 2 games. Now, the thing was, this is off on a tangent, I think as a first-time designer or publisher, in this stage, I thought I was going to be publishing on Kickstarter. And I'm not a full-time game publisher, obviously, this is my first one, so I was looking a lot at Kickstarter, what is going to be my upfront costs? Not to be a cheapskate, but what is reasonable for me to be able to afford as a hobbyist who's trying to then potentially one day transition this into a full-time job. So I'm not going to drop 20 grand on my first game of art assets, Kickstarter assets, graphic design, stuff like that. So I was like, okay, this one had, at the time, five pieces of art, and we reused the art as the box cover. Okay, so that's manageable. So that did definitely go into my thought process when starting to design this game. Is okay, how can I minimize my upfront to then use any gain from that later to then work onto potentially something bigger?
More, I guess keeping the game simple then helps with every other aspect of it.
Exactly.
And it makes it easier to design.
And God forbid, if I were to have come up with a big loss, my loss wasn't as big, and it was a learning experience in the process.
Yeah.
So when I approached her, I had 2 games. One of them, apart from, this obviously got published, the other one, like a month and a half later, there was a game called Leviathan that came out on Kickstarter. I think it was Leviathan. And it was basically a Moby Dick style 18-card game, but it was like a minis game without the minis.
Yeah.
And somebody was, Moby Dick, and then, what's the sailor's name who was chasing him? I can't remember.
My classical literature is not.
I can't remember.
I'm a filmmaker. Novels are over
anyway,
there
so it was all about him chasing the whales and stuff, but then it was, the other player would have a whole bunch of whales, and it was very similar to that. So I was basically doing a submarine-style battle thing.
Yeah.
So it was very, very similar to that. But now looking at that and having backed it, they did an amazing job, better than what I had done. So I'm so glad that I didn't chase that one. But at the time, I had 2 games. And I approached her and said, which one are you more interested in working on me with? And she went, the butterflies, hands down.
Solid.
Her background is tattoos, and she's like, I love the style that you're trying to aim for, and the Japanese style will definitely help me. And she's like, yeah, that's the one. I was like, okay, that's the way we're going. We're going to give this a shot.
Well, we'll touch on researching theme and getting all that in just a moment. Playtesting takes a long time, as you said. It took a couple of months. You initially started testing with your wife, and you said to me in previous games we've played that you've played this game with her more than anyone else. But
not anymore.
Not anymore? Okay.
Kim, if you're watching this, absolutely hands down the owner of Good Games who signed it. Oh my God, we've had
a lot of games.
Thousands. No exaggeration. We've played this thousands.
Fair enough. Where else can you and where else did you playtest? Because you really want a wide test audience so you can have things come up that you would never think about, that your close friends would never think about, because you probably think very similarly.
Absolutely. So they're quite, in Perth we're a little bit limited, but we have some fantastic resources. There's Play Up Perth, an event that I think is held every 6 months, where I tested out initially with the laminated cards. There's the Game Foundry, which is a game testing group that meets up every second week, and then just friends who are gamers, like Reese over there, who's on the other side of the camera. I'm making them guys play it, and just anyone who you can. And I'm pretty sure people were sick to death of hearing me say that I'm developing a game or designing a game.
It's probably a benefit of having such a small game is you can just whip it out and play test it somewhere. It's probably the perfect kind of game to design if you are trying for the first time. And I don't know whether you just lucked into that or.
I always, like I said, I knew it was going to be a smaller, less upfront kind of, less gamble initially,
But I reckon if anyone out there looks around at their local board game Facebook groups, local board game forums, Board Game Geek has thousands, I'm sure. There'll be someone out there willing to play test for you within a few kilometres.
Actually, Tabletop Game Designers Australia, within Australia, those guys are fantastic. And it's a very, I think quite a few of the guys have read through the rules and definitely given me great feedback. Even if they haven't necessarily playtest, they help in some way, giving feedback on art, graphic design. It's just unreal what they actually contribute. And the industry as a whole, I can't imagine any other creative industry where the other people or literally your competitors are trying to help you make a better game, because chances are they're going to buy it and want to enjoy it themselves. So even like the PAX event, the collaboratory, is just a fantastic way.
And tabletop game designers run events at PAX, or when PAX we were able to all get together. So make sure you check them out on Facebook. It is a fantastic resource and just fantastic people. So when it comes to playtesting, how much are you rewriting the rulebook based on what you playtest? At what point are you happy with the rulebook as it stands?
Now this is kind of from listening to a lot of podcasts. Some people will want to write the rulebook basically before they start testing. Other people will do it on the fly. I think it was pretty close to what I thought was complete as far as the mechanics concerned before I actually started putting pen to paper. Everything else is just scribbled notes in here of, this works, this doesn't, this works.
Is that whole book just design process on this?
Not just this one. There's a whole bunch of other random ones that failed, ones that I'm working on at the moment. But, having a notebook's good, but your memo on my phone is just full of this works, or what about this, or this, and it's just.
I guess keeping track of different versions and keeping.
I was not the best at that.
Not the best?
No.
But would recommend?
Absolutely. Documenting exactly what you're testing that instance, because I've kind of tested something, then gone and changed it slightly, didn't quite work, and then I've gone back and gone, all right, how did I do that again? And having to kind of sift through the notes. But definitely make sure you're documenting each process. And don't change too much at a time. If you think you're onto something good, if you change 5 things at once, you're not going to know which ones worked and which ones didn't, especially if they're mushed together.
Little incremental changes to figure out where your game's direction is going. So that takes you a good couple of months. At what stage did you personally look at the theme? Because you did say before, some people do theme first, some people do mechanics.
Yeah, look, I want to come back when you say it took a good couple of months, and that's only on a tiny little game. After designing this, I have so much more respect for people who put out bigger games and the process involved with that. It's just, there is a lot. I think I was quite naive when I started as to how involved it was going to be.
Well, it's like Orson Welles said when he was directing Citizen Kane. He didn't know, it was his first film he was directing, he didn't know what the camera could and couldn't do, so he just tried what he thought would work. There isn't the background info that you've looked at everything. It's not to say that don't research and don't think about stuff, but if you are naive, you can have a fresh look at what things can and can't be done.
Absolutely. Like, there are so many good resources because, like I said, board game designers and publishers really do want to have the best products out there, so they help each other. So there are a phenomenal amount of resources, but that still doesn't quite prepare you for how involved it's potentially going to be. But anyway, sorry, I completely diverted.
No.
So the theme. Yeah, so actually backtracking, I told a bit of a lie before. So the game that we'd done about looking after the kids, that maybe actually happened after this, but it still doesn't take away from the fact that it was pretty rubbish, because this this was actually helped as a coping strategy. So, and this is going to sound weird how this is going to tie into the theme, but just bear with me.
Go right ahead, you're the expert here.
So when we started designing it, I was like, oh, it's a pyramid. You know, it makes sense to be Egyptian. I'm like, oh, but there's a lot of good Egyptian games out there. Like, I can't really compete with that. But one of the things that really threw me into game design was I was buying a lot of Kickstarter, and I was kind of watching, and obviously the algorithm shows up with all the successful ones.
Yeah.
And I'm looking at some of these games and going, oh, I can do this. And so I'd started thinking about designs, and I'd started talking with my friend who helped me try and design the baby one. And yeah, I think I'd entered this as maybe I'd started this as maybe a second or third game. But what had happened when I was buying a lot on Kickstarter, we were trying to have our first son, or our first child. And we'd had 3 miscarriages leading up to that. Yeah. And as a kind of coping strategy for loss, I really threw myself into game design. It helped, distract from what was going on. So, if come the evening, late night, I would start jotting down ideas or stuff like that. And it became a way of helping me to cope with the loss. So, and then, like I said, really random tangents. The white butterfly, when we'd come home from each of our losses, our yard was full of butterflies each time, and it was almost quite eerie. And then butterflies had kind of had obviously this little special place and to help me get into it. So I was looking, butterfly theology, how can we, jump into this? And I'd found a lot. There was the Irish butterfly who jumps through realms. And then I came across this Tale of the White Butterfly, which was the Japanese story, which was even more creepy because it were white butterflies that had filled a house. And now I'm looking, I think it was like the cabbage top, which is so common in Australia. So of course it was a white butterfly. But yeah, so I said, well, what about collecting butterflies? Butterflies are pretty, it has some attachment to me. And then I threw in the story of the white butterfly. And that's how, when you win a round, you take a white butterfly token. But I had a lot of hesitation because I was like, well, is that going to appeal to people through Kickstarter? How does that go marketing-wise? And then it got to the point where, I'm just going to do it. And the art came back phenomenal. And I went, wow, if this isn't going to grab people's attention, I'm not quite sure what theme I could have.
It is beautiful. And this is the art on the left here. This was your original drafts?
So they were the original drafts. Well, actually not drafts. They were the... Oh, yeah.
I guess the question is, did you do drafts? Because it sounds like you're looking at publishing on Kickstarter and looking at all of that and what art you needed.
Absolutely.
And what was the process for that?
So I was very, very lucky that Gianna, who's the artist for it, she is unbelievably talented, and she was going to help me with some of the graphic design stuff as well, despite that not being her kind of specialty. She's a tattooist. But then if we look, even the backgrounds of different cards had changed. So basically this was very, very close to finish, but we changed very subtle things, like making these a little bit more, it's making them easier to differentiate, because if we look at the swallowtail compared to the eggfly, they're quite similar looking. Yeah. But then, so we changed the background to make it look a little bit different.
Even these two, just the difference between the red and the orange and the final...
Yeah, absolutely.
Final drafts, final product.
So we did quite a bit of work on that. But then, once I started working with Good Games, well, they just took it to a whole nother level. And they're like, okay, well, let's just flip the butterflies. Let's change the tone on this slightly. Let's add the scientific name down the side. Let's add how many cards are there. Let's change the graphic design and a whole lot of stuff. I was like, I thought about this, but just not to that extent. They just ran with it and obviously showed their professionalism, having had successful Kickstarters and having put games out there, knowing what works.
The experience of having someone almost mentoring you is huge. Having talked with other designers, just because working with publishers can be so intense, so in depth into something that you've created, having someone else either within that company or outside of that company helping you through the process can just be just the world of difference as like the success of your game can show.
Even down to the box. Like if you actually look at the difference, what they've kind of done is, so this one is sideways. Well, that is so when it's on the shelf, you can see it that way. But then on the other side, it's like that. So if it's on the shelf sideways, it's like that. So there's just so much thought had gone into adding icons so it's easier to see. I had it on the back, but just not as obvious. So they just took it to a whole nother level, really.
That's intense. So art is one of those things that makes or breaks games. If you want to capture someone's attention on the shelf or on Kickstarter, you need good art, which is really hard because artists deserve to be paid. You wanted to pay your artists quite well. Is art something that can be done on a budget for smaller games?
Well, again, like I was saying, that's one of the appeals to me working on a smaller game was the art and the upfront would have been less.
Yeah.
But I think I got very lucky with having a friend who was an artist who was willing to work with me at quite a reasonable
rate.
Yeah, like I said, I don't want to go into it too much, but she did an amazing job.
And how long, was there a lot of back and forth, or did you just have to trust your artist to go, this is what I need?
I told her kind of what I wanted and which butterflies. And again, this is having worked with somebody who very much is a professional in her field. She rolled with it and went, okay, well, the monarch feeds off milkweed. Okay, I have to make sure I draw that. Things that I hadn't even thought about. I was like, oh yeah, a couple of monarch butterflies. So even the plants, she's got down to the detail of which plants are suited to which butterfly. I hadn't even really thought about that at all. And she's going, okay, well, I've got to make sure they're all the same kind of style. We're going for the story is a Japanese story, so it needs to have a Japanese flair to it, which I definitely think it does. But yeah, so she really, there were a couple of minor things that I commented on, but
yeah. And that was just a drafting process back and forth between the two of you, or?
The stuff that I'd commented was more like, oh, okay, it just needs to be this size to fit on the card.
Okay,
no comment or criticism on her work at all. Like it was literally more like, these are the dimensions it's got to be. This is the format it's got to be for the printers, stuff like that. Like the rest of it was, and so in terms of art direction, I didn't give a whole lot.
Didn't give her like some crazy brief to fit this exact stuff, but enough to go on to give her to get this product.
I think so, and yeah, it's come back amazing.
It really is beautiful. So you were saying you'd already looked at printing options because you were already considering Kickstarter and what that would all take for you. You didn't end up doing Kickstarter, but what does it take to publish a game from Kickstarter?
So you have to know what the game's going to cost to make, obviously, and the shipping. They're your two real big things, and if you're adding stretch goals and stuff. I had approached quite a few printers, and there was one that responded quite quickly, and when I looked at the games they'd produced, one where they actually have quite a reputation, and I do feel somewhat guilty that despite having communicated with them so much, I didn't end up utilising them, because obviously good games went through their channels. But making sure that what the product you're going to produce is a reasonable rate for what people are going to pay.
Yeah.
And Stonemaier Games and a few other resources like that have indications of how much you should charge depending on how much it's going to cost you to produce, but you want to make sure it's competitive in the market.
Yeah.
And then going into shipping, there are a lot of avenues out there, and then it's very involved. And to be honest, looking at it now, I'm going, wow, I'm so grateful that they took on my game because there's a lot. If you're going into Europe, you want to make sure you've got your valued added tax kind of added on. Are you going to be using regional distribution networks? Like there's so many different ones out there. You've got to make sure you get the games from obviously the printer on the ship out to different regions, and yeah, I started to learn. I could learn quite a lot about it, but there is so much more to learn, particularly as somebody who never actually had to go through that.
Is that another thing that speaking with people through like tabletop game designers, like people have experience with that you can reach out to for?
Absolutely. There's to be honest, within the community, I found everybody is so overwhelmingly helpful. If you're active in the groups and you're talking to people and giving any kind of feedback, they would jump on board to help you anyway, and recommend, oh, this is who I use, this is the experience I had.
So Kickstarter looked like a decent avenue for you at the time. Would you still recommend people go through Kickstarter if they can't get a publisher, or is Kickstarter still such a changing beast that you've really got to be looking into the research of it to get going?
I don't know if I'm the right person to answer that, but if it's a game you're passionate about and want to pursue, then yes. But it also depends on what your goals are as a designer or publisher. If you want to be a publisher and if you want to go that route, or if you're happy to design and then have someone take over, like a friend of mine who's helped me massively with this game, and I don't want to name names in case he doesn't want this to be public knowledge, but he had self-published and he had funded and he'd done quite well. But his subsequent games, he went, that's not what I enjoyed about the process.
Yeah.
So his subsequent games, he's pitching, and I tell you, I've played some of them, they are really good. So I can imagine they're going to be
self-published.
I can imagine that they're going to land with somebody.
Yeah.
But he said that that's not what I enjoyed. I enjoyed making the games and getting it. He didn't actually want to do that again.
Yeah.
Whereas other people have absolutely love publishing and want to do that avenue and would rather sign other people's games and go that way. That's entirely depends on what you want to get out of the industry and the avenue you want to pursue. But I think for the most part, designers start out with their baby and they want to get it out there. And
it makes sense.
Which is why when Good Games approached me at PAX, I was at first kind of a little bit starstruck. But then I was like, yes, I want to get my game on as many tables as possible. And they already have systems in place, and they have huge email lists, and they have the capability of getting it onto as many tables as I have. So many more tables than what I would. So I was absolutely jumped at the chance to work with them, and I'm so grateful I did.
So what was the process like of going to PAX? So you went to PAX to try and sell this, or just to promote?
So I went to purely promote. I went on the collaboratory and I was trying to generate an email list, generate a bit of hype, and try to get out there and get this some attention.
And that's not just a PAX thing, that's board game conventions all across the world. You will find people all across the shop floor just promoting, selling, talking to people, trying to get feedback on their game, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
That's the main point of board game conventions, as far as I'm aware.
Pretty much. It's either to sell or to get games out there and promote, yeah.
And what was it like at PAX Australia?
It was, at that point, I hadn't ever seen anything like it because, I mean, in Perth we don't have anything like that. But it was huge. It was kind of surreal having a pass that allowed me to walk through and walk straight past the massive queue of people going in. It was have a little bit of a sneak peek at everything that was going on.
So you get a board game publisher?
Yeah,
pass?
sorry. So the reason I was able to do that was because I had joined up on the Tabletop Game Designers Australia booth with the intention of promoting the game, and I'd also kind of landed a spot in the collaboratory, which is a section usually to the side of, well, I shouldn't say to the side, but it's a section of the board game area where people are trying to promote games that they've been working on. And to be honest, I felt a little bit like a very small fish because as I was setting up my game, there's guys like Shannon Kelly who just had a huge hit with Lucidity, which had then signed on to Renegade, and he was promoting his newest one. And then there was Rare Roses, which was just absolutely stunning to look at. And there's me posting this with my little flyers, and they've got huge banners. I'm like, oh dear, what am I doing? I feel very out of my depth here. But it got great feedback, and then Jamie from Good Games came and played it, and then he brought over Kim, and I didn't quite realise who they were at first until Kim's like, hey, I'm Kim from Good Games, I really like your game. Okay, cool.
As you said, a little bit starstruck. So there are publishers out there looking for games. That's how they make their money. They are going to be paying attention to this stuff. So I guess
it's hard at the moment with
yes,
the current kind of climate. But I would recommend to anyone who's designing and wants to go the publisher route, jump onto Cardboard Edison because they have basically archive of who is looking for what and are they accepting submissions at the moment and how to approach them. It is just such a good resource.
Awesome. So for you, conventions were the thing that got you in the door with a publisher, but there are other routes, and publishers do just take submissions. Don't flood your publishers with submissions. Check if they're open for it.
And make sure there's some great articles out there. There's one that's literally called Courting a Publisher, and it is how to approach and what you're actually basically the best way, and knowing their product line and what's going to suit.
Yeah.
So you don't just want to send the same email to the same publishers and be like, hey, I've got this massive heavy euro, and I've sent it to a company that only really produce family games. Hey.
Yeah, it's a job interview of sorts.
100%.
You need to tailor it to the person that you're working with, but at the same time you're selling a product. You still need to make it sound good to them specifically. So once you got kind of lucky, you've admitted that to me.
Absolutely.
Good Games approached you, which is so
Yeah,
cool.
yes and no. Like they played the game at the convention, and from there.
Yeah.
I think we'd had a very brief email, kind of Facebook conversation earlier, and they said, "Oh, what are your intentions with it?" And I said, "Oh, I'm going to try self publish," and they liked the look of the art, and I guess which massively helped the artwork. Thanks, Gianna.
Yeah.
And
said good art sells games.
They liked it from there. So yes, I got absolutely very, very, very lucky.
Very lucky, but you put the work in to make a good game beforehand.
Yeah.
Luck is always a factor in any creative work.
What's the saying? Luck is a combination of preparation and timing or something. I can't remember how it goes.
I'm sure people will understand. So what was your PAX like after talking to them? I'm just curious to hear. Did you just talk to them after that, or were you still working on the collaboratory floor?
So I was still working, but I think it was actually quite late in the con where they kind of approached me.
Okay.
But even before that, I got a lot of good email. I got a decent email list from the TGDA booth. I had got good feedback. I basically had a horse throat because I wasn't stopped talking. And again, that goes to show you the community. Michael, who he designed Misdirection, and he's got a current, I think I'll probably be finished by the time this is on, but another Kickstarter. He loved the game and then went and grabbed some of his friends to bring it over to show them. And I was like, well, strictly speaking, it is competition, but he's bringing people back, and just how warming the game community is just unreal. But yeah, so it was doing quite well, and I was feeling pretty good about it. But when they came, it was just
that next level. What's the process like when you're working on that convention floor? Do you have a list in front of you? Do you let of taking people's names down? Are you taking feedback, like giving people feedback forms?
Yeah.
What are you looking for?
So give them basically a feedback form that at the bottom has, are you interested in hearing more about this game? Please put your email.
Yeah.
And at that stage, whether it was tweaking a rule, adding other things, and the biggest feedback was more depth and replayability through additional layouts.
Yeah.
Which, like I said, I had tried a bunch, had never got it quite balanced. But then when I started working with the Good Games team, they went, we want more layouts. And they changed some tweaks about, for the most part, it wasn't too much, but it was very minor kind of adjustments about points or scoring. Like the biggest one, you can see the Monarch, originally it was 1 gives you 1 point. Now it's a stacking system. So they're like, no, we want to change a couple of things and then go back and balance that to the initial layout, which is layout 1, which has been tested, oh my God, so many times. And then from that, brainstorming as many layouts as we could. They came up with a bunch, I came up with a bunch. And then applying what we had balanced to each of those layouts and then seeing if it was balanced. And I'm talking test each one 20 times.
Yeah.
And if you had a 10-10 split, Kim and I would test it 100 times. And then if that came back at a 50-50 split, that's the one we're going to include. But then, again, they just took it to another level and put it into a computer program. I can't remember the guy they worked with, but they then said, okay, we're going to simulate this, and let's throw it through 1,000 times and see what our split is, just to make sure there's no, because it's a 2-player game, and first player or second player advantages are going to be so noticeable, especially if they're big splits. Some of the layouts we had were like literally 9 out of 10 first player would win.
Wow.
I was like, no, that's been it.
No, not worth.
But so there was a lot of development that went into it after, and after about 40 odd layouts, we narrowed it down to 15 that worked. And then Joel Finch, who designed Unfair, he did a lot of the graphic design on it. And he took it, again, to a next level. He put all the scoring down the side, added the little butterflies in the corner. They just had all these extra things.
The little bits that make the game just that much
The attention to detail.
Yeah, attention to details
was
the exact thing I'm looking for.
Was just, even the way the box was laid out. They went, okay, well, we're going to flip. So this was my original one. They're like, no, we need to split up the two black ones. So we're going to put it over there so it doesn't draw your eye to a certain area, it draws it to the whole thing. Do we use, is it the spot UV where it has shiny bits? Like, no, because it might draw away from the beautiful art, because in a game like Seventh Continent, where it is just the black on the gold, well, then you want the spot UV because it's nice and shiny. Yeah. So all these things I hadn't really considered, and like I said, they just kind of really, even like bring all in a little bit, adding bits over here, and it was just...
Just that little bit of help and expertise to make your game the best it can be.
Absolutely.
First of all, how long did that process take, working with them, from the point that you signed the contract with them, because that is, it is a contract?
Yeah, so the contract actually wasn't signed till quite late on, but that was fine. We'd worked so hard on it together, and they were very, very transparent with everything that was going on. And this is, again, hearsay from other designers who basically they submit a game, sign it, and then they come back with a completely different product. But it's still their game, but there's a lot of change. Well, I was involved in the Discord thread with the graphic designers and playtesters and people editing the rules and stuff like that. So they involved me every step of the way, and it was just such a great learning experience to do that. But from them initially saying they were interested to final product was, so it basically from PAX to Gen Con. Yeah. And at Gen Con they had...
Gen Con's usually July?
I think it was August.
August. So it's almost a year from like October, September PAX.
But that is, we'll talk about Gen Con in a bit, because oh my God. But basically I rocked up, and there was boxes of my game with the logo on the side of the box that said Fluttering Souls and stuff like that.
Cool.
So it was from PAX where they first kind of coined interest and let's work on this, to Gen Con, and there was a few hundred copies of a finished product.
That's awesome. And you were saying you were involved the whole time, you were working with them that whole stage. Was there any stage, and feel free to not answer this, was there any stage where they overwrote you? They went, we believe this is the right way to do it?
No, I don't think so. I definitely had hesitations. Yeah. And I think this is advice to any designer. If you're working with a publisher and they have an idea about something they want to do, even if it's something you've tried, work with them, because they are ultimately trying to make the best game they can with you, because they want to sell it and make money and they want it to do well. So even though there were instances where I absolutely had hesitation about what was happening, but then we tried it and some of them worked and I was like, okay, this is a great idea. Other ones are like, nah, don't really feel it. So I definitely felt like there was quite a partnership, but at the end of the day, it becomes their product.
Yeah, so that was the question I was kind of leading towards, is what's the relationship like? Is it, for you, it seems it was very collaborative.
Yes.
While you've talked, you said other people might have their game almost taken away from them and reworked without them being involved, and I guess that comes down to talking with the publisher about what kind of relationship you want to build with them and what the publisher is like themselves.
I suppose, I think in this instance I'm not maybe the best person to comment on that, because I did have such a really good experience with the guys that I worked with, that and I think, again, Cardboard Edison do have quite a lot of statistics out there about working with publishers and how first-time designers felt and how satisfied they were with their experience compared to people who designed and had 10 games published, and it was quite potentially, in some instances, quite polarizing. But I think it depends on who you work with a lot as well.
Prototyping at the later stage can be a very interesting process, because if you're publishing yourself, some printers might include it as part of the printing cost. They'll send you a prototype version of the game so you can see it all. How did that work when you were working with Good Games? Did you see almost finished prototypes beforehand?
They saw proofs, and they're in Sydney. I'm in Perth, it's a decent flight away, so they'd sent me photos of the proofs. Okay. So they did receive them. Yeah. Prototyping in this instance was done by the Game Crafter, and there are quite a few small print run manufacturers. I found the Game Crafter were quick and quite a good product, but I wanted to see what the game was potentially going to look like on shelves before I then went through. And I could take this to a few conventions and say, hey, this is pretty close to finished. Do you want to give it a shot? So this one was my one, and if I had have gone through Longpack or Bangway or whoever, yes, they would send a proof beforehand to make sure everything's okay, make sure everything's in the right position and stuff like that. But that was absolutely
handled by the publisher. And how much, just out of curiosity, how much did it change between the final product and the proofs? Did that involve like flipping some of the butterflies? Or
No,
was the
because
graphic designer?
I think a lot of that had already been kind of sorted through.
So proofs is a lot more.
So through print and plays,
Yeah.
stuff like that, and then printing out what they thought was going to be the final play testing, saying, okay, we'll modify this few, these few things. I think the only real thing between the initial print run and now is the thumb cutouts.
Oh, yeah.
This wasn't in it, and then after Gen Con, I think they said, yeah, we need to add those because a lot of people said they got this.
So, Gen Con, huge. You can see the smile on his face. Huge moment for you. What's it like as a designer to be sent to promote your game and to sell your game at Gen Con?
So I'll backtrack a little bit first. This, I think, as far as I was aware, originally we had discussed Kickstart or straight to retail. And they held off in the kickstarting process and decided that they're going to Gen Con, so that's when they're going to launch it.
Yeah.
So they kind of told me that, and I was like, oh, okay. And they said, oh, yeah, we're going to go to Gen Con. And I kind of said it in jest, but also testing the waters of, oh, well, if you're going to go Gen Con, do you want to take me? And expecting, oh, haha. And I was like, oh, we'll crunch some numbers and see how we go. And I'm like, excuse me? And I think this was all through Discord, and I had just this big stupid grin on my face. And then they said, oh, there's some flights on sale for cheap, we can get you over there. And they said, can you get the time off? I was like, oh, we'll get the time off. But it was the most amazing, like anybody who is, like obviously big ones at Gen Con, S and stuff like that, but it is not like anything we have in Australia.
So explain it to people, because I still can't believe the scope of it.
It's so big that they had games on the football stadium.
Yeah.
Like it overflowed from the convention center, and the convention center in Indianapolis is huge. So there was the exhibitor hall, but then there was a game hall, then there was other halls that were just solely for publishers, and then they had the conference centers in hotels booked out for games. Like the actual BGG hotness room was in one of the hotels in the convention, because it wasn't in the main convention center. Then they had Lucas Oil Stadium
PAX,
was playing games. Like
PAX Australia size, like doubled, so it covers so many different places in Indianapolis.
Probably say it was maybe like 4 or 5 times as other PAX, maybe 4 times.
Okay, my guess is way off.
If you have a look at, I think the numbers, I think over that weekend they got over 200,000 people through the turnstiles. I think
that's insane.
Like I almost think you could be close to fitting Melbourne Convention Centre in just the exhibitor hall.
Wow. Okay.
And walking through on the Thursday, or was it Wednesday when we're all setting up, I've got walking through with my camera phone watching Simon setting up their stuff and Plaid Hat Games setting up their stuff, and I'm just like, oh my God, like. And then we got to our booth, and I was just like, I had the mentality of that weekend, I am going to be busting my gut to get my game out there. I'm setting up everything, and I almost felt that I had to prove my work ethic and commitment to Good Games for just sending me over there. Like, nah, we're going to make the absolute most of this.
But still having fun the whole time.
Oh, I fanboyed out so hard. I got a selfie with Tom Vassell. I got selfies with this game.
Come back to Tom Vassell in a second.
I got selfies with This Game is Broken crew. I chased down Mike DeLisio for a photo, and then I met up with a bunch of guys that originally, when I thought I was going to kickstart, I had started asking them about, now obviously these are people that I am fans of their channels anyway, because otherwise, and you have to make sure that if you're going to be going the Kickstarter route, you need to make sure that the channels that you approach, or the content creators, the YouTube presenters and stuff, that it's the right game to fit their channel.
Yeah.
But there was a lot of guys like Kaz, who from Dice Odyssey, sorry, Kaz, I didn't forget, who I'd loved his stuff anyway, that I was like, oh, can we catch up? Are you going to be there? Or BJ from Board Game Gumbo, I was like, oh, dude, she come and play, and guys like that, and so catching up and meeting these people who I'd only ever spoken with online was so cool. It was so good.
So that's kind of the next thing I want to touch on. You've got your game. It is mostly finished, minus these little cutouts. Your game is ready to sell. So how do you sell it at Gen Con? Are you just at your booth? Are you out there promoting to people? Like,
it looked like every publisher had like their own kind of twist on the way they were going to sell it. Some had stand-up tables, they had like quick games. This one, myself and Jamie were sitting down with Fluttering Souls, and they'd also released Fairy Seasons, and we were kind of trying to get people to come through, and Kim was like, hey, you want to come play a quick game? Like out there being a salesperson, trying to draw people in. But it's good because I can teach a round of this in less than a minute.
Yeah.
You can play around in 3, the full game takes 20. So you're able to get a feel of the game quite quickly before a reset. So it's quite suited to a convention.
Yeah.
It really was. But then, obviously, at the beginning of Gen Con, sorry, I keep going back to the beginning of it, you rock up a couple hours early and you're running around like your headless chook, buying the stuff that you want, all the hot releases that you want to get, and all the things that had been quite difficult to get in Australia. I had a list of games that we couldn't get yet. I'm like, yes.
Because Gen Con is a sales floor as well. Like it's not only an enthusiast and a publisher side of it. It is, well, I guess that's the publisher side of it. They are there to sell games.
I took 2 suitcases. I had one suitcase with clothes, put in a bigger suitcase that was empty just to bring stuff back.
Love it. So you were saying working with reviewers. Had you already approached reviewers to work with, or was a lot of that done at Gen Con?
So when I was at this stage, I had approached quite a few. There was Board Deck and Dice with Nick Welford, who's from Board Game Exposure. There was Eagle's Eye View Games. I'd approached Kaz from Dice Odyssey. I'd sent a copy out to Geek City USA. So I'd contacted quite a few anyway. But then
is that just straight up cold calling them, cold emailing them?
Pretty much, yeah, for the most part.
Because I can say from a content creator side of it, please just approach us. We are always happy to hear about new games. Please, anyone, if you're publishing a game, talk to content creators. They're people who love games. They'll give you feedback. It's well worth it.
Absolutely. Just approaching these guys. But then I had to say to them, so the version I sent you, probably not going to be the final one because I'm now working with Good Games Publishing to get it better and get it out there.
Yeah.
So, and I do feel a little bit guilty because a couple of them had finished and filmed.
We had.
Sorry, I haven't name dropped you guys yet. I didn't think it was necessary.
That's fine. We're here. I'm on camera.
But so I did feel a bit guilty. But I was like, I'm sorry. Because I'd sent them copies, because a lot of them, because the game crafters in the States, so I just sent a copy directly. It was cheaper for me to send a copy straight from the factory to them to keep than it was for me to post a copy that I already had and then get it back. It's like, hang on to that one. But
you mentioned before you got a selfie with Tom Vassell. Yeah. There's a bit more of a story there, right?
Not really, actually. The guy was so busy that I actually think my selfie's kind of blurry because I was like, oh, dude, you got 2 seconds to... Okay, cheers.
Did you give him a copy of your game at the time?
Not the first time I met him. Because the first time I met him, I was a little bit nervous.
Yeah.
And then I think I saw him on the Saturday and I'd kind of said, oh, hey, got a game. Can we show you? And he's like, see, the problem with that is I can't judge your rule book and I actually can't give you honest feedback if you teach it to me and then we play it. So he says, go give me a copy. I was like, all right, I'll be 2 seconds. And I ran back to our booth, grabbed a copy, gave it. And then he was like, oh, cool, yeah, cheers, thanks. And his review's up and it's, oh my God, getting a seal of approval from him.
Yeah.
But I ran back to the guys. I was like, oh yeah, I just gave a copy to Vass. And they, what? I was like, oh yeah. And like, okay, cool. I was like, oh no, should I not have done that? I'm like, oh no, he'll give us an honest opinion. But I guess, sorry, I forgot. Unfiltered Gamer as well. Yeah, he gives completely honest opinions and he sat down and played it and got another selfie. Like I said, I was just fanboying out so hard.
So do publishers set aside a certain amount of games to give away to reviewers? Or is that budgeted into how much you're taking to Gen Con?
I'm not entirely sure, but it definitely was a case of, I obviously, not my product, so I wasn't in the position to say, oh, you're a reviewer, here you go.
Yeah.
But I think definitely the rest of the team were like, okay, you're a reviewer, here's your channel, verify it, cool, here's a copy. Oh, here's a copy of a game we're also working on.
Yeah.
Give us some feedback about that. And again, from having games already, they already knew a lot of the reviewers, and they knew the guys that they like to work with. But this is purely observational, but there were obviously relationships there where they would say, oh yeah, we've worked with them, can you take on this one as well? And Game Boy Geek, I think they'd already maybe worked with them for Unfair and a few other things. There was definitely a lot of games given out to reviewers because it's marketing. It's for them to be able to get it out there and hopefully more sales.
Speaking of observational, you wouldn't have had the input for all the promotion and all the banners and everything that you had made for Fluttering Souls, or they had made for Fluttering Souls. Did that work for you guys? And what other things did you notice at Gen Con that worked for other people? For people who might be looking to self-publish and see what they can promote at Gen Con.
As far as banners, so they basically had banners that would have been the size of the curtain, probably bigger. Like, they were huge. There was one that was the cover of Fluttering Souls, one that was a cover of Fairy Seasons, and then the other one I think was Guildmaster one side, Unfair on the other. So they had that set up. But everyone had their own twist. Like, some of the huge guys like AEG had stuff hanging from the ceiling, like massive cranes. There was a giant Pikachu that would have been the size of this room. But I guess it just depends. Like,
I guess it comes down to marketing.
I think that Kim had basically said, what's the tallest we can go? Let's go that tall. Like,
fair enough. But it comes back to good art is going to pull people in more than anything else. You don't necessarily have to have the biggest, flashiest piece of banner. You can have something small, but if it's eye-catching, it's going to catch someone's eye, and that's your best chance to promote your game.
It definitely has to be big to an extent, though. Like, in a little corner of just a piece of paper on the table that was pretty probably isn't going to...
I guess from that point on, you've done everything you can as the designer. Were you involved at all in the rest of the manufacturing side? Were you involved at all in the publishing side?
That's not to me. And again, they're so transparent. They were saying, okay, so this is when it's going to be in the States. This is when it's going to. We're hoping to do a partnership with this distributor and stuff. So they're absolutely very transparent about it, which has been fantastic.
And how long did that all take from, I guess, Gen Con to then? Like, did you got a lot of attention at Gen Con from what I remember?
Yeah, so there were basically reviews straight back in Australia. I think it took a little bit of time to get it in the States, but I also think kind of with COVID hitting it, kind of halted the sales quite a bit. I'm not exactly sure on the time frame.
Took you a little while to manufacture it, and that's the side of thing that the publishers are going to help with. They're just going to handle all of that for you, which lets you focus on the design aspects for everything else that you want to do.
Yeah, there was in the contract a kind of acknowledgement of my responsibility to obviously help promote as well. I had recently, when there was the BGG Con, I had ran, if you had a PlayStation, through Tabletop Simulator.
And that's something we haven't touched on. Tabletop Simulator is a huge thing for testing games.
It is now. Promoting. I don't think it wasn't when I started, or it may have been, but not as well utilised. But now it is huge. And they've made it quite user-friendly, especially if it's just cards and there's some set token or kind of coded tokens and stuff like that to put in there. It's just definitely become a huge resource if you can get it on there, and it gets you testing games internationally as well, getting other people's opinions. At the end of the day, it's their product, but it's still my name on the front of the box and my baby. So you'd be lying to yourself if you said you weren't invested in it on an emotional level after that. Like, I wanted to do as well as possible, and they've definitely helped facilitate that beyond what I think I could have done by myself. Even if it wasn't an obligation, you'd do it anyway.
Yeah, board game design seems to be, even more so than any other creative industry, something you have to love to push through with it. It is not easy.
No.
So on that topic, is there any final thoughts and advice you would give to someone in designing and attempting to publish a game?
So this is not design or publishing advice. I mean, I guess it is, because it's all kind of relative. Get involved in the community. Get involved in the Facebook groups. Get involved in your favourite reviewer. Like, with you guys, if you're a fan of Nerds of the West, how much does it mean to you guys when somebody pops a comment or somebody shares your link or stuff like that?
It's the biggest thing. Someone walked into my local game store and bought a whole bunch of games and referenced us, and just hearing that is so huge. And then having people be like, hey, I really love what you're doing, here's my game, is
And bouncing
amazing.
off that familiarity, if you have somebody who's constantly sharing, constantly reposting, constantly commenting, well, the more you see that name, the more familiar you become with them. So if they were then to approach you saying, hey, I'm working on this, can you help? Well, you're going to be more likely to work
100%.
with them anyway. So comment on your favorite reviewer stuff, and get involved in the groups. And on Facebook groups now, it has the whole conversation starter, video, not video, sorry,
visual storyteller,
and all that kind of stuff. So that shows that you're being more and more industry, and I'm pretty sure the algorithms work now that when you have that, it gets seen by more people. Now, this comes back to a group that this is like when I'd first kind of started, there were quite a few big groups, and one that I jumped on and I wanted to do regular posts with was Board Game Exposure. So I was doing every Friday, I would set my alarm so that 3 o'clock Australian time would be like 3 in the morning, kind of the States.
Everyone's starting to wake up slowly, maybe.
3 maybe. But to post then would kind of capture the evening for us, the morning for them, and I wanted to be, okay, I'm going to try and engage into a group. And, I, again, was working with them and posting as much as you can regularly, but after a while, I had the conversation starter, I had the visual storyteller and all that kind of stuff. And recently, the guys asked if I wanted to be an admin of that group, and then that group's exploded to almost 8,000 members now. And just to have, and you know the people that are posting stuff, and you're more likely to, this guy's contributed all the time, and they're promoting a game. Let's comment on it. It looks great, whatever. So just get involved in the community. And it is such a friendly community, really. Nobody's going to be upset with you for liking their posts or their views, but
I think that is just you've absolutely nailed it. Get involved in your local community, get involved in whatever international communities there are. PAX Online is running all kinds of things, I'm sure. So make sure you're if you like board games, get involved with more board games. There is so much good stuff out there coming from smaller creators.
That's the beauty of Tabletop Simulator at the moment. You can play a prototype of somebody on the other side of the planet, like who's working on a game that they obviously love because they've spent a lot of time working on it, coding it, getting on Tabletop Simulator, trying to design it themselves. Yeah,
it's been awesome. Well, I think that pretty much covers everything. It's come up with an idea, do lots and lots of playtesting, figure out some art in any way you can, and then look at what it takes to publish it,
And you will be on such a high after you finally have that product in your hand. After Gen Con, my first game had sold out at Gen Con, and I'm on the way home, and you're on this kind of like, you wouldn't say like a pit, but on the down. I was like, I'm going to make Fluttering Souls 2. So I'm sitting there on the plane, and I have so many different layouts that I've drawn. You're just going to be on such a high, and once you kind of get a buzz for that, you just keep wanting to do more and more. So afterwards, it's like, how do I make more? How do I do this? How do I change this?
Expansions?
Exactly.
How do I just cover everything?
So,
but thank you so much, Joel, for talking with me today and giving your insight into this. Where can people find you?
So myself, you'll be able to find me under No Shout Games on Instagram, rarely Twitter, but it is there, and Facebook under No Shout Games. There's also a Fluttering Souls board game group where if you have any questions about rules, gameplay stuff, where to find it, and occasionally we do a picture of the layout and say, well, what would you choose and why?
I've been Tom from Nerds of the West. In case you didn't click, we make board game content, reviews, playthroughs. We also live stream on Twitch, twitch.tv/Nerds of the West. Make sure you're jumping into the Twitch community because it is just a great way to get feedback on games. Good Games Publishing, thank you so much for all your support. Make sure you stick around to watch the rest of what's going on at PAX Online. Just have a great time, everybody.
Have a great con.
Lethal Lawns is a competitive lawn mowing party game by Aussie devs, Kaiju Stomp. Set in everyday suburban yards, players mow grass for pocket money or can mow each other to steal their opponent's cold hard cash. Battle it out with your mates in teams or free-for-all across different maps and game modes. Supporting bots, custom game settings, online multiplayer and Steam Remote Play, Lethal Lawns is a great game to throw into your Friday night rotation. It's jam-packed for $5 on Steam, so check it out and get mowing.
Do you own a VR headset and are interested in asymmetric VR games? We at Full Bean Studio have the game for you! Come try out Operation Armstrong! Sneak around our lunar facilities while your friends keep you hidden from enemy robots. Hopefully. Don't own a VR headset? Find a friend with one and then go play Operation Armstrong. You can direct them through the facilities. Tell them to go left, go right, duck, perform a U-turn where safe, or any combination of senseless noise till they pass out from motion sickness.
You gave me those directions, guys.
Then log in with your smartphone or other device and become the hacker you always wanted to be. Open doors, close doors, distract enemies, crack locks, turn off alarms when your clumsy agent inevitably triggers them. Don't have any friends with VR headsets? Check out our community Discord where you can join other community members or us devs while we play Operation Armstrong. Also feel free to drop by if you just want to talk game dev, VR, or how the weather is in Australia. Don't forget about our Operation Armstrong level editor. Make entirely custom maps to share over your Steam workshop and screw your friends over. Alright, enough talk. Let's play.
Hello, welcome to this walkthrough of Operation Armstrong. Up here we've got the TV screen, this is where our agent is. We've got a mobile screen where I'll be doing all my hacking, and we've got the VR view where Halen is sneaking about. So let's get right into it. Let's go. Alright. So we're going up to door 4, I'm going to open that, get round behind the obstacle there. Yep. Okay. Yep. You're good, keep moving, go into the vent.
Oh no, he was a fast turner.
What? How do you... Okay, go straight there. Just go into the next vent.
Ooh.
I've got the lockdown. Or I'll mess up the lockdown. That's fine. Okay, I'm gonna open door 10, releasing the crawler into the level. If you want to get round to that next next pillar across. I'm choosing when I open this door.
Yep.
Yep. Just stay there. It should kind of just wander right next to you. Why not? Just stay. Just. Okay.
Is he coming around?
Leaving you. Go.
Jesus. Alright. What's the code?
Okay. Door 9 is yellow, blue, red. Oh, don't go yet. Ooh. Okay.
Oh, alright.
Close that door in his face. I'm just going to open door 10 as well, so the crawler...
What do you do when you run out of spell slots? I'm sure you've wondered how I, Walnut, have become as well known as I am for never being in want of spell slots and always being prepared for any situation. Listen to the end for my trade secret. As you know, personally, I never run out of spell slots. As a level 10 druid, circle of the moon, mind you, I have so many spell slots and so many options. Do I want to scare off some feral cats with a little magic missile? Cure an oafish paladin's boo-boo with a little goodberry? Or am I feeling spicy enough to drop a 3rd level moonbeam down on an entire illegal logging operation? I'd love to run out of spell slots. I would. That would mean I'm doing my best out there to protect the natural world. I suppose I do have to mitigate only having 2 wild shapes per day. Now, I know what normal people would think in this situation, but Walnut, can't you just save those wild shapes for when you're in the most dire circumstances? No, I say. Instead, I would say, what defines a day? Certainly, there's no law, no rule, that a day has to be anything other than the time between rests. And that's why I've developed a perfect system to skirt the rules, as it were. I need to do a big fight with a dragon in 30 minutes. Good thing I can turn into the mighty dragon's most feared natural enemy, a regular ass bear. But oh no, I don't have enough time to sit for 4 hours and regen my wild shapes. Guess I'll die. Sorry, the rest of my party. Has this ever happened to you? Not anymore. Now druids can perform not 5, not 6, not 7, but 8 equidistant mini trances, or naps as I like to call them, across the day. Why wait for your wild shapes to fully regenerate when you can get partial credit for a 30-minute nap blast? Sure, I could turn into a whole bear, but isn't it just as good to have my regular body and say like 1 bear arm for about 15 minutes? That's a whole 150 rounds of combat. If you can't get the job done with 1 bear arm in 100 rounds of combat, then why are we even talking?
Hi there, I'm Dr. Mark Adams with the Queensland University of Technology in Brisbane, and our labs are based at the Translational Research Institute on the Princess Alexandra Hospital campus. And my primary research focus is on lung cancer. We're also looking to extend some of the findings that we've made in lung cancer to other solid malignancies, such as colorectal cancer and certain types of breast cancer. So I've been extremely privileged and fortunate to receive funding from Cure Cancer. And this funding was focused on my work to improve the sensitivity of lung cancers to chemotherapy. And that's a lot of what our work is in doing, is finding ways to exploit some of the molecules that might be upregulated in disease or dysfunctional. And if we can target these molecules and combine these targeted agents with chemotherapy, this might be a strategy to improve the effectiveness of chemotherapy and to save a lot of the toxicities that are associated with chemotherapy and improve the health outcomes for our cancer patients. Of course, as an early career researcher, it's extremely challenging to attract funding to drive our research. We don't have immense track records. So this is where funding agencies such as Cure Cancer step in. They really do focus on supporting the early to mid-career researchers to enable us to answer, to try and answer some of the research questions that we have, ultimately with the ultimate view of trying to improve the health outcomes for our cancer patients.
diverse distribution leads to diverse games. This panel is being run as part of Clearly Represent Me's community booth as part of this PAX online, PAX Together experience that we're doing this year. So I am Jess Zammit. I'm one of the directors of Clearly Represent Me. You can find us in the community booth section of this event. But basically, we work to increase representation of diverse people in the games industry and in games. And I am joined by my two lovely co-panelists. Would you like to introduce yourselves, beginning with Ash?
Hi, my name's Ash McCallan. I use she, her pronouns, and I'm a gameplay and narrative designer across both digital and tabletop games.
Yes. Hello, I also use she, her pronouns. I'm sorry, I'm forever forgetting, and I hope people continue to remind me. So yes, thank you. And yes, Cecile.
Hi, I'm Cecile. My pronouns are they, them, and I'm a graphic designer, comics artist, zine maker, and game developer in Melbourne. And yeah, I'm happy to be here.
Yes, thank you. Thanks everybody for joining me. So we're here to talk about some of the ways that we might be able to access and distribute and find and create games that may be a little less mainstream than some people are used to, and talk a bit about why they might be a good idea as opposed to some of the options we might be more familiar with. So I'm not a game developer, but the two of you are. Would you like to talk a little bit about the sort of games that you make?
Yeah, I'm happy to chat. My experience is fairly broad across like two different mediums, and also working with both large companies, not large companies, with businesses and studios versus independently. So for me, I really get to see the different ways in which we approach the question of like getting our art as developers into the hands of our audience, which is a really kind of like tricky question as far as in the 21st century, we definitely have a huge abundance of entertainment content and art content, and trying to reach those audiences is really tricky, and trying to make yourself heard and noticed is tricky, and also trying to find, like, as an audience member, trying to find content that you're looking for is like there's a challenge there, which seems counterintuitive given like the way that the internet is supposed to, give us all a voice and connect us and all of these things. But it kind of turns out that problem isn't as simple as just plug every human being into every other human being and hope they work it out, which is I've done a bunch of self-publishing of like my own games that I make kind of with myself and with a couple of friends, and then I've also I've previously run a studio and published through Steam, and then like worked with companies that are producing things for services like Apple Arcade. So it's really interesting to see how those different storefronts affect the audiences that you can reach, and also the way that your monetization has to work. Cecile, you're working in a slightly more like indie fashion, I feel.
Yeah, totally. I think like I am definitely in that self-publishing. I always call myself like a hobbyist, but like in a good way. I kind of make these non-commercial games in this little engine, game engine called Etsy, and they're like usually very short experiences that are quite personal, and I publish them on itch, and they're available to play for free in browser, and they're like, in that sense, they're like very easily accessible, which kind of leads to interesting results sometimes from reactions of audiences and stuff.
I think during the startup, before we actually started the recording, you mentioned that you don't charge for a lot of yours. Were you saying that you have some that are like free content, or are they all just or are they purchased?
Oh, it's all like I think. No, so far I think I've only made works that are like just freely available, and it's kind of donation based. So like all my like it's kind of interesting to see also like how different games get different like people donating, and one of my games has like most of the donations, which I can't explain. It's like, okay, I guess people love that one, and it's like. Cool. It's my latest game, Under a Star Called Sun, and probably it must be because, frankly, I think it's my best game, and people have recognized that. We'll see.
You're allowed to say that. Like, you're allowed to say this is the best one you've made yet.
Yeah. I mean, it is. Like, I'm super confident in that one, and I think it really did touch a lot of people in a sense that it somehow motivated them to be like, well, I'm going to give this person money, which is really funny because I didn't ask for it. It's just like a little button that says like, support this game. And people were like, yeah, I'll support this game. And I think that's a really nice and like non-pressure type of like, like model, which, so for now, I think that's pretty good. And I'm not really looking to monetize like my personal work anyway. So I think it fits my general vibe or whatever. So that's good.
Yeah, I think that kind of leads into something that we might want to talk a bit about the kind of projects that get put out there because you're not necessarily focusing on monetizing games. So I think a lot of people think of games as like this, creators only do it to make money, like developers are making choices for consumers to make money, and that's clearly not the case when you look into it any further than just kind of listening to that sort of hearsay. But I think that there's a discussion to be had about the kinds of projects that have been made, not for money, and the kinds of things that wouldn't exist if we focus too much on monetization of games.
I think that itch really is the like. There's a bunch of really interesting things on Steam, but Steam frames itself as being a commercial storefront for games and for purchasing entertainment specifically, rather than like all of the art stuff on there is like, oh look, here's an art thing, rather than that being the norm. And like similarly, like Epic is definitely, the Epic Store is definitely like hitting that same market, but like with a slightly less. As much as the criticism against them is like, oh, they're so like cynical and capitalist. They certainly, from a developer side, seem to be more about like, hey, how about we support you as developers so that you can make something that you care about, rather than like something that is shittily market optimized. Whereas itch is where like all of the like really cool weird shit is. Like if you want to find stuff that that is like really outside of the kind of commercial mainstream market, and it's often the place that you'll find games that eventually end up on Steam because they make enough progress on itch that they can then afford the cost of moving to Steam. But it's definitely because it for those of you who aren't aware, if you publish with Steam, they take a 30% cut just for like hosting, right, of all sales. That is just the default. So and so if you think about that for small games, right? If you think about like, especially in the indie sphere, there's been a race to the bottom as far as pricing. So when you buy a game on Steam and you get it on sale, so it's $5, the developer is getting less than is getting like $3 out of a game sale. which is madness when you understand like the amount of development that is required to make any game get out the door at all. So the fact that itch.io have a thing where they actually let you set your cut. So you can like set it to like the traditional like 30%, which is true for Steam. My understanding is that that's true for that Epic is a similar number. Slight tangent, in tabletop role-playing games, Drive-Thru RPG, which is the biggest online store for like role-playing game PDFs and also printing, takes 30% cut. And gives you a slightly better deal if you're exclusive, but I don't remember to their store. Whereas Itch just says how much of your sales do you want to give us? And like I feel like you're kind of an asshole if you set that to less than like 10%, but because the thing that surprised me about this is that like there are other options for self-publishing, right? You can host your own website and deliver things, just through internet downloads. That's how indie games used to work, right? We used to have our own websites and we used to host the downloads, and that costs money, right? It costs money to have a machine somewhere providing the download. So I'm impressed at Itch's ability to operate at such a large scale and still give creators the choice there, which is really fascinating to me.
Do you think
so?
That maybe because they give you the choice, you're more inclined to? Because, like you say, you feel kind of bad if you don't give them at least 10%. And like, would you feel bad if you were sort of forced to give more?
Yeah, well, that's the thing, right? Like when we published through Steam, we were like 30% is a lot, and we don't get to even have. There's no conversation for small creators, at least. There is no way for you to go. Oh. Whereas, like, I know that my understanding is that some of the larger publishers actually get a better cut, right? Because they're EA or whatever, and they can have that conversation with Valve.
Yeah.
So I know that that's part of the reason that the Epic has been really popular with publishers, is because they do at least engage in the conversation with developers. But it's good because it means that like when games get published on Itch, they can compete with that like kind of race to the bottom thing. I always say that like it's interesting talking about like donations-based income, Cecile, because I try not to have anything less than $5 because I feel like if on the store, because I feel like doing that contributes to the race to the bottom and kind of like sucks everyone down with them. And someone once told me like if you're not charging $5, don't charge anything. So like your donations model makes a lot of sense. But I'm also really interested in the way that affects how players respond to the art and what they encounter, because in my experience, charging less tends to make players dislike your game more.
That's an interesting thing. I feel like I very rarely come across like negative comments, and whenever I do, it's like it's gamers and they're always like, they always expect my game to be like, because they have this mode of engagement with video games that is very product like. It's like everything has to be, like catered to, the target audience, or like, it's got to be perfect and all the bugs have to be fixed, all that stuff, which, makes sense for a standard when you're like selling something. Okay, sure, whatever. But that's not what I'm doing. And so like whenever someone comes in to my comments being like, well, this is first of all, it's usually like someone who doesn't really get it, in the sense that not that they don't get art or whatever. I'm not that pretentious, but it's more like, I don't think that it's more of a misunderstanding of the context of it, like in a way. It's like, I can't judge that, like if you're like if the way that you engage with art or like media in general has always been like that capitalistic, like mode, I can't judge, because it's like you're kind of conditioned to do that, especially in video games. So, you know, like I feel like whenever there's like a negative comment, it's like very predictable, and it makes me laugh because I'm like, oh man, like I couldn't imagine fixing my game for this. Like, and it's like, and it's usually like it's these very like funny comments that are like, is this a game? Or like, there's no choice in this game, or like, it's, you know, I don't get it's too short as much, which is good, but I think it's like
Possibly
stuff
because you're not
like,
charging for it.
no, yeah, exactly. And it's like, you know, I think it's more of a no pressure, like don't worry about it, you know. And I think like because I have this attitude about it, maybe people don't really want to hate on it either. But like it's been like, honestly, the comments are like comments and other like reviews or whatever, they're like overwhelmingly positive, which is good for me. And you know, it's like usually people being very moved by that stuff, and you know, like they kind of get into maybe this into my page or whatever, being like, oh well, you know, like I'm gonna time to feel some things, and, and that's good. I do like that somehow there is like a space for people, for audiences that want that sort of things, and creators that create those kind of like works that kind of get into deeper, you know, feelings and concepts, and you know, art in general, that isn't just about making money and being flashy or whatever. And I think it's interesting how that you know, because each has so many different kinds of projects on them, that you've got your commercial cool games, and then you have got like people like me who make like bitsy games that are like hosted, you know, browser based, and then you've got like people putting their zines, you know, on itch, or their board games or whatever. And you know, so like it's such a different, like there's so many different kinds of projects that hopefully most people who interact with itch as a platform have this expectation that, yeah, I'm gonna play something weird or like unusual, or you know, like that I can get into to kind of, you know, get my brain explode, you know, like something like that, you know, like, and I think that's good.
It's absolutely the thing of like when you get the comments of like, oh, there's not choice in this, and it's like, all right, calm down, Sid Meier, but like at the same time, like it must be like a fairly intense experience to go from like only ever hearing music on like the radio, on commercial radio, and then go to your first open mic night, right? Where like you're suddenly having the experience of things that aren't, you know, that no one had, you know, $100,000 to spend on making this as polished as possible, but has this really raw artistic quality to it that you couldn't otherwise get through like a large scale publishing house and things. And I think that like Steam has definitely made itself more available to that with its streamlined process. When we were publishing, when I was running a studio and we were publishing to Steam, it was still fairly hard to get small games on there. But like the existence of itch and things like that, I definitely feel like we are in an age now where like making games is the same as making music, right? Anyone can actually do it, and like success is about luck, it's about media management, but also it might just be about like connecting to one or two people that you actually make an emotional connection to, and you don't actually have to make a lot of money, because it turns out that most people who write songs don't make a lot of money. And like now we can live in this world where we can just make games with like a lot less work than used to be needed, and just be like, hey, this is a thing that I made, and I just want to show like my friends and put it out there and see if anyone connects to this like emotional thing. And I think that really is one of the cool things about itch, is the way that it kind of doesn't put limits on that. So you're talking about like zines, and one of the big things that I'm connected to is there's a huge tabletop RPG like role-playing game community on itch. Like you can find a lot of the best, most innovative role-playing games that are being published on itch, and like often they can't afford to be on drive-through RPG or in stores, but they're the ones that are like innovating on the tabletop role-playing game thing in a way that like no one else does. There's a whole genre now that are kind of called lyric games, which are like ostensibly tabletop role-playing games or tabletop role-playing game texts that you could play, but that's not really the point. The point is to engage with the text and it be beautiful in a way, and to imagine playing the role-playing game to a certain degree. And like, can you imagine trying to pitch that to a potential publisher? They'd be like, oh yeah, get fucked. I forgot whether or not we can swear in this, but that's happening now.
Yeah, I will
like,
put a warning or something on it, but yes.
there's a whole genre of games there that wouldn't have existed if it required people to be engaging in a mass market fashion, which is like amazing. Because part of the advantage is that it's so easy to publish on itch, whereas like when we used to have to like host our own websites and things, you have to run a website. and like you can still do that, because there are some issues with like siloed storefronts and things, right? It's not always like there are some issues with everyone using itch, right? The same as there was an issue, or there still is an issue with everyone using Steam. So like introducing the Epic Store is really cool to like provide options, but at the same time, at least one of the silos is just making it easy to share your work. I think, Cecile, you were talking about like the Bandcamp versus Spotify difference.
Yeah, I feel like I was talking with like some friends of mine who are musicians, and like they basically were like, oh yeah, like itch sounds like it's the Bandcamp of games, and like in the sense that it's like very, maybe like much more like community oriented than like platforms like Spotify or whatever, or even, I don't know, like whatever. Anyway, and yeah, like I think like that sort of approach to publishing or self-publishing, and maybe what makes itch particularly like attractive to a lot of like people like me who are like only recently getting into making games or whatever, like it's just that you can just have somewhere where you can share your things, and you might have like some strangers commenting on your like, or reacting to what you shared, and that's kind of like the magic of it all, right? Like having someone unrelated to you kind of engage with your work and being emotionally or like personally touched by it, and I think that's the very basic human interaction type of thing. And like, why do we make art? Probably because of that, like those sort of questions that are answered. And yeah, like yeah, I don't know, I feel like somewhat related to this, like you've got like Bandcamp has their like Bandcamp Fridays where you have like all the proceeds go to either directly the artist, and they can do whatever they want with their money. Itch had that bundle, like that made some waves over everyone with that, like everyone who put their games in that bundle for what is it, racial equality and justice. Yeah. That was really, really cool, and that was like maybe the most representative, I guess, of that kind of like group movement type of, I don't know if that's the right description. Maybe more of a let's all get into this and be part of something, and I think like that is something that probably could only happen on itch. Like I don't know if Steam could ever.
Yeah, it's definitely like it's definitely a thing of like itch does like give you, there is an audience on itch already, and like even if you are among a very large number of products and games and artworks on there, like there is at least an audience looking. Whereas like if you're self-hosting on your own website, you have to get people to look at that website. And also, I think the other thing for me about itch versus self-hosting is that itch handles the tax, and I don't want to have to handle sales tax because that's different in every country basically, and I don't want to have to handle that. But like the thing is that like there's that audience and also that community that like when the bundle for racial justice was happening, it was really interesting to see that both. At least Drive-Thru RPG tried to do a similar thing, but it took them much, much longer to get it together. And so in the end, it wasn't as successful by any shot because it wasn't community-led, right? It wasn't people being like, oh yeah, I want to put my game in that bundle and I want to contribute. It was Drive-Thru having to talk to every single publisher about this bundle. And so they weren't able to like really be as effective. And I guess it comes down to like when these larger platforms are just such a pain in the neck to deal with as a publisher. Like trying to putting a game on Steam is actually really frustrating. Where you got to go through like you can't like just upload the game. You have to download their particular software and like use that to like patch to like break your game down into patches and then upload through their particular thing, which is fine if you're a big publisher because you've got like publishing engineers to do that sort of stuff. But again, it's that thing of one of the things that I love about Itch is the fact that it's a website, which means that if I'm in China or Russia or Saudi Arabia or any of those locations that have restrictions on what can be found or like either restrictions on what is available on the internet or issues about like surveillance and things, I want to find things that those states don't condone. I probably already have tools for browsing the web safely and being able to access the art and things that I want. Whereas trying to get Steam to work through a VPN or Tor or any of those sorts of tools is a nightmare, right? Whereas like if I boot up any of these pieces of software that I can use to like freely access, the artistic content that I want to access, I can just go to a website like Itch and just press the download button and it's just a HTTP download, right? There's no fucking fancy bullshit here.
Yeah, and you get to own the software. So you get to own the actual game, so that's pretty good.
No DRM is very good. Like the Itch app is really good and I really like it. And like they also have that like their software for uploading things if you are a big publisher and want to automate your builds and all those sorts of things. But even if you're using the Itch app, there's no DRM, right? It's just all it is just a really nice way to organize and download your games and then like run them. So yeah, it's the fact that they're like, yeah, no, it's just a website is really nice. Like I don't know if it's possible to region lock content on Itch. I don't know if I can do that, right? I'm angry at Crusader Kings 3 at the moment because it's not available in Australia at launch. And I'm like, yep. Well, if I were publishing through Itch, I couldn't mess that up.
Yeah.
Right? It's just like it is democratic in almost every way.
Yeah.
Which is very cool.
I feel like another thing to be said for Itch. So we've talked a lot about like its ease for creators to be able to access it and to be able to release a bunch of different content that you couldn't necessarily get onto Steam, right? But I think that there's also to be something to be said about how difficult it can be, the actual financial side of it, for like more marginalized creators and a lot of independent creators to access it at all. Even if you wanted to release a game and monetize off that game, because you've talked a lot about how there's a lot of value in releasing games for artistic purposes and just to find community, and there absolutely is. But even if you wanted to make money off a game, it's a lot harder to access something like Steam if you're a person who doesn't have that backing, is coming already from an underprivileged kind of underrepresented space. So yeah, I feel like there's something to be said for the fact that it's not just a choice to release artistic things on itch. It may actually be a barrier that a lot of people cannot jump that hurdle to release things on Steam, even if they want to.
Yeah, like itch is the only place that makes that available. Yeah, I'm trying to remember. So my experience publishing with Steam was from like 2015, so like 5 years ago. So it might be different now, but at the time, you couldn't create a Steam publisher account that wasn't without being a company, without having a registered company or a registered business of some kind. You couldn't do it as an individual. That wasn't possible. Yeah. And I don't know if that's changed since then, but like it just pays into your PayPal. So yeah, and it definitely is a thing where like the itch community definitely seems to have. I don't know what the numbers are like on this, but it definitely seems to have a much more diverse creator base. I mean, I definitely know that like all of the weird trans punk glitch games are on itch, and like one or two of them have ended up on Steam. But like that's where like from my experience of as like a trans person, I'm like, yeah, no, that's where I would find the like cutting edge art talking about like gender punk bullshit.
Yeah, I mean, as the person who maintains like Queerly Represent Me's big database of games that have queer content in them, like I go to itch.io to find most of the content rather than going to Steam, because game jams happen like diversity game jams happen on itch, and all the diverse creators that I know, they all release their games on itch, and it's like the same kind of thing. Like most of our database would be made up of games that are made by independent creators and that I have found on itch and on no other platform.
One of the really good things about itch is that one of the good things about silos and also bad things about silos is that or like big storefronts like this. So when I'm talking about silos, I mean Steam or itch or Epic or the Google Play Store, rather than going to someone's website that they're hosting themselves. Is that until they go down, they are really good archival places, right? Like the things that will hang around for a lot longer until they go down, and then all of those things are suddenly gone, which is terrifying. But yeah, no, it's definitely like, I'm assuming there are like tags for queer content on Edge, because the tag system is very much more flexible than other storefronts, because we fucking welcome to our sales pitch for why you should be getting your games from itch.io. And publish and making your own games for itch.io, because I guess one of the things is we were talking about marginalized people, like getting rid of barriers for marginalized people to make their content and make their art, and like it's also that for like getting into the scene and getting into the industry, right? Like every time I hear people be like, how do I get into the games industry? The answer is make stuff, right?
Make a portfolio, put it on itch.
Yeah, exactly, right?
Yeah.
Like make a Bitsy game, put it on itch, then you're making games. Yeah. Make something in RenPy. Fucking make a zine that is playable in some way. I don't care. Just make art.
Make a twine game. Like there's options.
You can even put like just a PDF on itch. Like
yeah, exactly. Well, that's what like all of the role playing games are just PDF.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's so cool. I love it.
And like some of them are amazing pieces of art, right? Beyond the game design, right? Just like the graphic design and visual design, the language, all of those sorts of things.
Yeah.
And Like, and a lot of them, there's a whole thing now of like single player role playing games where it's a role playing game that you play with just yourself and the text in front of you,
That's so cool.
which is amazing. There's a really cool one called Gentleman Bandit, which at the same time kind of introduces you to writing poetry and kind of gets you to write poetry at the same time, which is cool.
That's fun.
And it's a game.
Yeah.
That is a PDF that you download, right? And anyone who's like, oh, but I can't program, I'm like, no,
you don't
right? Like you are inventing problems, my friend.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, and I think that's valuable as far as letting us have stories that aren't fucking white man stories.
Yeah.
Sad
and
dad
how good is that?
stories.
How good is it when we get those stories? Those are my favorite.
Yeah.
Love to have sad dad stories.
Sad
Sad
dad
dad
stories. They're fine. Like, they're fine. But what if we didn't? What if, like, the sad thing is that it would be even groundbreaking at this point to have a sad mom story. Like,
Yeah.
that's how narrow it is. Like, it's really...
I did like there was a Twitter thread the other day that was asking for games that feature moms,
Yeah, I
and
know.
And there were at least some.
There's a few. Yeah.
Most of them were on
Like
Itch.
5. Yeah.
And most of them had this clarifier of, like, kinda this one counts.
People watching this panel. Here's your challenge: go and make a story where the main character is a mum, and go make a game where the main character is a mum, and then put it on Itch.
Yeah,
and
and then send me the link so I can play it, because
we'll have a tag. We'll have a tag on Itch that is mum games. Yeah,
I would love that.
Yeah.
That would be great.
I'm into it.
Yeah, 100%.
And like, I get really curmudgeonly, and I become the like grumpy nan, because it's like there is so much stuff, right, on Itch. It just like, and I'm like, stop making games. Stop making so many games. I can't play all these games. Stop having. There's another game jam. Why is there another game jam? Why are you having another game jam?
Yeah.
There's so much stuff.
Same.
And
Can't
it's
even
just
can't even get through all the games in the bundle.
No, not even close.
oh no, nowhere near.
There's so many.
Yeah,
So many
And,
good ones.
Yeah.
It's definitely that thing of like it's now stopped being, and that's the thing, right? Like it like as much as it is a storefront, it's stopped being a storefront and started being a community of creators.
Yeah.
I don't see a reason you couldn't upload your like music album to Itch as like an MP3 zip, right? Like I don't know I don't know how like Leaf and all of the like Itch team would feel about that, but like you could do that.
You could try.
You could.
You could upload your songs. You could make games that are songs that when you listen to them, you play the game, and that's playing the game. And then you could upload that to Itch. Anyway, my bullshit is really all about like, well, you know, a game can be anything. So don't take my advice there with a grain of salt. I don't know if we're talking about madness here because we could have just gone off the deep end.
That's actually funny that you mentioned that because I've actually been collaborating with Cable Ties, which is a Melbourne punk band, and I'm making a game based on / like with them using like one of their songs from their new album, and I'm really stoked to release that eventually. It will happen soon. Yeah, it's so awesome. I really like that it's kind of like this exchange between two different communities and that's happening. And yeah, and like it's funny that you mentioned like music because that is very music focused. So I'm like, yeah, I'm so excited for that one, and it's going to be an Itch as well. So
a few years ago, I made a game that was like a musical video clip, like a game that was a music video.
That's
and I was like, okay, cool. Like everything has to happen to what's happening in the song, and like the failure state is either just like the song kind of like pauses or goes back to the start or whatever.
That's so cool too. You'll make such cool games. How good a game.
Yeah, no, it does put weird shit out there. Make art.
Yeah. But at the same time, so we've talked a lot about itch and how good itch is, right? But there must be some kind of reason why, if itch is so good, that people are still going towards these big publishers. So do you think that there's something that the big publishers do well that itch could like learn from?
Yeah, it's curation. Like when you go to itch, the really big challenge that you have as a user is finding content that you're interested in and finding content that is of a quality that you're looking for, right? Those bigger stores, at least like definitely the storefront, and also like the catalogs more broadly are a little bit more restricted, and are to a certain degree the barrier to entry acts as kind of a quality filter, right? Like no one's like people aren't submitting things. People aren't submitting things to Steam that they've just come up with on a whim, right? But at the same time, people aren't submitting things to Steam that they've come up with on a whim. One of the things that's really interesting to me is a team that I worked on recently released Game of Thrones Tail of Crows on
Congratulations.
on Apple Arcade. Yeah, thank you. And the thing that's really that was really interesting about that was that it meant by having Apple Arcade as like being invested in it, and help meant that like our project was kind of like we didn't have to worry about running out of money, right? We had a publisher and a storefront that were both like, cool, we want to get this through. We've chosen your project as being of a caliber that we believe in, so we're going to make sure that it gets developed. Right, and we're gonna back you up on that. And like obviously, we had like budgets and things, and some parts of the game had to be kind of like trimmed back or whatever because that always happens. But we would we didn't have the question of like none of us had to mortgage our house to make a game, right?
Yeah.
And that's kind of the thing is that like when you are developing things for itch, you don't like often you don't have a publisher. Which means that you are paying for the upfront costs of development in time usually, or commissioning art or commissioning writing or music and those sorts of things. And that's a barrier of entry, right? That's a barrier that we don't talk about is we're like, oh yeah, if you just put aside your time and make a piece of art, just make a piece of art, right?
Yeah, sure, just make that up.
Who's got time to make a piece of art when you're working 3 jobs and trying not to get shot, right?
Yeah.
Like, fuck.
Yeah.
That's a incredible. Like I'm like my entire like existence in the games industry is like thanks to like incredible privilege, right? I'm a white woman from a background that means that if I'm unemployed for a while and make some games during that period, I don't starve to death. So like, that's me using that unemployment time to be productive and to make art. But also, not everyone has anything like that privilege.
Yeah, which is kind of what I was getting at before as well when I kind of was talking about, the barriers for marginalized people to get to stores like Steam.
Yeah.
Like the financial barrier is so real because you're often coming from kind of a place already of, not that place of proof. Like sometimes you are, like you're an example of still a marginalized person who is also coming from a place of privilege in this particular area. But that's not always the case, right? And particularly if you're trying to make games by yourself and tell stories and stuff, because already there's a problem with marginalized people being able to get into bigger studios who then have the money and then can, have publishers and publish games and stuff, which is like a whole separate issue. But if you're trying to do that by yourself, it can be incredibly prohibitive trying to
Yeah,
make
so itch solves the problem of that. Itch takes away and handles for those creators the cost of hosting and distribution.
Yeah.
But it doesn't cover the cost of development.
No. Of time that not everybody
And
has.
I guess for me, I see like creators like Cecile and things as like the ones who understand like what to do, right? Is make smaller things that communicate in more heartfelt ways, right? Every time people, and like as apparently a mentor figure in the industry, I get people being like, oh, I've got this idea for an MMO, and I go, what?
Okay.
Oh no.
Why do you have an idea for an MMO? Why was that the first thing out of your mouth, right? What should have been the first thing out of your mouth was, I've got an idea for a game about my experience of feeling hassled by my dad, right? And how that makes me feel really angry. That's what should have come out of your mouth first. The word action platformer shouldn't come out your fucking mouth because you don't have, right? Like, dream big, but also understand what you can make right now and make your fucking art right now and express that. Understand what you're doing. And then, so I guess that's my thing for like, yeah, no, like the development cost is real, but it's not like punks haven't, like I deeply believe in like the punk movement as far as like make it yourself, fuck the corporations.
Yeah.
As much as I work for corporations a bunch of time.
I mean, you gotta live, right? Like,
we've been making it ourselves and yelling fuck the corporations forever, right? You just have to know what you're making and what you care about. You don't when people are like, oh man, I really wish I understood how to use the Unreal Engine so that I could make a first person shooter about the experience of such and such, and I'm like, you have been sold by the corporations the idea that a first person shooter is a good way to communicate anything, right? You've been sold the idea that multiplayer has to be networked. You've been sold the idea that your game has to have good graphics, right? These are all things that corporations have said that your work isn't valuable if it doesn't have, and your work is still valuable even without any of those things.
I think also like one of the good things really about like a platform like Itch existing is very much you have like existing examples of small scale effective projects like mine.
Yeah.
I mean, like, you know, like it's like I joke about it, but it is true.
No,
that,
absolutely.
Like, I feel good about having my work out there, and these are like experiences that are like 5 minute long, 10 minutes at most, and people still think they're good, and you know, like, and if that's an inspiration to anyone to be like, well, I'm gonna try making a game in Bitsy, you know, because I've seen this one, then good, you know, like I feel like that's better. That's better than like, you know, selling someone like completely fake and, you know, like just weird dreams, you know, like, and I think like it's just like actually it is possible to make something small that is important to you and other people. And I think like having a platform like Itch existing where those projects are like easily accessible is a very, I think, important thing, especially now that, you know, in the 21st century where everything can happen. It's very, I don't know, it's humbling. And I feel like every time like I have a friend who is not a game maker, they're like, I want to make a Bitsy game, or like, I want to make a twine game. I'm going to be like, fuck yeah, you know, like it makes me really like happy, because I'm like, you know, if you need any help, let me know, you know, like I'm just like always like encouraging, because to me, like these are the people whose voice are missing, you know, in games, I guess, you know,
absolutely.
Like people who don't, you know, like quote unquote care about games are the people who are going to be, whose work is going to be most interesting, because they're going to like have different inspiration, different goals in mind, you know, and I think that sort of stuff is the most important. I feel like in any art, not being too self-referential and self-celebratory is the best you can do, basically.
I think that there's definitely that thing of like seeing other people make things. I guess, yeah, that's being able to see what it looks like when someone makes something small and effective is really valuable as well. I always get really frustrated with any you hear people say it all the time. It just comes out of their mouth. They say, I can't sing, I can't draw, I can't make games, I can't write. And I'm like, motherfucker, you can fucking do all of those things. Like the drawing, singing, dancing, writing, making games are all part of the human condition. Just because you can't do it as well or in the way that you think you should be able to do it does not mean you can't do it. And if you don't use it to express yourself, I'm going to hit you with a newspaper. So, like...
You must hate interacting with me, Ash, truly.
You're lucky I don't have a newspaper all the time with you, Jess.
I think like when it comes to like those kind of people who are like, oh, I don't have any talents and stuff, and I'm like, hold on, you know, and you know, I think like making a game on your own or whatever or otherwise, you know, is kind of like, you know how like comics are this, making a comic, you have to have a certain skill in synthesizing different skills, you know, so you don't have to be a genius at drawing and you don't have to be a genius at writing. You just have to be to know how to put those things together to have a final result that works, you know. And I think like games are like an extension to that, where you have even more elements that are like, yeah, they can be music, they can be writing, they can be art, they can be mechanism, whatever, and what you want to do to have a good game by whatever standard is that you want to know or like experiment with being able to put those different skills together, and you don't have to be excellent at each of those things, you know. And it's more about being a bit of a jack of all trades and knowing how to put them together.
When you said like mechanism, whatever, the game designer part of me was like, yes, exactly.
Yeah,
game design is
gameplay.
bullshit.
Yeah, like I love it because like I feel like sometimes I do get comments that are like, there's not a lot of gameplay, and I'm like, I don't care. I don't care about gameplay. It's the least interesting thing about my games.
The thing that's really interesting though is there's like, oh yeah, the skill of like putting those things together, and you don't have to be particularly good at them. Is, do you know how you get good at putting them together, or how you get good at like at singing or drawing or anything? Is make shit, right?
Yeah.
Like you can't. Like the best thing about it really is that it's a platform for shit art, right? Like so that people can go out and share their shit art and get better and make better art. So fucking, if you want to make good art, make shit art. And someone's going to be like, holy crap, this is really good. And you'll be like, oh, I fooled you.
Yeah.
But it turns out that it's actually like 20 years into your career and you're actually really good by this point.
Yeah,
I think also like in a weird way, like itch and other like communities are like just one way of getting better at art by sharing it. And also like I feel like like it's fine to kind of like let off some steam, haha, no pun intended, and you know, make something bad, whatever, you know, like without any pressure, while you also like, as long as you kind of like learn something new from whatever unsatisfying or like unfinished product that you make, if you learn something from it, it's probably like a good thing, and it kind of builds towards this dream, maybe this dream project that you want to make, whatever, you know, like, or something good, and at some point you'll find yourself making something really satisfying and you feel confident in, and that's because of all those past experiences in making something that is not that good or not finished or not blah blah blah, any excuse, as long as you learn something from it, basically. And itch is one of those ways where you can share those things with other people, but you can also share them with like whatever, some friends or some people who have some similar interests, who and by kind of like putting all your brains together, that's where you grow. Kind of like, that's my feelings on it. I feel like I really became a better artist by talking to other artists about art and being like, what's important to us, you know, what's this, what's good, you know, and kind of knowing what I want to make better by kind of having that reflected with other people in similar positions or whatever.
Let's
I don't know if that makes
celebrate
sense. Yeah.
Honestly,
Well,
let's
I mean-
celebrate that.
Absolutely. The thing that's beautiful about Itch is that it's a bunch of people sharing their like art and their games, right? And like including just making shit art and putting it up there so that you can see how they like where they're at, right? And how they did what they did. Because like if you want to make games and you want to look at what's on Steam and you go like, here's my like Unity tutorial, and then here's a game that's available on Steam. You're like, oh yeah, draw 2 circles, draw the rest of the owl, right?
Yeah.
Whereas when you go on Itch, you can see people struggling with the work of creation and the bits where they didn't quite get the thing that they wanted, and it can be a community that is uplifting everyone to make games and to express themselves through that medium and to discuss it. It has forums on there that are like discussing how to make games and how to use specific things. It's got a whole sub-forum for like tabletop RPGs now because there's such a huge explosion there. And it's great that it's to have people making art because they can and because they want to express things rather than because they need to have that's how they are getting paid.
Yeah.
And on the bonus, sometimes you get paid.
Yeah, for sure. You know, we're kind of out of time now, but I think that's a pretty good way to end.
Sure.
Yeah. Clearly we have a lot that we could say about this and why Itch is good. Like, truly welcome to our panel about why you should release a bunch of games on Itch. Like, that's obviously the takeaway message. Thank you.
Make games, put them on Itch, get games from Itch.
Yeah, exactly. Support games by a bunch of different kinds of creators, so we can get a bunch of different kinds of diverse games out there, and games can be whatever, and we can find whatever we want from games. The dream. But yes, thank you both of you. I feel like anyone that wants to continue this discussion with any of us is probably welcome to. Where could they find you if they wanted to continue this discussion with you after this panel?
Well, for me, if they want to find my games and they want to play games that I made, they should check out acegiac.itch.io. That's acegiak.itch.io. That's where my games are. Yeah. And you can talk to me on Twitter at the same handle, acegiak.
Cool. Cecile?
Yeah. Similarly, I feel like the best way really to kind of have this distilled experience of my opinions and thoughts and feelings as I play my games. So go on Itch, and my username is Haraiva, Haraiva, and I'm also on Twitter. I actually recently did a little bit of an interview with Acme and RMIT about those very specific things and process and art and games and stuff. So if you're curious, you can find that somewhere. I probably would have tweeted about it. So
very cool. I am clearly learning that I need to start making games so that the world can learn who I am through that form, because I'm now feeling like that's,
obviously.
Yeah, obviously. Like that's a place where I'm lacking, but you can find my thoughts and feelings about the world in general and games also probably on Twitter at ZamitJess, so ZAMMIT. Jess, Jess. So yeah, thank you for joining us, and I hope that you all continue this discussion later, and that you all make games and distribute them however you can.
Nine Witches Family Disruption, is a 2D pixel art action-adventure game set during World War II, where the mysterious Occlup SS division is using an evil curse in a desperate attempt to change the course of the war. As you explore over 60 colorful and beautiful pixel art style locations, you will encounter over 40 characters with a range of entertaining, humorous personalities, which can be crude, sympathetic, gloomy, or sarcastic, but always bizarre. It's a single-player game with dual character control. You'll be able to switch between Professor Krakowitz, who is confined to a wheelchair, but able to commune with the dead, and his Japanese assistant Akiro, who are sent undercover to resolve the supernatural phenomena occurring in the rural Norse town. Akiro collects interesting items to store in the inventory and takes notes about objectives and clues. Professor Krakowitz gets goosebumps and a blue aura around his body when he senses the presence of spirits and is able to enter the astral plane, an invisible world between life and death. There he is able to communicate with lost souls to gather further information that will help solve the case. The game is full of puzzle-solving elements that involve sneaking into enemy territory in disguise, solving riddles, finding clues and missing keys hidden inside mystical artifacts, and many more well-known adventure game mechanics like Western-style standoffs and gunfights.
This is Dreamscaper, an action RPG roguelite coming to Steam Early Access this summer. Dreamscaper takes action RPG combat and combines it with the endless replayability of a roguelike. Every slumber is a different dungeon in an ever-changing world with a multitude of unique events and challenges. Play as Cassidy, dive into her subconscious, take on the surreal nightmares she wrestles with to dispel the darkness. Master a rich, expansive combat system that rewards skilled play. Use careful positioning, exact timing, and quick reflexes to defeat foes with an abundance of combat options. Make your defense offensive. Use quick reactions to dodge and parry enemy blows to create opportunities. Each weapon class in Dreamscaper is unique, allowing for a myriad of ways to approach combat. Rend the earth below your nightmares, fire off a finger gun, or whip a yo-yo into their faces. Make your nightmare your source of strength. Use lucid powers to bend the dreamscape around you. Manipulate the elements to set enemies ablaze, or freeze others in place. When your nightmares overwhelm you, even control time itself to give you the edge you need. Explore ever-changing dreamscapes and discover lost memories, surreal scenery, and a multitude of unique events. Uncover Cassidy's past as you venture through her memories. Use your wits to solve challenging puzzles, growing your strength. Plunder through your dreams, finding resources and gear to build the playstyle that complements you. Special modifiers and rare keepsakes add depth and variety. allowing you to create unique character builds that encourage strong synergies. Wake from your nightmare to tackle a new day. Travel across the city of Red Haven and live Cassidy's waking life. Forge friendships and empower Cassidy with hopes and memories to dispel the darkness of her nightmares. Use resources found in your dream as inspiration to craft gifts for the people close to Cassidy. Make new friends and improve your relationship with them to unlock story vignettes and new powers in your dreams. The more you invest in them, the more they'll support you in return. Face off with nightmarish entities that represent some of Cassidy's most negative emotions. Challenging boss fights with representations of fear, isolation, loss, negativity, and more will test your mastery of the dreamscape. You'll need to draw on all your strength to handle ever-changing combinations of powerful enemies. Spell slingers, spectral swordsmen, mysterious wanderers, and hulking bruisers will bar your path. Vanquish those deadly foes to clear the dark miasma surrounding Cassidy. We can't wait to make Dreamscaper even better with your feedback and support over the coming months. Prepare to fall into dreams when Dreamscaper launches on Steam Early Access this summer.
Genesis Noir is an adventure game set before, during, and after the Big Bang. A cosmic gunshot aimed at the heart of a god rockets the universe into existence and must be undone. Explore the expanding universe to discover clues on how you might destroy the Big Bang and prevent this tragedy. You'll stumble through seedy speakeasies, transform energy into matter, create far-out jazz duets, discover what's inside a gas giant, track animals through primeval woods, and watch stars die in this film noir creation myth. Learn more at genesisnoirgame.com and help destroy the universe.
And welcome to Agony on Pixel Hearts, relationship advice for geeks and gamers. The panelists and the Pixel Hearts team here include Faye Dot, Cameron Hunley East Wing, Marlianne Butt, Gabriella Logreen, and myself, Matea Teasimovich. Before we begin, I'd like to acknowledge the countries and lands upon which we are all recording remotely this panel. Specifically the Wurundjeri people of the Kulin Nations in Victoria, and the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation in New South Wales. We pay respects to the elders past and present, and acknowledge that the land was never ceded and that the occupation is still ongoing. And with that, welcome to our panel where we are going to be discussing all the conundrums and issues of relationships, geeky and such, and help people troubleshoot their problems. And with that, let's jump to our first question. I'm in love with someone and can't see them because of border closures. I believe, Faye, you've got some experience with long-distance relationships that might help you.
I do have some experience in long-distance relationships, and while it wasn't exactly because of, an international pandemic, it was mainly because of, an intention to move so that we could be with each other, but because of things like family, because of money, because of like work contracts, it was hard to find that date to skip across. And there was, because of that, some kind of linkage with this. And the best thing that you can do is be entirely honest with the person that you are in love with. Talk to them about like your intention to come see them as soon as border closures open up, and honestly just find time to have some, really healthy quality time with them online. Because a couple of us here are in Melbourne, we can't really leave the house, and it's like we have tiny borders around every single property. So I entirely understand what you're talking about here, and it is very, very difficult. There are so many things you can do online, though. Yep, sorry.
Oh, one thing I think that is worth noting is like how serious the relationship is as well, because I've done long distance before. I was living in Japan, and my partner at the time spent some time in Japan with me and then moved back to Australia, and we were apart for 6 months. And I think that one of the big things when you look at the long distance relationships especially is you need to sort of understand how long they're going to be long distance. And of course, this is much harder with COVID, much harder because there's a lot more uncertainty. But if it's a serious relationship, one thing that really helps maintain that relationship in long distance is good communication, of course, and the understanding that at some point you will live in the same place. Now, if it's a relationship that's not as serious, or maybe you really like being in a serious relationship where you don't live in the same city, this is less of an issue. But I would say that one thing that really, really helps if it is a serious long-term relationship is understanding that the intention is to live in the same place and having an idea of where that place is. It makes it a lot easier to look forward to that light at the end of the tunnel when you're separated. And I think that it puts you on the same track and it lets you move together forward, lets you move forward together. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah. Long-term planning like that is definitely a must. And also definitely being open about your sort of feelings and making sure that things aren't left unsaid. How do you deal with international LDR when it's unclear when or if you will actually see your partner again due to the ongoing pandemic? So this is a new permutation where we don't know when things are going to settle down.
I think
how do we deal with that?
Next year.
I think one of the big things with this particular question is the fact that it's international, which throws another spanner in the works, and that is time zones, right? I have heard of a lot of friends who have international long distance relationships, and one of the issues is when your time zones don't match, you're not all like sitting down in the afternoon at the same time. So, you know, you catch them coming, you catch them going. It's always a difficult situation. And in this particular situation, I would stress it's incredibly helpful to set up a date night every week. Just like a block, 2 or 3 hours a week, where that time is dedicated to just the people involved in the relationship to spend some time together. Because otherwise, you find you kind of grab little bits of time here and there, and it makes things really difficult when it's unclear when you'll actually catch up and have that time together. And that can be a really healthy way to deal with that problem.
I think a really important thing with that is keeping yourself to really strict schedule for yourself as well. Like, I know it can be really hard, but changing your current life to work around what also helps you connect with your partner is really important. And like, you know, we have to do that a little bit here as well at the moment in Melbourne, and kind of adapting. I know for myself, my husband and I both moved to really early shifts, and I had to kind of rework my whole life around that. And so it's kind of that thing of that little bit of sacrifice, which helps the longevity of the relationship in like when you're looking at it in the long term.
Because of lockdown, I am going on a date in Animal Crossing New Horizons. I've never been on a digital date. Any tips or advice?
So cute.
This is cute.
This is super cute.
So adorable.
So I've had like friend dates on Animal Crossing New Horizons because of lockdown. Again, in Melbourne, we, you know, haven't had the opportunity to see anyone for. I've not seen anyone in person other than my husband since March. And so we used Animal Crossing New Horizons as a really good way to exist in the same digital space without it having necessary to, like, there was no goal to being in that space. It was literally just to be there together. And so because of that, there was no like, okay, now let's go do this, let's go do this. It was just silly, like, oh my God, come look at this villager I have, or look at this stupid outfit that I can put in, or I have this reaction and you don't have that reaction. And it was so helpful to have that space that you could just go into where the only thing that mattered was that you were both there in that moment. The things I would recommend going on a date: number one, don't use the Nintendo voice chat. Call them separately. And like, if you were going to do it by text, just like download the app and do it from your phone. Don't try and do it through the Switch keyboard, because
I think any online date like this, it requires a game where you can pick an outfit beforehand. So Animal Crossing New Horizon, fantastic for it. Almost any MMO has the same kind of situation where you can be, you know, let's meet on the beach, we'll set up a picnic. It's all about that embodiment.
I love the idea of that getting ready for the date, because personally for me, being someone who loves fashion and planning and surprising people and gift giving, I think that the anticipation of a date is almost as good as the date itself. And the idea that you have this like set aside time in Animal Crossing, you're going to have this like online date, if you're someone like me who really enjoys those things, it gives you time to think of the outfit that you want to wear and prepare a little gift for the person you're going on a date with in game. And that anticipation builds and actually makes the experience better because you get enjoyment out of planning and looking forward to something, as well as the enjoyment of the thing itself. I think that's really wholesome to put some time into it and think about it and do something that will make your date happy, as well as do something for yourself. I love it. I'm about it. Maybe just treat it like a real date where you would think about this stuff in advance and then bring that into this virtual space.
And
hey, I think it's also important. Like, are you going to their island or theirs? Are they coming to yours?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, like big questions.
And also on that,
Take turns, you know, I like.
Yeah, I also like the idea of bringing playfulness into that as well in a different way, not just because of the game. So maybe you could even have that playful idea of, hey, let's set ourselves like a theme for what we're going to wear, and we'll try and make the best outfit for that theme or something together. And then you're both doing that, and it's adding another layer of playfulness to the experience, which can be really fun.
Scavenger hunt.
Yeah.
I've not played much Animal Crossing New Horizons, but yeah, it seems like a very sort of chill game that would be very adept for just, yeah, finding small things to do together, but the focus should definitely be on the interaction that you have with each other. So yeah, just make sure the other person has a good time and so do you, and you've got a good date. It's been 6 years since my last long-term relationship, and I've been struggling to find anyone or make it past a second date since then. I'm in an industry where I don't meet many women on a schedule that isn't exactly Monday to Friday. There aren't many or any singles in my social circles, and everyone in my age group seems to either already have multiple kids or be a Chinese email phishing scam. And meeting new people has never been my forte. I'm starting to gain some traction with my YouTube and Twitch channels, but I see horror stories of inappropriate behavior with fans, sinking ships out there, and I just don't know what to do. Surely getting out there should help me find a like-minded partner, not make it more difficult. How does a guy like me find the right girl to take to PAX Oz 2021? So Ella, you, I believe, have written on meeting cool people.
I have written like a proper article and also like some essays on this exact topic because it seems to be very prevalent in society, and especially in geek society, that a lot of, and I'm speaking like broadly to like straight dudes wanting to meet geeky women who share their interests. This is definitely a big phenomena, a big part of geek culture that I notice and people talk to me about and I like to write about. And I've got a couple of points, and I know that our other panelists do too, so we'll sort of go back and forth on this one. And there are two main parts to this, I think. One is the Twitch and YouTube side and the worry about coming across wrong, things like that. And then there's also the other side of like, how do I meet people? And I think that it's probably best if we tackle these separately. So we all like to touch on the Twitch side first, and then we'll go into how to meet people. Is everyone happy with that?
Sure, let's give it a shot. I have some thoughts for that if no one else wants to jump in.
Go. Take the floor.
Right.
Talk about Twitch YouTube stuff.
Sure. So this I approach in terms of from a somewhat of a kink perspective with regards to how to navigate relationships with power dynamics. So in the instance of if your concern is, you know, I don't want to get I don't want to blow up my YouTube or streaming career by, you know, allegations of inappropriate behavior with fans. Number one, don't be an abusive POS. And number two, don't date your fans. Unfortunately, what a lot of people don't quite understand or appear to not understand is that there is a power dynamic between sort of creator and their audience, which is quite uneven. There is a lot of sort of just an imbalance where for the fan, they've developed this parasocial relationship, this one-way relationship with their creator, where it's essentially they know them through their work, but yeah, there's this sort of intimacy that they've already got with them that the creator may not necessarily like acknowledge. And so it is somewhat uneven, and it's open to sort of abuse. And generally speaking, I'd recommend that if you are in that position, don't engage with fans in a romantic capacity, because that's just not, it's not healthy, I would say. And yeah, it's you're definitely increasing your chances of causing harm, even inadvertently or through negligence.
And I understand why he's worried about it, because obviously that's a way to meet like-minded people, which is clearly a concern of his. But I do agree there is a power imbalance. I'm not saying it's impossible to date a fan necessarily, but I'm saying that it is likely ill-advised, and you'd have to have really good communication and set very healthy boundaries, and it would be more work. But the thing about streaming and doing YouTube is that when we're not going through COVID, there's a lot of events where creators meet each other, and you could actually consider, if they're interested as well, dating another creator, because that puts you on a more level playing field. Of course, dating another creator in the public sphere does come with its own trials and tribulations, and it's a very public relationship at times. But that's also something to consider, is that as you gain popularity, you actually get to go to more events and meet more people making similar content to yours that might be a better option instead of dating a fan where there is a power imbalance.
Yeah,
I think the big thing is also just looking like, how important is it to meet someone? Like, how high on the list is it that that person be also, say, a streamer or a YouTuber? Like, why is that? Is that an integral part of what you're looking for in a relationship? And kind of assess why that is. Because for me, I like, my husband and I, we have a lot of similar interests, but we both would like, so when I used to do radio, he had very little interest in being on the radio, but he was always very supportive of that and was able to help me when I needed assistance, say, fact checking and researching. And he was on it once or twice and he was very good, but we didn't have that joint interest that we both wanted to be on the radio. So how important is it to you that that person is also a streamer? And if it's not, then you might need to adapt where you're looking for a romantic relationship.
And not just,
that's a big thing.
Yeah, like not just professions, right? But also how important is it that you have similar hobbies and interests in general? Because successful or relationships where there's a healthy balance and to and fro, where you really enjoy being with that person, is if you share the same values. So values or politics ends up being really key to a nice, loving relationship generally at the end of the day. So if you find your interests within those realms, your values, rather than, if you share the same favorite video game, might be a little bit more important at the end of the day.
Absolutely, and this is something I really wanted to touch on, is that a lot of men in this space that want to date women and want to date geeky women are very, very caught up on this idea of having these similar hobbies, because these hobbies are really important to them, and there's nothing wrong with that. But it makes me a little bit sad, because to me personally, sharing morals, values, lifestyles is more important than playing a video game together, because I can play video games with my friends. I make video games as a job. Like, that's a big part of my life, but I don't need to share that with my partner, because I would rather share intimacy and love and support. It doesn't have to be that we have hobbies that cross over. And one thing I do want to mention is my partner actually had a very similar story to the person that's written in here. And I'd like to speak to that. Not that my partner streams, but he was single for about 6 years before meeting me, and really did want to meet a geek girl, and at some point decided that what was going to be more important was meeting someone that he could build a life with, and that became his priority over meeting someone with similar interests or that was blindingly pretty, because that is a thing that people want to understand. We're all human. And when he just started looking for someone that was compatible with him, he definitely started to have a little bit more luck. And then eventually I came along and am arguably geekier than him. And then we've had that really fun transition of, like, so many guys want a girl that will play video games and then get a little bit upset when we are better than. That's also fun to navigate. Like, keep in mind that you might not be better, but in general, like, just keep that in mind. Like, I've been treated badly by male partners who aren't happy that I'm better at them than video games. But I make games, like, surprise.
I
Anyway.
think as well, like an important thing is it doesn't necessarily need to be an interest in the things that you have, but an openness to accept the things that you're interested in. Like, you know, there are things that, like, I am a huge comic book nerd, and my husband was. It really isn't. But these days he is. But when we first started dating, he didn't really know it, but he would sit there and listen to me talk about it, and through that he found interest in it. So you need to find someone who's open to having an interest in your interests because they're interested in you as a person, not because you both play Overwatch.
Yeah.
That's
okay.
There's one last thing I'd like to add on this, if that's okay. And that's so from a polyamory situation, one of the things that you always have trouble with is time, right? Everyone has infinite love. They don't have infinite time. Right now, I'm looking at a question where they mention a schedule that isn't Monday to Friday, seems a little bit extreme. They're also trying to gain traction with YouTube and Twitch channels. And part of me looks at that and goes, so where is the time for the relationship that you would suddenly have? And in that case, I can understand, like, wanting to find someone who enjoys the same pastimes as you so that you can weave that time in. That makes sense to me. But I wouldn't say it's the holy grail. I'd just say it's something that would be helpful. But yeah, I would keep that in mind. If you turn up to a date and they're like, what do you do? And you're like, well, Monday, here's my schedule from 8 till 9. I'm doing these things for 8 a.m. till 9 p.m. You're going to seem like you don't have much space in your life for a partner. And everyone just wants to feel like there's space for them in the person they want to date's life. So that's something that you might want to consider.
On a purely practical note, before we move on, sorry team, asking where to meet people. I've written about this too, meeting geeky girls. A really good place is like the Discord channels. There's like practical advice Discord channels of games that you like or communities that you're a part of. You can meet people there. Don't be creepy, obviously. All this comes with the caveat of don't be creepy. You can obviously meet women at conventions, which will be happening when COVID is less of a thing because you know that you have shared interests if you're both like at a convention together. Those places like that are really, really good. Obviously, this person said that in the industry, it's a bit harder, understandable. But the best place to meet people in this day and age, especially if all your friends are paired off, this is what my partner experienced. They were all like married, having kids, and he was the only single one. You're not going to meet a lot of eligible partners that way when everyone's pairing off. But online dating is the way that we do things now. And if you're really upfront about your interests, either the person that you start talking to and shows interest on these online platforms will either be accepting of your interests or interested in your interests. Like the first thing that my partner said to me was, I love D&D. And I was like, oh, hell yes, I love D&D. Like, let's talk about D&D for 3 hours. I'm ready to go. So just be upfront about that stuff on those online dating platforms. And you may talk to less people, but the people you talk to will be a lot more aligned to you.
Yeah, I think definitely the big issue for them appears to be meeting people that can fit with their limited capacity and also not worry about concerns with regards to sort of an uneven power dynamic. So yeah, online dating might be the way to go.
Especially in a pandemic, because you can talk to lots of people right now. You can't see them, but you can talk to them.
Yeah.
It may surprise everyone to hear, but we're not actually in the same room.
Oh, why must you show what's happening behind the veil? I'm a gamer and my partner isn't. I want her to get involved, but I'm worried my competitive side of gaming won't allow me to enjoy gaming with her if I get her on board. How should I handle this? Ooh, Cameron, you've got your finger up.
Yes. Oh boy, do I have things so I know a lot of couples who game together. Like a lot of our friendship group are couples who we also game with, and not all of them like kind of start at the same time. And when I saw this one, this is one I really wanted to speak on because I think there's some key things that you need to identify if this is the route you want to go down. And I think the first one you've identified is that you have a really competitive side. So the first thing you need to do is not introduce them to the game that you play, because all you're doing is you're throwing them in the deep end when you are already at a high skill level that they can't reach, and all you're going to do is get frustrated with them at a lower skill level. It's not necessarily a couple, but my stepmother and my half-brother recently, he wanted to get her into gaming. She's not a gamer. She's also in her late 50s. And he thought the best game to start her off with was The Last of Us 2, because he really enjoyed it. So there's a few things there. Number one, that game deals with a lot of kind of learnt systems that we use. So for us, when we pick up that game, we're like, wow, how intuitive. And that's great. But for someone who doesn't know what a controller is and is looking at it going, I don't know what this thing is, you've just given them nothing to work with. Number two, you're trying to get them invested in a story that is already halfway through, number one, and too deep for them. That's so depressing for your first game to be that heavy and so my stepmom's now said, I'm not really interested anymore. The reality is there are games out there that are designed that are light-hearted, that are simplistic controls, because while we all grew up gaming and we can just pick up a controller and go, it's not the same for someone who this has never been a part of their life until now. Things like Animal Crossing, Goose Game, party games, simple party games. There's that new one from the Australian team, Moving Out, which is a fun party game that you can play with someone, and the joy is in the activity, not the goal. And I think that's the key thing. The fun you're having playing it, not the fun you have when you beat Noob Master 420 with a sniper from halfway across the map.
There's also
Yeah, people forget that have assumed knowledge. There's so much context that we build upon when we learn how to play games when we're young. There's certain logic that only exists in video games. There's certain spatial reasoning that only exists within video games. There's certain rules of physics that we understand from playing other video games on top of a whole new set of controls. If you're a new person coming into a controller, there's a lot of buttons, let alone joysticks, let alone 2 left and 2 right tab buttons. And then even on a computer, I was trying to get a friend to play a game they'd never really played before, and they couldn't get WASD. They couldn't get it because it is such a new skill. And I think that we need to understand that when we introduce partners who have never grown up with the benefit of the context that we have with video games. They don't have that assumed knowledge. It's not like us just picking something up, and we don't even have to think about how to play because we played as children. It's just such a second nature. Think about it like learning a new language. It's like learning a new language with rules and limitations, and you can't expect someone to learn a new language quickly. And the idea that you're going to get competitive with someone who's trying to learn a new language that you've been speaking since you're a child, it hurts my heart a little bit, They're really trying.
And there are so many different games, right? And we're talking about accessibility of different games too. So in particular, maybe not a FPS, not a first-person shooter. I mean, also maybe not competitive games, right? Maybe cooperative games. Yeah, you could choose cooperative games, and maybe that competitive side of you could be really fun because then you're a team together. So in Overcooked, I've been playing it with my husband, and we get competitive but together about getting 3 stars, and sometimes we'll get 2 stars or 1 star, and Kevin the dog is really upset with us, and we're like, F you, Kevin, nothing's ever good, is it? We can't do anything. And then we'll do it again, or we'll be like, what are we? Aren't we a 3-star family? That's right. We're going to do this one more time. So you can bring that fun competitive side, that healthy teamwork together if you choose the games that you'll both enjoy rather than pitting each other against each other. Or even if it is a competitive game like Mario Kart, which I'm terrible at.
Me too.
I've played games, but I know that my friends who haven't played games as much as I do, for Mario Kart, it becomes this even playing ground, It's not my game, and I'm willing to play that to the end of the days and get blue, shelled, whatever. I'll come last. That's all right. It's still going to be fun.
I think it's good to start with non-competitive games too to get someone used to that second language of gaming, and then move into competitive games if you want to. You know what? The best game I always recommend to people wanting to get their partner into gaming, play Snipper Clips. Have a couple glasses of wine and play Snipper Clips and work together and have fun and tease each other in an environment that there's no competition. It's just having a nice time and introducing fun to video games, and then go from there. or something like Stardew Valley or Animal Crossing, where the stakes are really low. And then as somebody gets more fluent with the language of video games, increase the stakes until you can play those competitive games together, but just don't get angry at your partner when they're learning.
I would just like to add one other thing based off the word competitive side of gaming. That little phrase there, right? So the first thing is, you're going to have to, if you play anything that has any competitive nature with other people involved, you're going to have to deal with that, your own nature there, and push that away from affecting the fact that this is meant to be a fun experience with the two of you. But now, this is another thing. Say you decide to jump on, I don't know, Overwatch or Apex Legends, or you're playing a game where you're on the same team, but there are other people involved and it still ends up being competitive. You may have squashed that side of you during that game, but you have to be aware if your partner is not doing so well in that and you're like, oh, don't worry, it's fine, they could feel like they're letting you down a bit, and that's going to add extra pressure on top of it. Now, personally, I'm lucky because my Polycule Apex Legend team is fantastic. We all have different strengths and weaknesses, and we balance each other out. But that has... Oh, I wish. Oh, we have at times. We all wore like the unicorn onesie at the same time. Yeah, it was very good. But there has been times when like we're adjusting to new games where one person might grab it quickly, like get that understanding, and the other person won't. And you just have to be aware that whenever you're playing a game where there is a win condition cooperatively, there's gonna be a sense of someone might feel like they're being carried. And considering that that is almost an insult in the gaming world, oh my god, you just got carried, keep in mind how that makes people feel, and perhaps those earlier suggestions of games to work with, like Snipperclips and Stardew Valley and Overcooked, etc., that might be a much better place to start and find out how you're both feeling about it before you go into anything harder.
And if your partner is a woman and you're introducing them to games for the first time and they have a voice that sounds female and you're playing competitive games, just keep in mind that they are going to field a lot more abuse than you, and that if you don't stand up for them, that's pretty gross. So please keep in mind that they may actually be abused online when talking on chat and playing with you. And I would recommend standing up for them, because if you don't, it really shows a lack of respect in that relationship, because you're like, oh, like people get abused in online games all the time. Absolutely, don't get me wrong. Like, yes, people get abused in online games all the time, but women face a lot more abuse in online communities and online games. Like, if I don't want to be abused a lot, I will just turn my voice chat off, and then I'm just abused like a man would be abused. You know what I mean? And I'm like, this is my break for the day. This is my low-key abuse. And then if I really feel like putting myself out there for more, I'll turn my voice on. But keep that in mind, especially if you don't defend your partner or you don't speak up if they're getting treated badly in an online space. That will really affect your relationship negatively.
I think on top of that as well, when you're trying to speak to them about a game, don't be condescending. Don't be like, oh, you should play this character. She's really easy to play as. She's a great place to. And also, don't, like, I'm making assumptions here. I'm going to. But also don't be like, you should play as the girl character.
You should play the healer. Why don't you play the healer?
You can't play the healer. I'm playing the healer.
Girls love Mercy.
Just heal me. Just run around and heal me. Sorry, I'm getting too into this. I've had some wine.
I guess if this is something that's at play, like gender dynamics of play, something that we discussed last year as well. And Marianne, I believe that you did a bit of research on this, and how if you're in a hetero relationship, like you can find yourself in certain sort of roles when it comes to playing.
Yes, I did do some research on this, where there have been studies where a lot of women will feel pressured to play as support or healers for their boyfriend. It is a thing, and there's a lot of repercussions of that in terms of heteronormative gender dynamics and so forth. And also talking back on the point with Ella, mentioned about like standing up for your partner if she's receiving abuse from online. If you're doing like a team play, it's so easy to stand up for your partner. I remember one time myself where I think I was, learning to play World of Warcraft, and then someone else who was in our dungeon was sort of like being pretty mean to me because I was learning. And pretty much what ended up happening was my boyfriend at the time and our friends that we were playing together just went, no, he's being mean. We're going to kick him, kick that person. We're just, we're here to play together as a team here. And it's just so simple. And that was it. Because as part of my research is that if you're playing with your boyfriend and your friends and so forth, or something like that, or your partner, and you're receiving online harassment and no one's standing up for you, it creates this communal sense of shaming. And that's something that people have felt, right? And it's so easy to stand up.
Yeah, I think the key point to keep in mind is that like this is an experience you're introducing someone to, and if you have a lot of skill, that you can essentially take on a sort of mentoring role and be nurturing of someone's interest in this. And also keep in mind the sort of unfortunate dynamics of some gaming communities and how they react to people who are like femme. My partner and I often play co-op games together, but recently he has just been letting me die in the games or not healing me or rezzing me when he can. What is up with that? Is he just selfish or is this symbolic of deeper problems?
I wish I'd had more detail for the context of everything because it's tricky otherwise. Because on one hand, it's like if it's there's like a rule of thumb, right, where you don't read into things if someone's not telling you there's a problem, right, in a relationship. So like to assume something else is going on is difficult because then we end up just being detectives all the time of did someone do that and they're meaning something else? Or was this a genuine sort of mistake that I'm actually feeling quite upset about, someone not healing or rezzing me? But there's like, for example, a part of this question says like when he can. So I'm wondering if it is that more particular, like, it's quite obvious that he might be doing something that is selfish or symbolic of deeper problems. So this question's tricky because I think we could answer it in a couple of different ways.
I've got a very short thing to say, and then everyone can take this away. And I'm just going to be mean, I don't care, like whatever. Had 2 glasses of wine, having a good time. My idea is we've clearly seen from earlier questions that there are lots of like geeky people that want to date each other. So you are not spoilt for choice. If this one's poop, find another one. Clearly, there are lots of people that want to date other geeky people. I don't know. Obviously, yes, good communication, sit down, have a chat, yes, all that stuff. But also, like, you got a lot of options, is all I'm saying. I just want you to know you have a lot of options. You got options.
I actually polled a couple of my couple friends about this particular question, and my favorite answer was, what would it cost me to stop and res my partner in this case? Would she understand that by moving forward and doing the last damage, we may finish the level even if she is down at the time? So like there's situations where it's dependent on the game. It's dependent, like if you've just been playing a game where it's really easy to heal and res and you've been having this great time and you move on to a slightly more difficult game, right? Like you jump into, I don't know, like Hyperlight Drifter co-op or something, then you're looking at a situation where the dynamics of the game about healing and rezzing has entirely changed, right? And that's a bit of an issue. I can say it's also based on relationship dynamics. My partners and I, even if someone goes down in Apex, it's ride or die. We'll charge into a like 6-on-1 firefight because it's this heroic last stand that we all enjoy, laugh about, and then queue up for another game. And if that's something that you would prefer to see in your relationship dynamics within games, then you need to talk to your partner about that. And a lot of these questions are going to come down to, you should probably talk to your partner about that.
Yeah. You where it's going to like, I think a conversation is needed beyond what we have to say, but it is that thing of like, I don't know, like, again, my husband and I, one of us goes down, we're just like you. We better believe we're in there and rezzing the other one. And if we're not, there's an explanation about why we're not. It's like, I'm pinned, I can't reach you. Just wait a second. It's like, okay. Or like, there are times, because Rowan and I play a lot of Destiny together, and it'll be like, oh, don't worry about rezzing me. I can revive myself in 10 seconds. You just stay alive, and that communication. So it feels like the way this is worded, none of that communication exists at all. And that is symbolic for me of a deeper problem.
Also, it says here, is he just selfish or is this symbolic of deeper problems? Personally, I think someone being very selfish is already symbolic of deeper problems, maybe? Like, unless you're totally down for people being selfish and you really like selfish partners, live your best life, not here to judge you. But personally, that seems like a thing that for me is a bit of a deal breaker to begin with.
Yeah, there is like hints to this question where it's like I want more detail in certain parts, but yeah, like is he just selfish or is this symbolic of deeper problems? There would probably be other things going on for that to be written, I think. Like it's maybe not just the healing and rezzing. It would be other things too, which is like, yes, I think a conversation should be had. I think that's where we're going to go with that one.
It seems like a symptom to a deeper problem, most likely, but we can't speak on this with any certainty.
Yeah, I'd suggest maybe just broaching this as a sort of, just a topic. Like, I've noticed that this is happening. Use non-accusatory sort of language. Don't be like, why weren't you sort of supporting me kind of thing.
Do not bring this up as it happens. Do not be like, why are you rezzing me?
No.
Take a breath, walk away, and come back to it.
Absolutely.
Also, focusing on your feelings here where you're sharing this is a really good way, because it's a lot of the times people just want to feel heard. So how does it feel when your partner's not healing or rezzing you, right? Are you feeling let down? Are you feeling invisible, left out? That maybe there is that, communication breakdown, and that's why you're feeling maybe in certain ways, right? Focus on your feelings rather than it being like you've done this, but this is how I feel about this, and I want to just be heard. This is how I'm feeling, right? So it's not necessarily like fixing a problem of like you've done this to me, but this is like, hey, there's this thing that's happening in my my emotional world. Can we talk about that? Yeah.
All right.
I love that.
My wife will only play 2 games and it's doing my head in. She is constantly playing the same 2 games. She used to play lots of different ones with me and it was a blast and we both had heaps of fun. Now when I ask her to play something new with me, she is sullen and negative about the game to the point that I don't want to play with her anymore. I can still play one of the games she likes to play, but after a while I want something new. How do we find enjoyment again in our favorite pastime?
I would say so. This is one, when it came through, I brought it up with you guys because this one, it's a little similar to a situation I have in the fact that my husband really only plays Minecraft and Destiny anymore, and doesn't play the other games with me as much as he used to. I play a lot more of them with other people now. I wouldn't say that he in any way negates my experience with those games, but one of the key things for him, and I think this is a conversation you have to have with your wife, he only plays those 2 games because he only has limited time to play, and he wants to play games that he knows the experience he's going to get from them is going to fill him with a lot of joy, and that he feels like he achieved something. So it's worth taking into account that there's a reason she only wants to play these 2 games. And I know where you're coming from. The question has situated the problem onto yourself when it should possibly be a conversation about what is your wife going through and having that conversation with her instead of how is this affecting your time with games.
I would also like to mention it's very, very specific that every game being offered is being offered from the asker. There's none of these games. It kind of words it in a way. The wife is never bringing a game forward and being like, I want to play this. It's always the question asker being, how about we play this? How about we play this? And perhaps instead you should talk to your wife and say, hey, I'd really like to play another game, but I want to play something that you would also enjoy. Could you find something we could try together? There we go.
I think that that's a really good approach.
Thinking about also where maybe the particular games that your wife has been drawn to now, why those ones mean something of like enjoyment to her. So is it a particular just sort of like, oh, it's a game I'm really skilled at, and when I'm playing games, that's why I play games, and I want to be able to, fulfill that want or need. And then if there's other games like that that can also fulfill that sort of enjoyment in a similar way, that could be an interesting or important way to look through what games she might want to play, or that how she's going to offer what games she wants to play. Yeah.
It also sounds like there's something about these two games that's deeply comforting to her.
Yeah.
And I think that that's a nice thing. It's good to have comforts. And I think that she's going to keep playing those two games because they're comforting and they offer her something of like a safe space. And maybe it's as simple as you play games with other people, you ask her to find one. I thought that was a great suggestion. Also, it could be that you have a discussion and it's like, great, well, we'll play a little bit separately. We'll play one of these games together. And then once every like month or two, we will try something new for an afternoon and see if it sticks, and have that open communication of, okay, well, we'll just try an afternoon. And if we like it, we'll continue playing. And if not, you'll go back to your comfort games and I'll continue playing with friends or discovering new games. It's all about nuance and just having that discussion and setting like healthy boundaries and seeing where she is with it as well.
Hey team, I don't really play games, but my boyfriend of 5 years married another player on his Final Fantasy game that he only knows through there. Is that a thing? Should I be worried? He says it's just a game and they're just messing around, but how can I be sure?
So, first of all, I assume you're talking about the ceremony of eternal bonding in Final Fantasy XIV, in which case you have to understand that that marriage, it has a mechanical advantage. Right? Those two players, if they play a lot, they can now teleport to each other's location, which can make playing together as friends a lot more efficient. On top of that, they get the ceremonial chocobo, which is a two-seater flying mount, which is an uncommon thing within that game and could be a massive mechanical advantage for them. The ultimate answer to this is ask them if you should be worried and communicate about it. We can move on.
There's like also another wrap up is like these sorts of things can probably be expanded to other sort of scenarios, right? Of like like marriage in a different game, for example. I guess that would be a discussion around emotional cheating, right? What that might look like for each other, because that can just sort of be expanded in different ways more generally. Yeah. So like that's a discussion that we often forget to have in terms of like drawing relationship boundaries. Would also be something of also understanding that like how someone plays a video game can be different, right? Your commitment to playing a video game socially with other people could be interpreted differently between partners. So there's like a study of psychology, I'll get the reference up maybe sometime, which talks about how like that is a common clash for partners where I should wrap this up, shouldn't I?
No, go. It's interesting.
Yeah. Okay. So like, for example, we had that example where Faye sort of discussed about the mechanics of the game. So maybe sometimes it's about the outcomes, right? Like that playing a video game is an outcome version of it, while someone else sees like playing a video game with people is that social aspect where that romance happens in it too, and things when those mechanics happen. So those discussions around like emotional relationship, like what our boundaries are and what we are consenting to, it probably is part of that more generally. Yeah.
Also, the person asking the question doesn't talk about the relationship that their partner is having with this other player in the game. And if it's just one of their mates and they want this cool ass chocobo and all this kind of stuff, like that's wicked. But we don't know if there is like an emotional affair going on or if that's even a boundary with this couple. Like what's really missing from this question is what's the relationship that the partner is having with this other player? And that context would help us a lot with passing through this question. But I think that the main thing is to have a discussion about boundaries and about emotional cheating. And some people don't think that emotional cheating is cheating, and both partners might think that, and it's totally fine. Or it could just be purely mechanical, but there's the context of what this relationship is that the partner is having that we don't know. Is it just like a friendly relationship, completely platonic, or does it speak to something deeper? If it speaks to something deeper, I don't know, I think that's interesting, and you need to have a discussion about healthy boundaries and what your boundaries are versus theirs. If it's just mechanical, that's awesome. Like, hell yeah, get a double mount. I love that.
And so on that, we will transition away from platonic relationships into something definitely not platonic. If you want to click away, by all means, feel free to.
We're going to the R-rated section of our
Yes.
panel,
Yes.
where we'll talk about sex and sexuality.
Yeah.
And to kick off our not PG related discussion, I would like to talk about porn. Lots of people watch porn, lots of people make porn, live your best life. But one thing that's super interesting, best life, that I've actually noticed recently, and a lot of people have been talking to me about, is that within the last year, there was obviously some of this content being made before on Patreon, but over the past year, especially with the rise of OnlyFans, we've seen a lot of pornographic, geeky content and geeky content creators emerging and making pornography that is distinctly geeky in flavor and stuff like that. So, for example, you'll see lots of cute cosplay honeys making, like, you know, some fun dildo videos dressed as like Twi'leks, and I'm like, you know what? If you're having a great time and you're making money, hell yeah, go for it. But it's interesting to see how this is filtered down and could potentially impact relationships. Like, one example we were discussing earlier is that of some really well-known cosplay and streaming like celebrities, largely female, have been making explicit content and really enjoying that and feeling very empowered by that. And if you end up in a relationship with someone making that content, how do you discuss those boundaries? Should you be in a relationship with someone like that if your boundaries are much more conservative, etc.? But also we look at the other side of this, and that is, I've spoken to a lot of friends that are made uncomfortable by the fact that their partners are paying subscriptions to watch this content because they feel like this person just is fantasizing about being with this other person that they're paying for their content, and then when they come and have sex with their own partner, they might be imagining that other person, and they do feel like it's a violation of boundaries. So there's a lot of really interesting stuff here to unpack, which I'm very fascinated by, especially just because OnlyFans has really risen to prominence within the last year.
I guess that does follow through from that last point, right? About talking around like different forms of how people feel like they would be cheated on, where those boundaries are, I guess, less clear, because we have those much more socially clear ones, right? That especially within like heteronormative or like monogamous relationships of what those boundaries are. I think we have some of our panelists who are polyamorous, where different boundaries and discussing them is really important, and understanding
boundaries are different in the context of a polyamorous relationship and a monogamous relationship too.
Yeah, so even within different structures of relationships, and like we all each come to relationships differently. So in terms of like even consuming pornography, for example, and what sort of like emotional boundaries there of feeling cheated on, I guess, in some way, or like there's no consent around it. This is about consent, isn't it, in one way or another?
Yes.
Yeah. So it's a discussion of consent. So with that in mind, I might throw that towards some of our polyamorous presenters. I'm doing this because they're above my head.
One little caveat I want to throw out there, and then I definitely want to hear from those of us that are poly. I'm very flexible. I can kind of go either way. Very monogamous right now because my partner is, but I'm really happy as long as me and my partner are happy. But one thing I want to really quickly touch on is that there's no boundary shaming here. I just want to be very clear on no boundary shaming. If you have boundaries with things, that is completely fine, whether they're very conservative or very open-minded, no boundary shaming. If you personally feel like your partner watching porn is a very firm boundary for you and you want to have all of their sexual attention and that's your boundary, there is no shame in that. That is your personal boundary, and you are more than allowed to have that and have your own reasons for that. And I want to empower you with having your own boundaries and then finding partners that suit that boundary. And that's something that you should be clear and communicate about. But if your boundary is the exact opposite way and you're like, live your best life, have sex with whoever you want to have sex with, consume whatever content you want to consume, no shame with that boundary either. There's no, just want to be clear, no boundary shaming. You're allowed to have your thoughts and opinions and feelings on things that reflect your lived experience and values, just before we get into this. So don't feel like, you know, there's anything wrong with having a boundary around porn or not having a boundary around porn and the consumption of porn.
And that's exactly something that polyamory, like literally going from that point, like polyamory addresses it quite explicitly. You know, you are open to talk about whatever sort of concerns or issues you may have about like whatever sort of sexual behavior, and you are required to, if you want to make a polyamorous relationship work, you are required to have those open and frank discussions. And yeah, I don't imagine that is possible, like to do polyamory or even have a healthy monogamous relationship if not everyone's on the same page. But yeah, Faye, as a fellow polyamorist, any thoughts?
I would like to just address with the OnlyFans situation becoming so big. There's, you know, when someone's watching porn that may be like an international celebrity, there's a little bit of a feeling that they're way out of touch. Like they can never reach this person. They have millions of people watching them, but OnlyFans kind of sells it very much as like the girl next door situation, and that could be adding additional stress onto the relationship. So you definitely want to talk to your partner about it, but what I would do is sit down and be like, what is the actual emotion and worry that I have here? Is it a worry that they'll run away to them? Is it a worry that they are more attractive? Is it because they're giving them money? And communicating the cause for that anxiousness and worry will help your partner then go, well, what if I did this? You know, like, what if I made sure that I, you know, focused on how attractive I find you and talk about that occasionally just as a reminder and to boost you up so you're not worried about that particular issue. It should be that back and forth that allows both people to feel comfortable in the relationship.
A lot of
Yeah,
this is
boundaries
about, boundaries and consent, right? Like a lot of this is that. And so I think it's like, for example, in polyamorous relationships, there can also be boundaries of like, oh, well, okay, like I just don't want to hear about certain things, right? Like certain parts of this discussion. So it's like, okay, maybe I'm all right with the idea of someone like my partner watching pornography, but under these conditions, like I have certain consensual conditions for it or something like that. Or maybe I want to have a discussion or it's like, I'm not okay with this and why, and can we, because it's like, we don't want to get to a point where it's someone's just doing something behind your back.
Yeah.
That feels really awful. And I like, that's why it is about consent, right? It shouldn't be like that. Yeah.
Well, I mentioned boundary shaming earlier because if you have boundaries and your partner has different boundaries, there's also no shame in acknowledging that and then finding someone who's more compatible for you as well. And I think that boundaries are spoken about a lot more in polyamorous relationships because good communication is encouraged more. There's less assumed knowledge in a polyamorous relationship because you set boundaries. And unfortunately, in monogamous relationships, there's a lot more like strict unspoken rules that people adhere to, and that was really challenging when I came into my monogamous relationship because I was like, oh, I didn't realize that would be considered cheating. Like I wasn't doing that anyway, but I had no idea that that's where the assumed boundary was. Like, and even like an example was my partner assumed we were dating before he asked me to be his partner, and I was like, I'm seeing you casually, we're not exclusive, you haven't spoken to me about being exclusive, in what universe would we be exclusive? And like, I wasn't necessarily with anyone else at that time, but I didn't understand why that would be assumed without a discussion. And it's like a different playing field. So keep that in mind when we talk about this, that in polyamorous relationships is established typically upfront a lot more. And if you're entering a monogamous relationship or you've been in one for quite some time, which is more likely, it's a lot harder to have these conversations because you've already been with someone for like a couple of years with these assumed boundaries, and then having to go and discuss them can really show a lot of assumed knowledge that may be missing between partners as well, especially in regards to porn.
Yeah,
I'd like to add
boundaries
from someone
and
who comes from. There you go.
I was just going to say boundaries and consent are very much a collaborative process in monogamous and polyamorous relationships. But yes, Cameron, with final thoughts if you'd like.
Yeah, I was just going to add, because we keep talking a lot about the communication between each other being important, but I think as well, before you reach that point, it's important to have a conversation with yourself and figure out what are kind of learned societal conditioning on your approach to these kind of, porn and sex and relationships, and figure out what it is that you fully believe in. And right now is like a perfect time to do that, because we are reaching an age where that conversation is much easier to have. As I'm going to take a swing. I'm pretty sure I'm the oldest one in the group. Those conversations weren't happening when, we started to figure this out when I was much younger. But, you need to know who you are before you have that conversation, because you need to know the answer to every question that's going to come up, or you need to be willing to explore the answer there and then. And if you can't have that conversation, if you shut down when that conversation is happening, you've shut down the whole conversation going forward, full stop.
Yep.
Yeah. And a conversation is also about not just like being a good communicator, but being a good listener. Yeah, it's also another skill.
Yep. All right. And on that note, I believe we will bring the panel to a close. Thank you all for watching. Thank you so much to our panelists for coming on and speaking. Thank you so much to everyone who sent questions in. And we hope to do this again next year.
In person.
Fingers
Cheers.
I think I agree with everyone as well. And if you have any more questions, you can just reach out to us on Twitter.
We'll do our best. And yeah, we'll definitely try and